feeling what she's like after a few. Oh, yes. Oh, she's got a tea, a coffee. Hey, look at Haiti. Haiti is grooving. I'm trying to squint to see who that is with Haiti in the background. Hey. They got the moves. They got the rhythm. Now, we'll give it another minute or so before we kick off. We'll let everybody come in, so no one is left behind. And I hope it's a nice day where you are. I'm here in Rome, in Italy, and it is a beautiful day. The sun is shining outside. I can see the sun sprinkled, splattered over the cobblestones of the old streets here in the Eternal City. I can see the Vatican in the distance. It's a beautiful, gorgeous day, but this is great to be here with all of you. And we're about to hear a fantastic talk from Dr. Miriam Weber. She is standing by in the wings. And I can see that she's grooving too. We got Holger in the house as well. Always a good sign when we've Holger here. We know that it's really a party when Holger's here. It was a nice seamless crossfade between two songs. Now let's see who else we got here. Great to see Paul as well. Yanti, Kirsten, Vina. I'm waiting now for the gang to tell me it's safe to proceed. We'll wait another minute while people come in. It is a Saturday morning after all. People could have been out last night. They could have been doing things. You know, we have to give them a little bit of time to... And they go, oh, the conference! And then they run in, sit down, turn on their computer, open it up, ready to listen to Miriam on a Saturday morning. What else? What more could you want? I can't think of anything else. I don't know if you were at the conference yesterday, but we had some great speakers across the day talking about cryptocurrency and the blockchain and about the environmental effects and some of the environmental positives, how they can be used to benefit the environment. It was fascinating. And also we talked about the situation around the world. That guy that we spoke to who lives up in a village in Finland with just like feet of snow outside of his house, and he was talking about how the effects that they feel are always a few decades ahead of the rest of the world. So what happens there will be felt by the rest of the world in a few decades. So they're like the warning beacon. It was just fascinating. Then hearing about the situation in Indonesia, across the United States, it was great. Where else would you get this global perspective on this issue? That's the great thing about this conference. Okay, we're almost ready to go in just a few seconds. And I'm being told that's it. We've started. We are live streaming. Welcome, everybody. If you're watching this on Facebook or on YouTube, or maybe you're here in the Zoom link, welcome to day 3 of the Let's Do It World Conference, coming to you, brought to you by Let's Do It World, based in Tallinn in Estonia, and the host country this year, Let's Do It Indonesia. Two great teams who've been working very hard together over the past couple of months to put together this conference. Already, over the past few days, we've heard from some great speakers on a range of topics, and today will be no different. And I just want to point out before we get going and we get straight into our first speaker, a few things. If you have a question or a comment that you'd like to make, well then use the chat feature just down there. That's where it is. Click that and put your questions in there, and we can get them to the speaker after they're finished their presentation. And also, a little bit of housekeeping. We are recording this session. The entire day is being recorded for playback, and it's also been streamed live, as I said, on Facebook and YouTube. So just make sure that you're okay with that. Now I see my camera is after conking out for some reason. Hang on a second, this is what happens. No one notices a column, don't worry. We'll try and flick it across to the other camera. At least you can hear my voice, which is something. Hang on a second. Bear with me. This is showbiz. We always have a backup. That's what we do. Now watch this. How about that? Guys, the backup. Look, you learn something new. You always have to have a backup while we fix this. So, we'll get going with our first speaker because she is fantastic. She has been preparing. We tested her PowerPoint just a moment ago, and she is waiting in the wings. She doesn't need a backup. She's just, everything works properly over there. I can see her doing this right now. Let's say hello to Dr. Miriam Weber. She's a marine biologist and a researcher and a networker, and the title of her talk is the No Trash Triangle Initiative to Protect the Coral Triangle from Plastic Pollution. So, Dr. Miriam, it is over to you.
Thank you, Colm, so much for the introduction and also the invitation to participate and contribute to your conference, being part of it. I'm really excited, and I hope you can see my presentation mode at the very moment of the first slide. Let's do it, World Conference. And I'm happy to share what we have done in the past years. We have founded a No Trash Triangle initiative in Northeast Sulawesi in Bangka Island. It's a very small island off the coast of the well-known town Manado. Here, I would like to introduce you to a picture where you have hard times to find some plastic, but we will have also some other pictures to share. Why No Trash Triangle Initiative? We are in the heart of the Coral Triangle. Most of you will know what it is. It is a beautiful area of the world with the highest biodiversity underwater. So my marine biology heart is beating a lot when I'm working in this area or thinking about it and so on. So the aim of the No Trash Triangle initiative is to be a place, a group partnering, networking to create a sustainable, self-sufficient waste management for islands, because most of the places do not have a waste management in place at the moment. So that's where we would also like to bring in our network and expertise. So I need to go back. Yes. Where are we? We are in the middle of the Coral Triangle, where we have a huge amount of coral species, fish species, and that's how it normally looks like, let's say. And the situation is changing. When we are diving, we can find places like this underwater. It's right in front of Manado City, where a lot of rivers are discarding also their waters and everything what comes along. On Bangka Island itself, which is of the coast of Northeast Sulawesi, we have 2 times a day the tides coming, bringing along also else what is not natural, as you can see in this picture. And at the coastline of this area, we have a lot of situations like this, because as we had in earlier times where it was normal to discard to the nature, where you have banana leaves as packaging and so on, likewise is done with new material, which are much more persistent. It doesn't mean that they are bad, but they are not in the same way behaving in the environment as natural materials. I would like to point out that in Indonesia, there are many destinations which are just outstanding from a nature point of view, but also from a tourist point of view. And they have been selected as best diving spots, for example. And also here, you will know, be it from Bali, be it from the area around Manado, the situation is changing in the water column as well as on the sea floor. And now I like to share a video, which was for us heartbreaking also, and I think it transports the information and what is going on for the local population very well. It's after a flooding round about 1 year ago, January 21, when a lot of rain was falling in the area, a lot of rivers discarded everything what they could take along. And now we are looking at a video of Bunaken Island, which is a national park in front of Manado City. Made with a handy, so that's
still a lot. We cannot cover it all to take for today. Too many garbage around. We need help. We need everyone who have interest in Bunaken. Please come and help us to clean this beach. We have done some part today, and we only 50 people. We cannot afford this, but it's a good start. We wish that everyone interested to come here. This will destroy our ecosystem, our underwater world, our beach, our mangrove trees. It's bad for reputation. People need to learn how to take care of the environment. People need to understand, if they live near the city, there is islands in front of Manado Bay that we need to protect. Please don't throw plastic in the sea. Please help us to clean this mess. There's still many more, guys. I cannot afford to walk. I'm reporting from Liang Beach, Bunaken Island, January 2021.
This was a video which was sent to us by our friend Amelia in Manado City. She is a business owner on site and caring a lot about the environment and connecting a lot with surrounding local communities, be it small villages along the coastline, be it diving operators on islands. And so that's what we try to animate them also to send us pictures, send us videos, so we can understand what's going on, so that we can hear their voices. So back to where we want to be and where we want to come. Besides of corals in the coral triangle, we have a lot of marine species which increase this biodiversity and this very special spot. We have lots of fish species, marine turtles, and so on. So this is what motivates us, because it's the Amazon of the sea, and this shall become a trash triangle. No, we don't want that. And we want to support anything what is possible we could do, because it's about the livelihood of millions of people. It's about the place of highest marine biodiversity. It's also a place of attracting tourists, a place to feel well and nice and get connected with nature. So the Trash Triangle initiative was born by a bunch of motivated people trying to use whatever they can bring in. Our mission is that there is no other place quite like the Coral Triangle. It's the home of nearly 80% of all coral species and over 1/3 of the world reef fish species, making the most biodiverse marine ecosystem of the planet. Unfortunately, also there we have threat from plastic, as I've shown you. Urgent intervention is required to protect this region, its wildlife, and people's livelihood. So that's what's driving us all. The vision, we want to transform the North Sulawesi area into a role model region. So to stop ocean plastic as its source. So let's say to turn the tap instead of efforts having in the long run to clean up. It's very important. But at the same time, we want to realize that not anything is leaking into the environment anymore. We work hard to shift mindsets by using education, visible action, community outreach to bring about change. Cooperation with other communities is vital if we want to tackle the plastic waste problem and help preserve livelihoods, coral reefs, mangroves, and all ocean life. Until now, our impact is that we collected 15 tons of waste from shores, mangrove forests, and other disposed areas. Half of it we could recycle, including plastic, glass, and metal. At the same time, we support local communities by reaching out, teaching, and having awareness campaigns, etc., and do some research by supporting international and national students and exchange by a network like seminars and conferences and workshops. So I'm very glad I can add here one more by joining you guys in this conference. So how do we work? We work based on 4 pillars. The first is working on waste management, the second on awareness, the third on research, and fourth, corporate responsibility. And I would like to give you some examples for each pillar. This is Bangka Island, and the host where we came together is the resort Coral Eye. Here you see that we came together to think about how can we avoid that waste remains in the environment. So we clean everyday beaches, mangroves, and villages, and we set up a sorting scheme so we can then fuel back certain waste streams into recycling, and so the resource is used again. What you see here is that we have identified several areas where waste is generated, for example, in the kitchen, and at the beach or in the diving center. So we need some bins there. And along the beach here, we have a lot of waste which is coming from the mainland twice per day. So we set up a sorting station a bit off of the resort, where we have different bins and information panels so everyone can see what has to go in what bin, and the sorting is occurring on site. Then the aim is that we want to treat all waste streams properly. So we managed to set up a transport chain to recycle the sorted waste, to properly dispose the waste that cannot be recycled. This is the connection to Amelia, our friend on the mainland I mentioned earlier. And here we are tackling or in a problematic situation in terms of costs, because bringing the waste back from a small island to a recycling hub and then also to other disposal possibilities is certainly other costs are applying than when we have short ways like in a city area. And here we are working on finding more funding and donations to set up this bringing back the recyclable and non-recyclable waste from the small islands to the main hubs. What we do at the moment, here you see a map. This is Bangka Island, and here you see Northeast Sulawesi with the big town Manado and a smaller town Bitung, nevertheless as important because it has an international harbor. So container ships can come here. So what we do, we bring with the small boat the sorted waste to Likupang, small city or village on the mainland, and then there is a truck running to Amelia in the sorting hub, and from there a truck is running to Bitung so that the recyclable material can be shipped further to mostly Java. We teamed up with a further organization, which is called PEARLS, it's Plastic Recovery Land and Sea. It's an international organization which will support us in developing case studies, representative for islands in the Coral Triangle. And we focus first here on North Sulawesi because we have good connections, good network, and we dream of a green cycle here that we manage to collect the waste before it is in the open environment. In 2019, we were able to recover from Bangka Island 7.7 tons of waste. So it's only from this island. Why do I point this out? Because the tons of waste we recover will be important to be able to report back to some other organizations like PEARLS, because they need numbers in terms of getting funding donations from, let's say, further bigger companies or NGOs to support our actions on site. So this is the pre-COVID situation. Also during COVID, our team on site was capable to continue the collection. Obviously, it was much less because labor was an issue, and also the whole situation, some staff had to go elsewhere to find other work, etc. The resorts are closed. Whole tourism is at the moment not running. Nevertheless, we were able to recover 5.4 tons of waste, which is again important for us as networker to be capable to communicate to our donation network. At the moment, we have still this running. So on Bangka Island, we are collecting. A small boat is running to Likupang and then some trucks to Manado. And now we are hoping to reconnect in the area, and we want to continue with our plan to increase cleanups of shores, of the reefs, door-to-door collection on the island of Bangka. But then also we are dreaming of a waste boat driving from islands to islands which are surrounding Northeast Sulawesi, and also setting up in their villages door-to-door collection. Maybe also start to clean up riverbanks where we have wild dump sites, and then hopefully also start to work in Manado City, where we have commercial areas where we can work with food courts, schools, and along rivers with the natural government also doing already actions there. And last but not least, here I would like to share something about the non-recyclable part of the waste we are collecting, which is currently going to a landfill, which is usually not the best way to treat it because it's not recyclable at the moment. So we are working on connecting to a cement firm, which can at least use it on thermal recovery again. So this is something we hope to set up in the near future. So this is about our first pillar, the waste management. At the same time, we are very motivated to work on awareness. We're focusing on educational outreach. Here you see high school members of Bangka Island. We do snorkeling days, cleanup together with them and also explain them how to sort the waste they have collected. And we teamed up with a local NGO. They are called Sea Soldiers. I'm sure most of you will know the organization, and they are on site and can much more frequent interact with the local community and give ecology lessons on junior high school in Bangka Island. And also here, we hope post-COVID, we can then expand also here on other schools and the main big cities in the area. I like to give a feedback from the principal of junior high school on Bangka Island. I really liked a lot. He sees behind our common activity that NTTI educational program is very important in helping our students realize how lucky they are to live in such a beautiful place, and that they must help look after it so that it survives into the future. He's very, very supportive, and also bringing in ideas. We are discussing a lot how to develop this educational program. Here we are connected to Let's Do It Germany in terms of educational programs with schools. We are also dreaming of connecting Bangka Island with German schools, maybe also then other schools, so that we have like we're dreaming of a network between different continents, so that also interculturally can be exchanged. So this will be something which we pick up now again, hopefully. Soon we have some interactions. Unfortunately, it was a bit stopped when COVID struck. The third pillar is research. There's where my expertise lies, let's say. I'm a scientist, so I think data are very powerful, and we need data to communicate and to convince. So we support students through scholarships, relationships with international universities. We gather scientific facts concerning the sources, the pathways, destinations, sinks, and the effects of plastic in the marine environment, and also try to interconnect with colleagues. A lot of people do interesting things. We have already heard in the conference a lot. So this is something also, as a team, we are much more powerful to show what is actually going on. I said before, I think data do not lie. They give you a powerful tool, and this is one of a interactive project we did with the German student and students from some Ratulangi University in Manado. We encourage people in our network to get involved with local research. Together we have already collected a lot of important data we can share and then communicate. Last but not least, we try to work in, we named it corporate responsibility. We present our research approach at international conferences. We also try to bring in the topic in policy. Yeah, we, as in our professional work, we are addressed by policymakers what they should do about the problem, what we have to say about it, and then we show them pictures from the area or show them the video and explain that we think turning the tap is absolutely crucial. Supporting any initiative like what you are doing is crucial. So that's what we are doing. And on top of that, with Pearls, yeah, Plastic Recovery Land and Sea, bringing in companies. That's what the background of Pearls is, having a network internationally to brands and companies. They are responsible also for that we have so much plastic in our lives. So they have to be part of the solution. So that's what we are focusing on top to bring them into the loop. And they're listening, very interested in what is happening in this area. Here's a list of conferences where NTTI was presented. I just leave it like this and want to conclude or bring together our approach is based on these 4 pillars. Again, waste management, awareness, research, and corporate responsibility. And I try to network these 4 pillars together so we have sustainable progress. We don't do that alone. We have a lot of partners and supporters, and I hope the community will increase, and we hope that we can also support other initiatives like what I present here. That's our baseline, what we think only together we can grow, only together we can increase. This is the core team. Quickly to give you other faces than only mine. Yeah, it's Christian. My husband is also a scientist and networker. He is even much more better in connecting and convincing. And this is Marco, the owner of Coral Eye Resort, where everything sparked. Yeah, he gave the opportunity to connect in his resort where we started our research project in the first place. And at that time, it was Anna, his manager. Meantime, she had to pause the work in Indonesia due to COVID, but she's the one driving NTTI. She got really engaged and organizing the waste collection and sorting, connecting to Amelia, and then connecting to junior high school leader Jody, and then also to local young enthusiastic people like Natasha and Rinaldi, and as I mentioned, the local NGO Sea Soldiers. Last but not least, we need to also interact on social media. So Andy and his team, Gronya, etc., are helping us with nice pictures and Instagram, etc. Here's the history of NTTI for those who want to have a look at it in more detail. I will skip that. It's not so interesting, I think, for the time we have here together. I would like to use the rest of the time in interacting and discussing with you. I have a lot of questions also, what I would like to ask you as host country Indonesia, what you think we could also bring into or do different. And with that, I would like to end the presentation on the No Trash Triangle initiative, which will in the end prevent the coral triangle from becoming a no trash triangle. Thank you, everyone.
How about that? Miriam, listen to that round of applause. Ruckus round of applause coming. There you go, take a bow. That was great. Dr. Miriam Weber, thank you so much. And if people have questions, can they please put them in the comments section below, and we'll put them to Dr. Miriam. What part of Germany are you in, by the way?
At the very moment, I'm sitting in a hotel room in the North Sea. It's very gray, a lot of rain. We are sampling here also for our plastic projects. Normally, we're sitting in the south of Germany, which has a lot of sunshine. It's the sunniest place in Germany, so I'm looking forward to go back.
So now you're up in the North Sea, and you said you're sampling as part of your research. So just tell us, like, what does that mean during the week when you were going out? When you're sampling, what are you physically doing?
I'm actually going with a bucket. Let me show you. I have one in
Show us the bucket. Look at this. Miriam is going to have to get her bucket and spade. Ah.
I'm serious. Yeah, it's a bucket with seawater in it, and I was just measuring salinity, pH, and so on with the team on site. And then I said, I gotta run. I have an important meeting.
Oh, so you were working today, even though it's a Saturday as well?
Yes. Yeah. Nature is not taking. It doesn't, because of tides. The tides here are very high, so we have to go whenever the nature allows us to sample. We do also sample sand because and mud, because that's where plastic is ending up, on the seafloor within the sand grains. And so we are checking there how much is there. And our main expertise is on working on biodegradable plastic, which means that they are remineralized by microbes so that no microplastic is left in the end. We are so interested in these new materials because we have a lot of applications which we will not be able to avoid in the future. It's not the pictures I have showed in the presentation. It's not about litter. It's about, for example, our textiles. Yeah, when we are using them, we are upgrading. We have a lot of small pieces floating away. No one will ever collect that in the future. Or we have so-called geotextiles in construction, where we have plastic film we put into the ground to stabilize for construction purposes. No one ever will go and dig out that again because a building is on top or a forest is growing on top. So we need some materials which are biodegradable in the future. And there we do some experiments to understand how long does it take? Do they have a certain impact when they biodegrade and so on? But now I'm a scientist. And,
But the technology for biodegradable plastic, it sounds like the holy grail if that was to be, it's not the holy grail, no, but it's not a realistic replacement.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Thank you for that. It's not the holy grail. It's not the solution for our plastic pollution problem. It's a solution for plastic we have to use in the environment and no one can collect again. What we are looking at the very moment in this conference is waste we can collect. Yeah, we can do door-to-door collection. We can set up a waste management infrastructure. So this is the focus of this conference, I would say. So yeah, biodegradable materials are for items they litter into the environment, the last option, and should not be necessarily be the focus. Yeah.
On the World Cleanup Day, I think it was last year or the year before, we talked a lot about cigarette butts because there's a misconception. Yeah, and I live in Italy. I'm living in Rome, and all the time, because so many people smoke here, you just see them smoking and then they flick it onto the street. But there's a misconception that these cigarette butts are biodegradable, but in fact, they're made from microplastics and different types of plastic elements.
That's also a very good question, and this is an item which is I'm a bit ambiguous to say. Biodegradability should not be the option here, but because what you just pictured is a lot do still flick their butt into the environment because it's a behavioral thing, and until you teach the whole world and achieve zero leakage, will take decades. So I think this is an option, although it is a littered object, where biodegradability should play a crucial role in finding a solution for this application.
And by the way, can I compliment your English? Your English is better than my English. It's perfecto. And
I try.
You try. No, sehr good. Es ist sehr good. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was, obviously you were focusing a lot on plastics, the plastics you can see, but then versus microplastics and now even nanoplastics. Is that the correct terminology I'm using? Nanoplastics in the water? Like, see that bucket you have of seawater there? Is it easy to detect nanoplastics?
No, not at all. And this is something we cannot do in our research company, but we team up with companies. They have special equipment for it. Yeah, so you need very expensive, big machines to detect nanoplastic. But this is definitely a new focus in the research. We have to wait a bit until we have more data in place, how much nanoplastic is out there, what plastic type is creating how much nanoplastic. No one will ever recover again. I'm impatient. I hope that the colleagues will be very, very fast, because also here we need fast solutions. I like to say, as we speak, a lot of leakage is ongoing. Yeah, the faster we act, the faster we have solutions, the better for us.
It's a very difficult one, isn't it? Because I remember on one of these conferences, I asked somebody about it. Well, how can you get rid of the nanoplastics? And they simply kind of put their shoulders up and said, when you're dealing with at that kind of level, nanoplastics, as you said, they're still working on the technology to detect it. And by the time that technology catches up, could it be too late that it has infiltrated the oceans so much that it's just part now of the makeup of the planet?
Yeah, I would say we are there already. So don't lose time too much of your energy, of your thinking in focusing on that what is out there. Put your energy into what you can prevent now, yeah, so that not more is leaking into it. And I think put energy into awareness that everyone is still talking about it. That's something we see here in Europe, that the single-use plastic directive in the European Commission was set up in a velocity never seen before for any other directive. And I think this was only because all of us were talking about it. Media did a great job. Communities did a great job in speaking about it, showing pictures and saying, hey, this is something we don't want. This is something we should stop. This is something we should change. And I would like to encourage everyone all the time, don't stop, keep going in raising awareness. Then society and politics are moving.
Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't. And that is why groups like Let's Do It and the World Cleanup Day are so important. We have some questions for you. And by the way, if you have a question for Dr. Miriam Weber, just put it in the comments below. And someone said, not all biodegradable plastics as currently marketed are actually biodegradable in normal conditions, only in specific industrial composting facilities. Is that true?
Oh, now we are we are coming into my favorite topics. That's what we do as a profession, and also explaining exactly these details. And the person who made this comment is perfectly right. We do have applications, products labeled as biodegradable and not specified where. We do have biodegradable applications which are only biodegradable in industrial composting facilities, which means the conditions are high temperature, high humidity, high nutrient concentrations, perfect, ideal conditions for microbes. I'm a marine microbiologist, so perfect for microbes. Out in the marine environment, for example, we often have limitations in nutrients. We have cold conditions. At the moment here, the water has 6 degrees, yeah? So it's freezing cold. The microbes are not very active, yeah? So biodegradation will go very slow. Usually nature has the enzymes ready to do the job, but it doesn't mean that all conditions are favorable for it. And last but not least, I see when I little bit sneak into the comments on the chat that not all biodegradable polymers in the open environment have no harm, yeah? It's still waste. This is something important to say. A biodegradable plastic bag can suffocate a turtle, or I can suffocate you as easy as with a conventional bag. Sorry about it. So it's not the easy way to say, let's do everything biodegradable and all will be good. We are working hard in that policy is requesting clear labeling so that we do not have products biodegradable unspecified. Yeah, so, or avoid any labeling so that it's only a B2B, so business to business communication, and not a business to consumer communication. The consumer should always dispose into a bin or a door-to-door collection, something like this, and then understand well the impact of biodegradable applications before you allow them to be used out in the environment.
And Dr. Miriam, before we come back to you with some more of the questions and comments, I see Cameron Smith is putting in another comment there. Cameron, if you're there, why don't you unmute your microphone for a moment and we can involve you in this, because we have a few minutes until our next talk. Cameron joined us yesterday. He's from unwaste.io. He was one of the speakers, the founder of this company. Yesterday, he was talking about 2,500 bottles per kilometre squared. And one day, where did they come from? It was a very interesting talk. And Cameron is from Scotland originally as well. Cameron, can you unmute yourself? Or do we need the host to do that for you? Hey, Cameron. You're running up the stairs.
Hello, can you hear me now?
You're running down the stairs. You're going down to the basement.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great, thanks a lot. Thanks for letting me talk about this. Yeah, I think that the term, there's a workshop coming up about greenwashing, and I think the fact that the term bio-based is even allowed to be used, and if you look, there's a website, the European Bioplastics Association, they even explain the meaning of the term on their website, but people continue to use it. And there are various surveys which have been done, which show that most consumers in European countries who are a little bit environmentally concerned, when they see that something is called bio-based, they automatically assume that that means it's biodegradable. Now, we've just talked, the speaker has just talked about how biodegradable doesn't always mean what you think it means. But even if you leave that aside, you have other bioplastics, which are purely bio-based. That means they were made from materials like, for instance, sugarcane or something similar. And that's good in one sense, because it means less fossil fuels were used to make them. But in terms of waste, they're chemically identical to your normal plastic. So they'll still last for 400 years in most cases. And I think that's just a very clear case of misleading people. So Colm asked this question yesterday. He said, what happens in some countries if a consumer sees that a bottle is a little more expensive, but it's more environmentally friendly? Will they choose to buy it because of that? And I said, yes, in some European countries, the answer is yes for some people. The problem is, a lot of the time, the person is misled into buying a bio-based plastic bag or a bio-based plastic bottle or packaging because they think that somehow it's better for the environment. And it only is in this very narrow sense that to make it, maybe fossil fuels weren't used directly. But in terms of when they throw it away, it has to go into the exact same material recovery facility as PET plastic or HDPE plastic. And I think just that entire term, it really should be banned by advertising standards agencies because it's just completely misleading. That's the point I wanted to make.
Like the smokeless coal, when they advertise smokeless coal in the United States.
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
Let's go back to Dr. Miriam there. She has her hand up, and thank you, Cameron, for that insight.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I can only support that misinformation is a big issue. At the same time, we speak a lot with people, experts on labeling and marketing and so on. So there are many interests in between and hurdles to take. You need to have a clear and easy label for a consumer to understand. So we as scientists rather tend to say it's better not to describe it, not to label it as biodegradable. It's important for the company who is bringing the polymer into place, if it's biodegradable or not. And we heard the term bio-based, which doesn't mean that it is biodegradable. It can be, but it also cannot be, and therefore it would follow into the waste stream of recyclables. And maybe one step back before I would like to talk a bit about our NTTI activities, that we always have to keep in mind that we reduce our consumption of plastic, that we recycle, that we redesign, and all these, the 3R or 5 or 7R structure should be followed before we consider biodegradability as an option.
Just remind us, Dr. Miriam, where was that video you showed us at the start from? It shocked a lot of people.
Yeah. It's Bunaken Island. It's a national park of several islands in front of Manado City, northeast Sulawesi. And I see a question here from Andy. What are you thinking for Indonesia now? And what are you do after you look at the video? Anything about this plastic there? Our actions are that we enforce the local community to collect, to clean up, and we try to support the local community in Manado to have river barriers so that a lot of the waste is already collected at the rivers. And ideally, the waste would be collected door to door, so no one has to discard it in any kind of wild dump sites anymore. it's the concept of turning the tap while cleaning at the same time what is leaked out into the environment. And we do that in connection with pearls.
Sorry, Miriam, how did you get interested in this kind of work? Because you seem very passionate about it. Let's get personal, Miriam, let's get personal.
My husband says we turned from marine biologists to plastic biologists. How could that happen? The answer is quite simple. I think because we do care so much about the environment, and because we are connected to the marine environment just by intrinsic motivation, we see since 25 years that the pollution is increasing. Yeah, we look in plankton samples, sand samples, I explained before. We can literally see it by making our hands wet and dirty, that the situation is changing. And so we got very interested in how can we help and how can we do something instead of just observing this curve going like this, and connecting then to experts for options how to turn the tap and how to clean up what is out there already. So that's what we want to bring in here, our network, to the community. Yeah, we work with waste management experts, with recycling experts, etc. So that's how the story is. That's our personal story.
We just have a few moments left, a few minutes left, if you would like to, before we break into the second room for the next workshop, which is Greenwash, our partnership workshop with Holger Holland. We're sticking in Germany for that, and we're going into a second room. It's all about Germany today. What a hada do da. Stefan Raab. You a fan of Stefan Raab?
Yes, definitely. But unfortunately, his main show stopped some years ago.
It's not on Fernsehen anymore, not on TV, but we're going off topic. So if you have a question for Dr. Miriam, please put it in the comments before we say goodbye to her and we thank her. And I'm just wondering, you're there with the team of... Oh, yes, you've got your hand up. You'd like to ask yourself a question, Miriam.
I would like to, unfortunately, we do not have much more time left. I hope also to hear a lot from Indonesia about what they want to say about the NTTI initiative. And if they have questions, I would like to encourage, please contact us on the email or website so we can interact and also take up your input and give input. Yes, please.
No trash triangle. So there's a team of you up there now in the North Sea working. So it's a big operation, an expensive operation. Where do you get your funding from, or do you have to fundraise yourself? Or
NTTI is at the very moment all voluntarily based and on donations. So through our activity and actions in social media, we get attention and get funding. We use platforms, crowdfunding platforms, to attract donations. The work I explained here is on our professional level. So we have contracted research projects running, yes. So it's
you're contracted in. I see. And finally, I know I keep saying finally, but it's so interesting. There's loads of things I want to ask you. So I'll be saying finally for the next 2 hours. But a problem for many groups who take part in this Let's Do It organizations across Europe and across the world is funding, trying to, exactly. And there's so many good causes today out there, all looking for people's hard-earned money. It's difficult to get their attention. It's difficult to engage them. And then it's more difficult to get a call to action to get them to donate. How do you find you do it successfully? Is it videos like the ones you showed us, or how do you get people to open their purse strings?
Yeah. Get very personal. Get really these personal message, and I think the video is really a very, very good example. Very personal to those people, and then also use your network. You need to connect to the people who are close to those who donate. This is, I think, the most tricky part, to get up this network, but that's the most successful one. That's what we learned.
That's a good point, to get personal with your messaging, because sometimes we have spoke about when you're trying to get local politicians or local government involved, it's not as easy getting personal with them. It's good to show them numbers and stats and things that they can go and show their superiors, and it would look good on them. So help them to look good and you'll get them on board. But with people and getting the ground soldiers to be engaged within its personal stories, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a very good point you raise here to the end. It's the mix. That's why we also like to work on the 4 pillars and not only on one. Yeah, so we interact all 4 pillars. That every let's say stakeholder or community, part of the community, is differently to approach.
Well, Dr. Miriam Weber, it's been a pleasure talking to you, and it's interesting you're in that hotel there. I thought you were at home at the start, and I thought, why doesn't she have anything on her shelves behind her? She's living a minimalistic lifestyle.
No. I was looking for a plant to put because I thought also it's a bit empty. Yeah. Next time I bring a plant.
I thought you were at home, and I said, where are all the photographs of the family? But you know what? She's German, so maybe it's just a minimalistic lifestyle.
You're funny. That's great. Now it's just a hotel. Sorry. Next time
Danke
it will
schön.
be more personal.
Und hat eine good Tag when you go back out there to the North Sea. Continue the great work.
Thank you to all, especially Indonesia. Selamat sore.
Danke schön. Auf Wiedersehen. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. That was Dr. Miriam Weber, who's a marine biologist, a researcher, a networker, and an all-around nice person there in Germany doing great work. And I know that people were very interested in the talk. And if you want to get more details about what she does, you can see in the comments section, there are links to the website where you can find out more about what they do. Now, it is almost time. We have 60 seconds, perfect timing, to tell you about the next workshop that is happening. We're staying in Germany with Holger Holland. He is the moderator of this, and it's called the Workshop of Greenwash or Partnership. So Greenwash or Partnership. And that is something that's been very fascinating. We've been talking about over the past few days. When a company does want to work with you, but you're unsure about their motives, maybe they're just trying to greenwash. Is it all so bad if they are willing to be involved with funding, with raising awareness? At what point do you say no? At what point do you get into a partnership? Now, here's how you get into this workshop. You must go over to the chat section and you'll see a link to the second room. And then coming up in around an hour's time, we'll be back here in this main room where we'll have our next keynote session, Circular Economy as a Tool for Sustainable Society. So that's coming up in an hour back here. But for the time being, guys, don't miss out. Don't leave Holger on his own. He's a lovely guy. Head over to the second room. The link is in the chat and enjoy it. Have a great one. it World in Tallinn, Estonia, and also Let's Do It Indonesia. Two great teams working seamlessly together to make this great conference. And we've had such wonderful speakers over the past couple of days. This morning we had some great ones, and now we're going to continue because this is a fascinating discussion. It's called Circular Economy as a Tool for Sustainable Society. I'll repeat that. Circular Economy as a Tool for Sustainable Society. We have 3 speakers, and then at the end you'll have a chance to ask questions. And as you can see, people have already started to say hello and welcome in the chat section. There's Heidi saying welcome from Tallinn. There's Carlos. There's Susai, and there's Carlos again, Andy. So if you want to put your questions in the chat section, just click below on chat and you can put them in there. And also, we just have to point out at the beginning of every session that this has been recorded and it's also been live streamed on YouTube and Facebook. So just so you're aware and that you're happy with that if you're going to get involved and participate. Okay, without further ado, let's go to our first speaker. And they're going to be giving a presentation entitled Self-Sustaining City, an Answer to the World's Challenges. A self-sustaining city. This will be fascinating. And we're going to talk to Chai Nguyen. And Chai Nguyen is the country leader of Let's Do It Vietnam. So Chai, if you can hear me, please take it away. It's over to you.
Hi, Colm. My name is Chi Nguyen.
Chi, sorry, Chi.
I think there's a mistake here. I'm actually the country manager of Accept, not of Let's Do It World Vietnam.
Look at this. Someone put a fake title in my script. What is your proper title?
Country manager of Accept Integrated Sustainability in Vietnam.
Okay, perfect. It's a very fancy title. It's a very nice title. So we can see you beautiful and clear. Where are you at the moment?
I'm in Hanoi, Vietnam.
Beautiful. Is that a virtual background or is that real?
Oh, it's virtual, but it's actually it's very nice because it's our headquarters in the Netherlands, and it's one of the most sustainable buildings in Europe, and so quite proud of it. It's also
that is amazing. Are you going to share a presentation with us, or are you talking from mind and from heart?
A presentation, so that people have some kind of imagination to.
This is fantastic.
Shall I start?
You shall start. The floor is all yours, and we're really looking forward to this.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it World Conference.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let me know if you can see the screen.
Yeah, we can see it. Perfect.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Chi Nguyen again, and sending many warm greetings from Hanoi, Vietnam. It is actually my last working day before our Lunar New Year holiday, and so I'm happy to end it with this inspirational event by the Let's Do It World conference. So hopefully, what I'm about to share with you, if not inspiring, at least it's going to be interesting. And the next time you take a walk in the city that you're living in, you're going to think about it and dream of the place that you would like to live in the future. So Orchid City, that is the name. And I'll tell you a little bit the story behind the name a bit later. But the departure point for Orchid City is the pressing sustainability challenges that we are living with and facing every day, be it climate change with carbon footprint, flooding, sea level rise, so on and so forth, together with our ecosystem biodiversity loss, which significantly affects our agriculture performances and many other aspects. And of course, resource shortages in terms of food, land, water, and energy, but also our need for sustainable jobs, closing the gap between the poor and the rich, and taking care of our aging population, providing affordable housing and quality education. So this is not new. I know that to all of you, but the reason why I bring them up, it is because they are all brought together in the built environment. So as you know, or may not know, cities consume like up to 70% of the energy production worldwide, but also emitting more than 70% of CO2 and other pollutants, while being the most vulnerable to withstand multitude risks. And what this tells us is we need to plan, design, and build our cities differently to cope with the challenges we're facing today and in the future. And with Orchid City, we aim to fundamentally address those challenges in one integrated approach. That means no longer single issue solution. So we need to address an essential and systemic change to the way we live, learn, produce, entertain, and work, with the purpose of allow us to coexist healthily with nature and with each other. So Orchid City is built on the 3 pillars of sustainability, which is resilience, autonomy, harmony, with the 5 most essential aspects of our daily life, which is production, learning, living, working, and entertainment. So what does this mean? So with Orchid City, we increase a city's ability to be autonomous in terms of its food, water, and energy, as well as its daily services, while making it accessible and affordable for people to come and live in, also contributive and in harmony with the region or the country that it is part of. Also increasing the city's resilience by making it climate adaptive, generation proof, meaning it welcomes all ages and it allows all ages to develop, with regenerative nature. And in the background, all the energy, material, resource flows are connected using mostly the ecosystem services. So all of the energy, material loops are closed, where, for example, energy production system will support the agriculture, and then agriculture will support water management, so on and so forth. They are all supporting each other in a symbiotic, connected system. So this is where, it allows Orchid City to be able to sustain itself, to produce enough for itself energy, water, food, also to recycle its construction materials, produce textiles, ceramics, and so on. So the overarching goal of Orchid City is to allow human life quality to increase side by side with the prosperity of nature, without compromising neither side. And this is by practicing sustainable agriculture practices, biodiversity preservation and restoration, and providing space, programs, activities that allow people of all ages and backgrounds to be taken care of, learn, and grow. And this can be shown through the usage of land in Orchid City. And here we have a calculation of Orchid City of 5,000 people, and where 80% of the land will be used for agriculture, 12% will be reserved for nature, 6% for water, and 2% only for built environment, which able to meet the need for living, entertaining, producing, working, and learning. Orchid City is also scalable. It can be adapted to a size like a small neighborhood of around 500 inhabitants and more than 50,000 inhabitants. But what interesting is also you can see the self-sufficiency performance of Orchid City increases when the size of the city increases. Here it's only 70%, 75%, but with 15,000 inhabitants, self-sufficiency is up to 95%. Orchid City is also context sensitive. What it means is that it is able to adapt to local climate, culture, and context, and while addressing the local needs and challenges. And this is also where the name of Orchid City comes from, because I don't know if you know that orchids a flower. They conquer all kinds of environment on Earth, but of course, except for desert and Antarctica. And it can grow anywhere around the world. And that is the same concept, idea we have for Orchid City, that it should be able to adapt to the local culture and context. So without asking the local location to adapt to Orchid City will adapt to the location so that it can preserve its own culture, its own characteristic, while helping that location to address the needs and the challenges. And also with it, we tested Orchid City's feasibility in reality in 3 very different locations, Brazil, and Netherlands, and Vietnam. And well, due to the limited time today that I have, I will just show you quickly the master plan we have for Vietnam. And the other 2, you can go on the Orchid City page to review and read about them. They're quite interesting. So Vietnam, the very country that I come from and I'm living in right now, in the Mekong Delta, is facing multitude challenges in terms of flooding, water management, waste management, food provision, and so on and so forth. And basing on those challenges, here we can see the master plan of Orchid City with water being integrated inside the city, so it allows it to be climate adaptive with sudden flood. When flood comes, the city doesn't fight against, but goes along with it. It is, like some parts of it will be maybe shut down, but most of life will go on, and that and that is the master plan we have for Vietnam. And with various density from urban to rural, so for allow people to choose the environment that best suits them. Here in the rural, you can see diversity of house typologies, also offices closer to house that allows people, in the walkable and walking and cycling distance, let's say from office to house. That decreases also the need for cars and other let's say more polluting vehicles. Here in the rural, you will see houses on stilts to adapt to the water rising or flood, integrated with the agricultural land. Is kind of our illustration, artist impression of how Orchid City in the high density area will look like. You'll see it will allow a lot of green area to flourish, less road for car and more roads for walking and cycling. And in the rural area, you can see it could be just any pretty illustration, but I mean, it all has its purpose. As you see, the water body here plays an important role in filtering the water from households using these biofilters. That is, adds beauty to the landscape, but also brings cleaner water to the neighborhood. And so our calculation for impact of Orchid City at the size of 50,000 people, it is able to save, not only allow the city to be carbon neutral, but is carbon positive, 140%, means that a person living in Orchid City is able to offset 40% of carbon footprint by someone who doesn't live in Orchid City. And it allows also the city to produce 100% of its essential food requirement and provides 100% jobs for people who live in Orchid City. At the same time, it contributes to the local economy and regenerate land and nature, also restore biodiversity to be beyond 100%. And to, with this very ambitious project, we have been receiving overwhelming positive response and support, which we really need as well to bring Orchid City to reality. And our partners are experts in, for example, biome. Here you can see they provide bio-based materials for housing, and many other the partners that they have sustainability development at their core, and they are in various countries as well. And so last year, after 2 years of developing the concept for Orchid City, we have been able to publish it. So now we're at the phase of looking for location and widening our partner network. So who are the people, the brains and the hearts behind Orchid City? So as you can see from the name, we are accept integrated sustainability, and we live and work with the principle of a systemic and holistic approach to build a foundation of sustainable society. And that is demonstrated also in our multidisciplinary team. So we have teams of science, research, design, engineering, as well as business and management. And we develop projects for food production, tourism and resorts, as well as support organization, also guide them in the roadmap and pathway towards their sustainability goal. And one of our most recently published master plan and concept is for ISAP in Estonia. It's called Industrial Symbiosis Agro Park. It is the largest agro park in Europe. And since Let's Do It World is from Estonia, and I will spend just a few more seconds to tell you about ISAP. You can read more about ISAP on our website as well. And so ISAP is a 5,500 hectares regenerative industrial park. And here all the industries, they are connected in a symbiotic system, meaning the waste from this industry will be used for another industry. And to move Estonia away from the heavily fossil fuel economy to a net zero pathway. And we have been in the past 22 years having opportunities to work around the world, allow us to understand and adapt to different culture and context in every project that we work in. And the approach that we applied in the past 22 years is symbiosis and development. It's a systemic thinking to develop holistic systemic solutions. You can also read more about it on the thinksit.org website. And so with Orchid City, we hope to realize a quality life that we can live tomorrow, today. And that is the end of my presentation for today. Thank you.
Chi, thank you so much. Chi Nguyen, who is the country manager of Accept Integrated Sustainability in Vietnam. That was wonderful. And we're going to have you back for the panel discussion in just a moment, Chi. But first, I have a quick question for you from the comments. Virginia in France, who is an urban planner, said that it seems like a dream. Can it be true? They want to see it in France. And then they ask, can you build orchid cities in an area that is already built, using the houses and the infrastructure that already exists there? So you're not building from scratch, from the ground up, you're using existing infrastructure.
Should I answer it now, or do we wait until?
Yeah, you can give it a touch on it now if you'd like.
Sure. All right. Thank you for the question. So Orchid City, the one that I showed you in the presentation, of course, is on the idea of like a completely open green field. So that is easier for people to imagine and understand Orchid City concept, because it's quite complex as well. But I understand that our reality is that a lot of areas are already developed. And so the answer is yes, Orchid City is able to be applied to redevelop a neighborhood or an area, and as well as being able to revitalize a heavily polluted industrial area to become a green and livable city.
Thank you. Yeah, a good example might be, well, it's only on a very small scale. In New York City, when I lived there for 5 years, the High Line, which was once a high-raised, it was an elevated train line going through Lower Manhattan and then disused for years and years, decades. Politician to politician wouldn't do anything about it. It was rusting. The iron was really causing a lot of pollution. And then they turned it into a beautiful walkway with a lot of greenery, and people can walk in it in the fresh air, and it's full of plants and foliage. And it's not, of course, an orchid city, but it's a tiny example within a massive city of what can be done. So listen, thank you very much. We'll come back to you in a moment because we have more questions coming in and more comments as well. We're going to head to our next speaker now, because next is Renar Pesti. And Renar Pesti, the title of his talk is The Biggest Circular Economy Project in the North. So we're looking forward to this presentation. Renar, I'm not sure if you can hear me now, if you're ready to go. Renar has studied
I can hear you perfectly.
Fantastic. And I was just going to say that you have studied sustainable and circular economy based business models at the Swedish Institute. So we're looking forward to hearing this, and you're sharing your screen. Perfect. We can see it now. So the stage is yours whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm always jealous about beautiful English. So in my case, you have to accept a poorer version of that. But here we go. A few words about Ragn-Sells. It's a Swedish family-owned company, 140 years in one and the same family. Traditionally, we have been working with industrial leftovers, sorting them, trading them, and etc. Nowadays, more and more, we are dealing with the detoxification, with the polluted soils, with the polluted water, and etc. And then we have more and more new business arenas which are dealing with the new material streams. We are investigating the materials or leftovers which haven't found a solution during the last 50 years. So we try to find the ways how to recycle or how to reuse those industrial leftovers that the world hasn't used so far. We want to be a climate positive. It means no offsetting. We really want to capture the CO2 that the Ragn-Sells emits. And I will give you some examples. So why we are here today, I'm just going to give you a few inspirational stories about circular economy, about the climate neutrality on the industrial scale, that it's possible, and about the way of thinking how the Ragn-Sells sees the future industry and material industry. As you know, we have many megatrends going on in the world. Of course, the technology, the biotech, generation changing, AI, but the biggest game changer is the population growth. So it took them like 100,000 years to achieve population 3.5 billion people, and just with 50 years we have doubled it. And it has been so rapid growth that we actually do not understand what is the outcome or what are the consequences of that. But what we see is that we can't continue at the same way of living. Just a simple example about the linear thinking. This is the copper mine in Sweden. When they opened it, yes, every ton the copper ore what they mined, they got like 200 kilos of copper, pure copper. Today, each ton what they are mining the copper ore, they just get 6.4 kilos, and 2100 it will drop on 1 kilo. So each ton what they will mine, 2100, they just will get 1 kilo of copper. And the craziest thing about the linear thinking, that if we go for one resource, then all the other we throw away. Just like here, we take like this 0.64%, and all the other 99% of the materials we just throw away. Yeah, we want copper, we go for the copper, and what's left we don't care. And it has led in the point that many raw materials nowadays in the world are really critical. This is the example about the European Union, that on the 80s we had plenty of raw materials. Today, over 40% of the raw materials are already critical or very critical. Okay. Let's take, for example, the phosphorus. Just one example. Yes, the phosphorus. Why the phosphorus is really important is that each plant, yeah, I will skip that. I will skip that. Yes. I come directly to the biggest circular project that we are dealing with the rugged cells. She already talked about a little bit about Estonia. This project also happens in Estonia. Historically, the Estonian energy sector has based always on the oil shale. It's a brown rock, and we have just burned the rock. And during this 70 years, we have emitted 1 billion tons of CO2. But at the same time, we have generated like 600 million tons of energy production leftovers, the ashes. So, and the best idea what to do with ashes so far has been to shape them as a pyramids, and maybe to picture it from the space. But with the rugged cells, 2015, we took the first tests about the ashes. But before that, the one thing about those ashes, there's like 600 million tons in the eastern part of the Estonia, those ash hills, and they are actually hazardous. And the reason why they are hazardous is that they're really alkaline, and it generates a lot of problems for the environment. And what we discovered from the laboratories, the reason why they are alkaline is that they consist a lot of calcium. And the new way of thinking, what we have discovered is that pretty often is if the things or materials which are what make some leftovers hazardous is actually their biggest value. And it's the same case here as well. So what we discovered, as I said, that the ash consists or includes a lot of calcium, and then we started to investigate, can we take out the calcium and what we can do with the calcium. And the great news is that if we can take out the calcium, then we want to produce a product called calcium carbonate. So we take the calcium out from the ashes, and we add a CO2, and then we will get the calcium carbonate. And calcium carbonate is a material which is really widely used in basically in every home. You have something. If we take, for example, paint, to get the white color for the paints, it's calcium carbonate. If you take, for example, the medicines, to get the tablets white, it's a calcium carbonate. If you buy like a silicone, to get the silicone whites, it's calcium carbonate, or whatever. The white plastic, probably it's white because of the calcium carbonate. So there's many ways to use the calcium carbonate. Today, just like we know, it's how the calcium carbonate is produced. Again, we mine it. We mine a lime. We burn it. It generates a lot of CO2. Each ton of calcium carbonate what is produced today generates actually over 1 ton of CO2. and the environmental footprint is enormous. But what we do is, if we use water and we have a zero liquid discharge technology, so the water is always in the loop. We clean it, we use it again. So we take the ashes, we take out the calcium, and we take the CO2. Basically, we can take the CO2 from the air, but it's too expensive. So we use the energy production CO2, and we will store it into our product. So first time in a history, we can provide for the market climate positive, or I prefer to say a CO2 negative calcium carbonate. But this is just the beginning. As if you remember, I showed you the ore mining. So if we take this copper out from the copper ore, then 99% will be left over. But the way how we think, the calcium is just one step. Whatever we want to go after, we know that we need to take the calcium out from the ashes. But the real goal is the next materials in the ashes, and these are the silica, the magnesium, and they are actually even more valuable than the calcium carbonate. So basically, what we think or how we see in Ragn-Sells, whatever we have mined, we need to use as a material. So we can use the silica, what we take out from the ashes, for the solar panels, and we can use the magnesium. There's a wide range of possibility to use the magnesium. So we have several such kind of, it's just not the one kind in Ragn-Sells portfolio. We have a different innovations on the industrial scale. For example, I wanted to talk about the phosphorus, and we have a technology how to take out the phosphorus from the sludges and give it back to the agriculture, so we can keep it in the loop. The same thing about the nitrogen, how we can take out nitrogen from the wastewater and give it back to the loop. Ash to salt, our newest project, is that we take the waste incineration factories ashes, and we will valorize it to the natrium chloride. So we will get the different kind of salts for the different industries. So that's the end of story.
Renar, thank you very much for a very good story. And I want to ask you quickly, you were saying about all the ash at the start. I may have missed it. Where does all this ash come from?
It comes from the Estonian energy production. I will show you. Yep.
Because it was a shocking number of the. I can see it there. Wow.
Yes. So during the last 70 years, Estonia has burned the oil shale to get the electricity. Yeah. And the ash is leftover, just a leftover of the energy production. So as I said, yes, you're right. These are enormous amounts, and if we take the area what is covered with the ash hills, it's bigger than Maldives.
Bigger than the Maldives, because
enormous.
That's enormous. The image we have of Estonia, Renar, is that it's a very clean and pristine country. And you would presume, with ash being very fine, its texture, that it would cause a lot of air pollution as well in Estonia, or in that region at least.
Well, sorry for breaking your beautiful image about the green Estonia. It is actually really, we are most Estonia is mostly green, but this energy production is our dark side. Yes, I would say like that.
Okay. And the process of taking out all the different elements, it must be a very intensive, industrial intensive process, is it? Running it through filters?
No, we won't. No, it's a really low energy consumption. We do not burn anything compared with if you take lime from the virgin resources, then it has like a huge footprint you need to burn. We do not have to burn anything. So basically, we take the ash, and the main thing what we use is water. We just use the water to liquid out, and then we will try it. But the water itself is always in the loop, so we clean the water and it goes back to the factory.
Wow, that's simple. Well, I'm sure we'll have some questions coming in for you. If you want to hang on there, we'll come back to you in the panel discussion, Rainer. And thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. And your English, for the record, perfect.
Thank you.
English was perfect.
Yeah,
so next we're heading to Indonesia, and we're going to be talking to Mohamad Bijaksana Junerosano. He is the founder of Greenwash Indonesia, the group, and the title of his talk is How to Implement CE in Cooperation with 3 Sector. So if you can hear me, Mohamad Bijaksana, it is over to you, my friend.
Thank you, Colm. I like your voice, my friend. It's very nice, your voice.
and yours too. This is a place on the Let's Do It conference. We only let people in who have nice voices. Everyone has a nice voice here.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. I believe all of you come from global network from World Cleanup Day. Let's Do It world. So this is my presentation. The committee asked me to present how to implement circular economy in cooperation with 3 sectors. Next, I will use the case study of Indonesia. Next, yeah, Miss Windy, can you next? Yeah, okay. So I want to show you some video about a picture behind the waste scene on Indonesia. So currently, we still have many waste emerge in Indonesia, 175,000 tons of waste that we have. Miss Windy, no voice, it's okay, just the video. So you can see that we still have big problem about waste in Indonesia. We are a big country, around 250 million people population. So we have 65 million ton of waste per year. Most of it ends up in the landfill, around 70%, and several of it is leakage to the environment. And you can see Indonesia still struggling how to manage the waste. All the landfill mostly open dumping like this. So it will emit the greenhouse gases, and it's many problem here, social problem and also environmental problem. Next. So if you can see in Indonesia, this is like what I said to you, we still send our waste mostly into the landfill, 70%, and the landfill is open dumping. Currently, only 7.5% that composted and recycled. And also we have the leakage to the environment, direct to the river, to the sea, or to the lake, 8.5%. Next. So we believe that Indonesia waste problem, it's also because the way our economy model, most likely in Indonesia is linear model. From the collection also, we cannot provide affordable collection service from now. So there is no collection in several area in Indonesia. That's make the people throw the waste to the river. And the material recovery also very low because we are lacking capability and capital for treat the waste. Next. You can see here also that we deeply need transform from linear to circular. We see many impact from linear economy to our ecosystem and environment. Next. So that's why we need to understand the circular economy concept, and this is very important for the stakeholder, mostly in Indonesia. We are advocating this to government, how to transform the linear economy to the circular economy. Next. So I would like to share to you about Indonesia government initiative. We fight, advocate, and convince the government to embrace circular economy. And thankfully, currently Indonesia government already adopted the concept of circular economy into the Indonesia plan up to 2045. It's already integrated to the national medium-term development goal. So this is very important milestone that the government already embraced the circular economy. Next. And this circular economy is very important that currently all the stakeholder, the private sector, and also the third sector helping the government through all this phase. So currently we are on the phase 2. We are developing the action plan. We want to create the roadmap. Yeah, the phase 1 we already done it last year, the government, and now we go to the phase 2. And we hope we can launch full implementation for circular economy in 2025. Next. And this is the report that we launched last year, that if Indonesia implementing circular economy, it can create growth to our economy, and it's really big impact. And we can also opening 4.4 million green jobs and reduce waste generation up to 52%. So circular economy model is very important, and we already have proof scientific research that government currently, based on this baseline, they want to reach the goal. Next. And this is one of example circular economy and implementation in Indonesia. Surabaya, if you go to Surabaya, you can exchange empty bottle for a bus ticket on the city tour. So you can go everywhere with this bus by exchanging the plastic bottle, empty plastic bottle. Next. Now, I want to show you about a private sector initiative. This is also very important on the circular economy landscape. Next. A private sector has the ability to move faster than the government. So it's very important that we can support the fast forward solution for the circular economy. Like what I already said to you, that we have badly needed on the waste management and services, so private sector can invest more into this infrastructure and services. One of the example is waste for change, transforming the scattered and underinvested collection infrastructure into a viable business case. So how that creating more collection and more waste treatment in the system. Next. And this is not easy journey in Indonesia because the regulation also need to be improved. So what wastewater change services do, mostly they are servicing the market on the B2B and also market on the commercial, and also for the medium economy income to high medium economy income. But to offering the service to the low economy, it's not feasible. We need government to step in to create a model that feasible for public services. And this is one of the core problem that we need to create affordable waste solution in Indonesia. Next. And this is one of the impact, the model that are currently managed by wastewater change. It's already proved that can create 2.6 better recycling rate compared to the baseline, and also manage disposal better than the baseline, and creating increased economy income mostly for the operator on the field. So it's very good initiative if we can create a waste management services in a better and responsible way. Next. And one thing that private sector can also create. Next. That we can help to shaping the policy. So what this wastewater change already done, they create helping a policy brief, yeah, helping the ministry to create. One of it is the target of waste management solution, and also how to improve retribution fee on the Indonesia side. And also one project that very interesting is talking about food loss and food waste policy. This is very important because Indonesia, we are generating 60% of our waste is organic waste. Next. Last, my discussion is about the third sector initiative. So next, this third sector initiative is managed by one NGO in Indonesia, Regenerative Foundation, that do how to speed up the circular economy in several initiatives. And the most important thing is the Indonesia Circular Economy Forum itself, because this is how we can create three-sector collaboration. Next. So I want to emphasize on this Indonesia Circular Economy Forum. So this is very important that you in your country create this similar platform to create a place to every stakeholder. Next. So every stakeholder to sit down together, talking about the challenge, talking about the solution, and learning together. So we done this start from 2017 and currently become a national platform that cross-sector collaboration. So the government, the private sector, the academic, and also the social can sit down together, talking about the challenge, talking about the opportunity, talking about the collaboration between them, so they can fast forward the solution into circular economy approach. So this is the challenge that identified by the stakeholder. Number one is commitment, 31.7%. Number two is the implementation, the know-how. They need example. And the third one is funding. And the solution, of course, they asking about to educate the society and the stakeholder about circular economy. Number two is they asking about collaboration, more collaboration. And number three, this is interesting, they need a certainty about the law enforcement. So this is something that we give to the government and working together towards the solution. Next. And this circular economy, Indonesia Circular Economy Forum is very important, that currently we are working also with a global partner that we can learn from them. We learn from you, we learn from United States, we learn also from Australia, so we can have a better reference and adopt based on our culture and our condition. Next. Next, Win. So this is the request and also the aspiration from the stakeholder. Number one, they are asking to government, to the central government, they need to create a clear KPI. So if we want to have a target, they want to create a KPI. And also for academician, they're asking about a study, a lot of study to learn about how to implement circular economy, multi-parties in various sector. And for the third sector, community and NGO, they are asking about how to increase people behavior change about their consumption. They need to educate, they need to socialize. And also for the industry or private sector, they need to implement the circular economy practice and also create the incentive mechanism. So all of this can create a dialogue and also can create better understanding among stakeholders. And we do hope that Indonesia Circular Economy Forum can be part of the main solution how to implement circular economy in Indonesia, and also can become one of best practice for the others. Thank you very much.
Great presentation. Thank you very much, Mohamad, Bijaksana, Junerosano in Indonesia. And that brings to an end our three speakers. We're going to open up for the panel discussion now. If anybody has a question they would like to ask, please put it in the comments section and we can put it to some of our speakers. There's a lot of chit chat going on in there, and which is good to see. Let's go back straight away to begin with Chi Nguyen, who is in Vietnam. Are you still with us, Chi? It was a fascinating discussion at the very beginning, your presentation about these cities. The big question is, people were asking, how realistic are these? Are they pie in the sky? Do any exist at the moment? Are any even close to becoming a reality?
Thank you. Yeah, that is a very valid question to say, of course. And so Orchid City is a concept. It has completed its concept development at this stage. And it has, of course, gone through a feasibility study to see how it is feasible financially, scientifically, in real life. And this is the reason why also we model them in Brazil, Netherlands, and Vietnam to see how it can be implemented in also different contexts. Also, I mean, as any other project, sorry, what the second part of the question was?
The question was, is there any examples anywhere in the world of it close to becoming a reality?
Yeah, so not yet. Orchid City is not yet executed anywhere, and we are at the stage of looking for location as well to implement Orchid City, the first Orchid City in the world. And at the moment, we are receiving requests and responses from Vietnam and Japan, as well as the Netherlands, Brazil, and Estonia, and some other countries in Africa at the early stage.
Because it's not common for people to build new cities from scratch, isn't that right? I mean, existing cities just become busier, they become higher with skyscrapers, or they just become more densely populated. So it might be more realistic that you'd be working with existing cities rather than new cities being built from scratch, these utopia cities.
I would say probably both. Like in Vietnam, there's a lot of spaces, a lot of villages that are looking to be to develop into a city, and that is also the reason. Also, my personal motivation to go back to the country and implement and bring sustainability development, where at the early stage, because that is where we can have the most impact in the long term. And so, Orchid City can be, like as I answered before, Orchid City can be apply to redevelop an area, and of course it depends on which country. Also, the areas itself is which material is being used for those buildings, so on and so forth. And so it can be easier, cheaper, or can be more expensive or difficult. It really depends on the location and the quality of the infrastructure. But our let's say our hope and also our goal is always to minimize the waste, so construction waste, in case that we have to demolish a building. And that is also the idea behind our headquarters. It was a heritage building that was abandoned for many years, and we renovated it to become one of the most sustainable buildings in Europe. And that is the same concept we apply for many other projects as well. Renovation.
And that's a picture of a part of the building behind you. So can you give us one or two quick examples of what makes it the most sustainable building in Europe? What are the unique aspects of it that other buildings are lacking in?
Yeah, so I mean, the way it sounds makes it sound expensive, but the fact is not. The renovation that it cost was less than a renovation. It would have cost a normal heritage renovation. And so the building is energy neutral, toxin free, so it's friendly, with the material that are friendly to human, and using local local artisans to make our furnitures. And also on the inside is flexible, so that it can be transformed within a day into other purposes. And apart from that, it also uses like natural lighting and also allow for the ecosystem inside the building to grow, that sort of thing. And the building itself is the community of many professionals working in sustainability development, and they got to be selected and through like a selection, and then they have to be committed to also activities of the building.
And this is in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands.
Utrecht. In
Utrecht. And have you been there before? Are you based in Utrecht?
Yeah, I've been there before. So I started working for the company in Utrecht, and then I moved back to Vietnam with the hope that I can bring what Accept does to my home country.
Nice. And it was a pleasant building to work in. It was a nice building. You could notice the difference when you were inside it.
Yeah, it is also like the way to show that, we're not just the one who talk a lot. We actually did it in a way.
Yeah. You put your money where your mouth is. I like that, Chi. Well, thank you, Chi. We may come back to you. If you have a question for Chi, please put it in the comment section below. And let's pop back to Reynard for a moment in Estonia, because Reynard was mentioning the amount of waste, industrial pollution and waste that is created in Estonia. And then there was a discussion in the chat about how much waste globally comes from industrial waste. But I know we don't have an exact figure on it. Someone was saying it could be as high as 90%. Do you know, Reynard, for Estonia, how much of the country's pollution and waste comes from industrial sources?
Yeah, it's over 90. So basically,
wow.
We are producing 22 million tons, different type of waste streams. And only 0.5 million comes from the households.
And that 90%, is that very high for Estonia, or does that mirror the kind of global norm for countries?
Well, it's basically everywhere. For example, if you take like Sweden, then it's that way that per capita, people are generating 500 kilos waste per year, but the industry is generating like 50,000 kilos per year per capita. So yes, the household's share is usually less than 5%.
Okay, that's fascinating, very interesting. And let's for a moment go back to Mohamad, who is talking to us from Indonesia. Mohamad, if you're still there, please let me know.
I'm here.
Mohamad, what have you thought of the different speakers? Anything has struck you from the different talks that you've been hearing this morning?
Yeah, I believe what she mentioned is very exciting, and we also very keen to implement Orchid City in Indonesia. We have several opportunities. Even Indonesia, we want to move our capital city. Yeah, so this is a very good experience to build a new capital city that also implementing a circular economy model and prove that more sustainable. So there is a huge opportunity and chance to implement the concept and ideation that she already mentioned.
So in Indonesia, they want to move their capital city.
Yes.
Is that because it's become just far too congested?
One of it, yes, but the idea to move the capital city already like 60 years ago from our first president, we want to move the capital city into more central of Indonesia, because now the capital city is too Java centrist and it's not the center of Indonesia. So if we identify the center of Indonesia is in the Kalimantan, so the existing president now, the current president now, he want to implement the ideation of our first president to real move the capital city. And of course, this is a very good opportunity to create a new city that embracing a sustainability, circular economy model. So of course, we need a lot of reverence, a lot of inspiration, and we also can help to convince the government to implement a good and livable city that also can create a sustainability.
And you said they've been talking about this for 6 decades, for 60 years.
Yeah.
And when you say move the capital, you don't mean move to another existing city. Do you mean they want to build from scratch, brand new,
Yes.
a new capital city?
Yes,
Do you think you will?
they build from scratch.
Do you think you will see it in your lifetime?
The ideation is very ambitious enough. They want to already be the first mover, mostly for the central government is 2024. So it, of course, they have a roadmap and master plan for it, but it's already become, it's like in 2 weeks ago, it's already become a law that create obligation for the next government, whoever the president is, to continue this direction. So I believe this is something that also, of course, a lot of pro and cons about this, but because this already become a law, we need to embrace and push the ideation to create a sustainable city.
But isn't that just the isn't that the answer there? The current government are passing the book on to the next government, because politicians love doing something that they can have complete within their term, their political term, so they can have a bridge built or a road built that will be their legacy. But something as big and as ambitious as this, a new city, none of the politicians or governments around today will see the completion of it. It will be something for future generations, so they won't be able to have the benefits of it and the political glory and clout that they were the ones to do this. So is that why they're saying, well, we're going to write it into law that it's the next government that have to do this?
Yeah, I agree. That's of course very political, and of course a lot of like what I said, pro and cons and debate about this. Now, what we can do, several movement want to fight and advocate that if we want to move about this capital city, we need to build a better way of capital city. So this is something that currently the voice create a stronger positioning on it. Of course, there is still voice and positioning that use the fund to improve our existing or current capital city. So, but now because it's already create a law about this, I believe a political side will push this agenda, and the strong political now still on the winning side. But let's see, and for us as a third sector, as the society, what we can do is, if it's a moving forward project, we need to make sure we build in the right direction. One of it is like the concept of Orchid City.
So it could be that the first Orchid City in the world could be there in Indonesia as your new capital city. It's a possibility.
Of course, yes.
It would be a dream. And I know that in the United Arab Emirates, their two biggest cities, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, in the last number of years, they've unveiled their plans for a new city called The Line, which is one straight line. It's like the entire city is built along one road. And it's meant to be one of the most sustainable cities in the world if it comes to fruition. But again, even for a country as wealthy as the United Arab Emirates, they're finding it difficult now to find all the billions and billions of funding that they will need to make this a reality. So we wish you well with it. Well, if anyone has any questions for the last couple of minutes before we go back to our speed networking, or speed dating, whatever you want to call it. You can put the questions in the chat now, but it's been a really insightful time listening to our three talkers from different parts of the world. And if anyone wants to jump in, any of our talkers before we go, if you have a point you want to make, just unmute your microphone and jump in across me right now. We also have a traditional Indonesian dance coming up as a treat too in just a moment. And it's good to see so many people chatting in the chat room about all the different things that we've been talking about. Yeah, so if there's no more comments that any of our speakers want to make, we will move on. But I want to thank them all. So thank you very much, starting with the person we just heard from, to Mohamad Bijaksana Junerosano. Thank you so much in Indonesia. To Rainer Pesti, who spoke to us from Estonia. Thank you so much. And to Chi Nguyen in Vietnam. Thank you so much as well with the Dutch company. Very insightful. And thank you all very much for your time. So now we're about to do some speed networking, but before we do that, we have a treat for you. We have a traditional indigenous Indonesian dance. We had one yesterday. And to introduce it, I'm going to hand you over to Abe, and Abe is going to tell you a bit about this and what makes it so special. So over to you. You're looking good with the cap backwards. You're on, my friend. We can see you, we can hear you. You're live.
Hello, everyone. Back with me, Abe. Before we jump into the speed networking sessions, I know every one of you excited. Like yesterday, I got a lot of feedback. Wow, it was so good. I got a lot of new friends. Yesterday we have a quick little entertainment from Borneo, from the indigenous beautiful ladies. But today we bring you a little bit introductions of the island of Papua, one of the largest island and also largest with one of the largest rainforests in the world. And there's also indigenous tribe from Papua, where it's very well known from Indonesia itself. They look very different. They're like the Africa of the Indonesian people amongst us. Like they have a really dark skin, curly hair. They look unique, even for us. So without further ado, I will present of you one of the Indonesian's traditional dance with a slightly modern twist into it. So it will slightly mixture, but you guys will see it. Maybe you guys will see, wow, this is not from Indonesia because you never see this side of us. Maybe you only know Bali, but actually this region is also part of Indonesia. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy.
Orang asli Papua yang tersisa, ya mami menseret, ya mami menseret, ya mami. Seribu mutiara yang terkubur lumpur, emas minyak luas hutan semuanya bercampur. Nyanyikan ho, 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 nyanyikan ho.
vamos a montarla. Porque quiere pot. Nalai tu sai ga flum sai inaka we inaka we inaka ulu kumaya apa ometo ateti igini ote togo e kaburu kamya igini pi kogo parumirugi ulu kumaya apa ometo ateti igini ote togo e kaburu kamya igini sika teta isle togo
Hope you guys enjoy the dance. So I know a lot of you asking what's this dance about. I'm doing in purpose, not doing good. Didn't tell you guys the interpretations because I actually want you guys to interpret it yourself. But now since you guys already see the video, actually that's the dance itself have a message of us being already in the modern world. We all have known all these modern dance, but the beginning of the end, you can feel that it always have these tribal drums, you know, the rhythmic of this remind us to go back to our root, our culture. So in the middle is like very like, you know, modern and all this TikTok-ish dance. So it remind us to be as a modern humanity, always remind us to go back to our nature, who our ancestor protect to, and remind us to love back our root and protect our mother nature. So that's the message. And it also, this then also used to welcome guests. So this also, the dance will come you for the speed networking session. I know all of you eager to start one. So the operator is setting for the speed networking session with Abe for the third day. So this is the first run. So we will run around like 5 speed networking sessions. So without further ado, we will run in couple seconds.
And just before you do that and you have your wonderful speed networking, which is always so much fun, I just want to remind people that we will be back for our next keynote session in around an hour and a half. And it's called Waste Free World Utopia or Reality. how we put a vision of waste-free world into action. So just to remind people that after the speed networking, we will have a break for lunch, for dinner, for breakfast, wherever you may be in the world. And then we'll be back for our keynote session in around 1 hour and 40 minutes from now. So keep that in mind, 1 hour, 40 minutes from now. The Let's Do It World Conference will continue with our next keynote session. But for just now, I'm sorry to interrupt, and let's go speed networking.
No, you're not interrupting. It's all good. So, okay, we will start it in 5 seconds.
it's all good. It's just snowy right now, and I hope to have a good walk today after the
Nice.
conference.
Where will you walk to?
Where? I don't know. I just will take my dog and maybe explore.
Explore. That's a good attitude to have. Okay, well, Sasia, thank you so much for being with us. And who else we got in the house here before we begin? Look at Kirsten. Hang on. Kirsten is on a boat somewhere. I'm trying to keep these on my screen. Where are you, Kirsten? There you are. You can't. Oh, you're locked.
Yes.
Let's get you.
Okay.
Now you're unmuted, Kirsten. Whereabouts are you on the seven seas?
Okay, we are at Lake of Constance, Bodensee, it's called in Germany, in the south of Germany.
Well, you're not wearing your life jackets, guys. That's very irresponsible.
No, it's just my normal clothing for the weekend.
Okay.
So Kirsty took this photo in the morning, so have a look. This was in the morning today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. You guys are like magicians. You just vanished into the background and then you came back. Look at that. And now for our next trick, they will make a rabbit appear.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. I'm waiting for the bosses to tell me when to start, but that's a beautiful photograph you took this morning. Beautiful.
Yes,
We've
thank
Augustina,
you.
we've Thomas in Iceland, we've Anne Harding. Great to see Anne there. Who else have we got in here? We've a man and his dog. Who is that? I got to see a name in it. Toto. Hey, Toto. Toto hasn't got his video on, so maybe he can't hear us. But I can see a
He has
beautiful
bad
doggy.
connections. He's from Bogota, Colombia, and has bad connections. He only
Bad
writes.
connection. Ah. Well, you know what? We have a good connection here in Rome. And I'm... Very funny joke, isn't it? So the guys can let me know in the chat when they're ready to begin. And we can get this next session underway. We've had some great sessions already this morning with brilliant speakers from all over the world learning about interesting things. We were in the North Sea in Germany. Yesterday we were in a small village in Finland. It's fascinating. Okay, I've been told that now is the time to begin. All the speakers are ready. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break, a nice bite to eat, whether you had your lunch, your breakfast, or your dinner. You're welcome back to the next keynote session here at the Let's Do It World Conference, brought to you by Let's Do It World in Tallinn, Estonia, and Let's Do It Indonesia, working together to bring you this wonderful lineup of great speakers from across the globe, all the continents. So now our next keynote session is called A Waste-Free World. Is it a utopia? Or is it a reality? And that's a really good question, because earlier when we were talking about these ideal, sustainable, circular economy cities, in theory they sounded unbelievable. They sounded like the perfect world, but how realistic are they when it comes to actually implementing them and making them a reality? So that's what we're talking about now, how to put a vision of a waste-free world into action. So timely that this discussion is happening now after the last one. One other thing I need to mention, guys, is that if you are watching this, if you're taking part, we are live streaming it on Facebook and YouTube, and also recording it too, just so you're aware of that, and if you're asking questions, that you're happy with that as well. If you have a question you would like to ask to any of our speakers, or a comment you would like to make, well then use the chat function, which is just down around there somewhere. So you can click that and you can chat away. One other thing I want to mention to the speakers, I've been told to remind you that when you are speaking, keep an eye on the speakers chat, if that makes sense. So speakers, keep an eye on the speaker chat, so the technical team and the people who are running this can talk to you privately if needs be. So let's get this next keynote session underway. Javier is up first. Javier Vergara Petrescu. Perfectly pronounced. And the title of his presentation is How to Design Waste Out of Urban Environment. How to design waste out of urban environment. So Javier, we can see you, and let's hope we can hear you. Peace be with you as well, and it's over to you.
Thank you, Colm. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you all, everyone for being connected today. I'm speaking from Chile, South America. So this is a very warm summer day. So maybe different from you guys that are in the north or on other parts of the world. So I'm really happy to be today with you guys. And let me know if I can, if you can see my screen, because I'm going to share you some ideas to kickstart this conversation today. Okay, so if someone can tell me yeah, we can see your presentation, that would be great, because I'm going to.
I will not be able to see it at the moment, Javier, but now we are seeing something happening, and we are seeing a presentation opening, and it looks like yours. You have a very tidy desktop as well.
Trying to do my best. Hey guys,
now you have a waste-free desktop. There you go, Javier. We can see it full screen. It's over to you.
Great, thank you, Colm, again, and well, I'm very happy to be able today to share you some ideas on how we can, step forward and progress and advance on having a free waste world. So what I would like to share with you today, it's experience that we have been working at in our organization. In English, we call it the emerging city. In Spanish, it's Ciudad Emergente. And I'm going to share you some ideas of how we can achieve more sustainable cities and neighborhoods through innovation on the way we connect with people, right? And I will talk about some methods that we work with that are called tactical urbanism. So that said, let's do it, world. So the first thing I would like to share with you is what is Ciudad Emergente? What is the emerging city? Basically, I'm just tell you that I'm connecting today from our city that is Santiago de Chile, where we have our headquarters of Ciudad Emergente. This 2022, actually, we are 11 years. So this is the city where we have our main headquarters in South America, but we work in a more international scope, and we actually operate mostly in the Americas with projects that are across countries, right? We would love to expand to other places where you are connecting, actually Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe. That will be our dream for the next years that are coming. But in the last 10 years, we have been working, as I said, on our organization that has this main purpose, that is how we can actually build more livable cities when we act collectively, when we act together, when we collaborate. So that's the main purpose of our organization, and the way that we try to achieve our purpose, or why we actually have this idea, this purpose, is because for many of you, these numbers might be something that you already have seen, but we know that most of the people, more than 50% of the people today in our planet live in cities, and we live in a very compact way. We only use 3% of the whole surface of our planet, but sadly, we are responsible for more than 70% of the greenhouse gases emissions, right? That's something that also one in four people in this planet actually live in very unsustainable conditions. So that's something that actually triggers our purpose, our main objective as an organization. And how do we build cities collectively is using some methodologies that are very much based on software development. We use these methodologies that are called lean startup approaches, that is building solutions collectively very quickly and fast, measuring these actions, and then learning from this. This is a cycle that we actually applied in cities, especially trying to achieve the 2030 agenda. So this build, measure, learn method, or this cycle of building collectively, measuring and learning, it's applied and it's implemented in how we can advance on this 2030 agenda. And the good news is that in 10 years, we have seen how these methods can actually be very good examples on how to achieve these sustainable development goals. Actually, in 2021, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs included the actions and the solutions and the ideas that Ciudad Emergente works into the best practices for achieving the SDGs. And we were very lucky actually in 2021 also to be one of the winners together with Let's Do It World and the initiative that Heidi pushed forward with all of you guys with the Scroll of Honor Award from the UN Habitat. So these ideas are part of the things that we do. Now, for you that have been like thinking, okay, what is this guy talking about? What is this tactical urbanism that he mentioned? I want to be very like clear on that this is a method that it's complementary to many other ways of designing and planning cities. But in very short terms, it's in short words, it's a methodology that consists on doing short-term actions, but have the connection to achieve long-term changes, right? It's short-term solutions, but are connected to long-term ideas and solutions as well. So this is also about doing solutions that are prototypes, testing out ideas, and this actually is a methodology that is not new. Like it started years ago in some countries in Europe, in the Netherlands, we could see like nearly in the 1970s, there were this like communities that were gathering together to like implement short-term actions like painting bike lanes. This was like in the 1970s, hippie era, with flowers and bicycles printed in the pavements, but they were acting collectively to demand a solution for the mobility in their cities. This is the Netherlands in 1970s, as I said. And when you go to these countries like nowadays, you see infrastructure that is like, it was not free. Someone needed to push those changes together to make these ideas happen, right? This is something that triggers the interest of people through, as I said, short-term action that can lead to long-term changes. Also, it has happened in the US cities too in the last 10 years. In New York, which is a city that you would say like, well, this is a city that has a lot of challenges in terms of sustainability. It's also very interesting how, like more than 10 years ago, the city started to change the streets that were designed for cars, and they started to design cities for people. Through short-term actions like bombing the street with chairs or like putting planters and painting the pavements, these short-term actions become long-term changes in terms of that now those are like places that are permanently transformed into spaces for people. And these methods had also been happening in Latin American cities and in the global South. And that's what I'm gonna share with you in the next slides, okay? So first thing that I told you is what is Ciudad Emergente, what we do, what is tactical urbanism, and now I want to share with you some ideas on how we can use these methods to tackle urban challenges, specifically how we can use civic innovation to foster climate action, okay? So one thing that I want to actually like just underscore is that we are in a very, and we all know maybe we're connected in this call because we care about the planet, but there's a need to act so urgently, and so it's so important to solve or find solutions that are easy to implement right now because of the times being, right? And sadly, scientists don't know how to do this that Gus Spetz said. This is like the founder of the World Resource Institute, and he was saying that he used to think that the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapses, and climate change. He thought that with 30 years, with good science, we could address these problems, but Gus Spetz said he was wrong. Like the top environmental problems today are selfishness, greed, apathy, and to deal with those, we need kind of a spiritual and cultural transformation. And sadly, like scientists don't know how to do that. So how do we actually achieve those things, especially in a context where most of the people in developing countries, at least where I'm calling from, don't trust each other. Like we're not, for example, Chile is painted in red, but also Malaysia or Philippines or countries that are hosting today the call, we are in a context where people don't trust each other. So how can you achieve sustainable climate action when people don't trust each other? So I'm going to share you some examples of how we can use this method of civic innovation. This is in the city of Antofagasta. This is in the north of Chile. And sadly, one of the postcards of the city is the issue of illegal landfills and illegal dumpsters. This is across many areas of the city of Antofagasta, and not only that city. We've seen that in many different cities in Latin America, in the global south, in many other countries as well. So the issue of illegal dumpsters and illegal landfills was addressed through these short-term actions, but having a long-term vision. So we started to decide some places to prototype and pilot some ideas that can bring people together to share and get to know each other. So first thing we did was like starting to put, this very simple potlucks in the middle of the street so people can hang out and get to know their neighbors. Because if you don't know your neighbors, how come would you achieve or bring together the community to act sustainably? So first thing was getting to know each other, have conversations, have to know what do you do, what are your interests, what are you here for today? So those first potlucks that we called malones were the first step to achieve something that was very important, that was the fact of getting people to collaborate together. This was a person that participated on one of those potlucks that we call malones, and she was saying that this gathering helped her to become more aware of something that we lost in our country, which was the capacity to say hello to each other. And because we have been shaped through competition and not collaboration necessarily. So that first step was very important because afterwards we saw that people trust more between them. So when we did that, we started using these methodologies that are very similar to the World Cleanup Day, like bringing together the community, students, the municipality all together to start cleaning these areas, right? So that was very exciting because the people were collaborating with the authorities. It was the municipality with their public officials, with the school teachers, and people started to feel I would say the protagonists, the main protagonists, the main actors of these changes. It was not, the public officials or necessarily the decision makers. It was them who were the main protagonists. So using methods that can bring up the sense of pride, using art to make them feel that they are the main, as I said, the main stakeholders on this was very, very, very exciting. Actually, this little kid was one of the kids that were helping on the activity. And then we did an art exhibition with all the faces of the neighbors participating on this. And this was really, really powerful for them. Actually, there was some other music celebrations after the cleanup day, and afterwards, this is the fun part. What do you do when you don't have the landfill? This is very critical because you are in a crossing road between becoming a new landfill or having a better environment. So we started testing out solutions. Right, testing out prototypes. So we started to test out, what if we try out here a food market? What if we try out a playground? What if we try out a gathering an open cinema in the night? So we tried out different solutions, different things that could open the eyes of the community of the potential of this, and we measured. That's very important, to measure what works and what doesn't work. Right. So after the measurement, after the piloting, we have more data to implement a permanent solution on the area. And this is actually the images of the same landfill 8 years after the prototyping, after the cleanups. And that's something that it's connecting to the possibility to scale it up to other parts of the city, right? Because it's a lesson that was learned in one area. So again, this idea of tactical urbanism is like starting with short-term actions that can collect data that help us to like create more permanent changes that can scale up in a more comprehensive strategy. Short-term actions that try to lead to long-term changes. And just to finish another example, this is in the city of Valparaiso. It's a city also that has a very beautiful postcard of like, you know, the heritage of the city, but also we have this other postcard, another image of like unsustainable landscapes. So this was also a strategy of tactical urbanism. And what we did here was to bring up a campaign of recycling in a city that didn't have any institutional framework for a sustainable recycling or recollection of waste. So in 30 days, we did this pilot to test out if people were able or interested in recycling. And what was very exciting is that in these 30 days, we were able to collect more than 10,000 bottles of plastic bottles. These are like, you know, the typical plastic PET bottle that it's in every landfill. And with that, we used art to create a reaction in people on the need of reducing this waste. So all these 10,000 bottles were like hanged on a public plaza in a sort of art exhibition that could make people react on this problem, and could use like we use the power of art to create conversations with like the community. On one hand, this tactical project got a lot of attention from the Museum of Modern Art of New York. So we ended up publishing this solution in 2015 in the Museum of Modern Art with the photographs. But more important than that, I would say that it's the intangible side of the project, because through the campaign of recollection of bottles, these guys, like this, community-based recyclers, met community leaders. Actually, this is Benjamin, which is a community leader, and this is Don Pedro, who is a grassroots recycler. Because of the project, they got to know each other, and after this, they actually keep on recycling. And just to go on to wrap up the end of this project, and just wrap up my first talk. One of the things that was also very relevant was to try to create policy awareness on the community. So what we did during the activity was to invite people to give their signatures and for a petition that we were trying to push forward to reduce the plastic in Chile. So we collected thousands of signs and signatures from people from the community, and with all that support, we addressed a letter to the Congress to legislate on the reduction of plastic. Right. So after 3 years after the project, the government of Chile and the Congress of Chile passed the law, the recycling law, which is called the law that extends the responsibility on the producers of plastic. So this was a very big achievement in the country. I would not say that it was because of our project only at all. Our project was one effort that added other efforts. And that's what I mean that we act collectively and we try to build cities collectively. This is what I mean. Like, you are part of the solution too. You can push forward those changes. So this project was like a little grain of sand in this big effort of creating changes, long-term changes. So again, short-term actions for long-term changes. Just to final thoughts, and then we can pass to the next speaker, because I know we have exciting speakers today. This is very important. What is this? What is this method? What is this about? It's about these short-term actions that can kickstart long-term changes. It is a complementary process to other forms of creating cities and designing cities. It's not like a magic wand that can solve all the solutions, but it's complementary to urban design, urban planning. It's also a way of putting people first, because people are invited to be part of these actions, right? To be part of a potluck, to be part of a cleanup, to be part of a recycling process. So that's very exciting. What is not tactical urbanism? as I said, it's not a magic wand to solve all the problems in the city. They are not just temporary interventions. They need data to measure their impact. It's super important. And also there is not a right way to do this. Like there are many different ways of doing this, these interventions, right? And some tips, if you want to understand what are you trying to impact, it's important to measure. When you measure your things, you can learn the success, what things worked, what didn't work. It's super important to look for partners and communicate that you're doing and why are you doing this, right? In that sense, like communicating and exploring a narrative for these actions are very important. Make them attractive also is very key, and think ahead, how long the intervention is going to last, who is responsible of these actions afterwards, and just to final words, what history has demonstrated is that you need a small group of innovators to do these kind of actions, like a small group of people that can show others that things can be done differently. And when those ideas become mainstream, the changes start to happen really fast. This is something that we really believe in. So my invitation is like to give us the permission to do changes, to do things differently. And with that, I will say thanks again, and I'll be happy to have a conversation with you guys. So thanks again, Colm. Thank you, Heidi. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Javier. And if anyone has a question or a comment on that presentation, that wonderful presentation, you can put it in the comment section below, and we will get to them in the end when we have the panel discussion. But Javier, for just now in Chile, thank you so much for that great presentation. You got through it very quickly and packed so much in. And we're going to move on now to our next speaker, and this is going to be a very interesting talk from Dr. Anna Grichting Sulder. And Anna Grichting is a Swiss architect, an urbanist, and a musician. She graduated with a Doctor of Design in Urbanism from Harvard University. And if that wasn't enough, the list of achievements and accolades here is very long, so I won't go through them all, but I can say that she's a senior research fellow at the University of Vermont, Border Meetings, Geneva, Switzerland. Did I get that right?
Yes,
Anna?
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Thank you.
And you also play in a jazz band, a jazz trio, is that true?
I do. I sing jazz. I also have an ensemble called Desert Bridges, where we play with musicians from desert cultures. Yes.
Wow. And how do you get in touch with these musicians in desert cultures?
Well, I lived in the Gulf for many years, so I created the project there with my late husband. Yes. So we started the project in the desert.
That is amazing. That is incredible. So interesting. And we could have a whole topic and discussion about that, maybe for another day, another conference.
Yeah.
But for
well,
just
I
now.
started to sing when I lived in Ireland, actually. So I know you're from Ireland.
What part of Ireland were you in?
I was in Drogheda.
Drogheda is beautiful. I'm from Clare in the west. I don't know if you made it there.
Beautiful country, beautiful people.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. Let's have a pint of Guinness and just start a sing-song here, Anna.
Fantastic.
The title of your talk, Walking Lightly on the Earth, Systems and Societies for a Regenerative Blue Planet. So Anna, we'll hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Colm. Thank you. And thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you so much also to Heidi for inviting me, and to all the organizers. Is my screen working? Is it on slideshow?
Yes. Yeah, we can see your slideshow full screen there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start actually my talk with a little, just a little melody, if I may. So I will start with a Sami song. Re-ron la yalla, 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 re-ron la, re-ron la yalla, re-ron la. Gula gula nera canta, gula lori naran vola, vercaduvo, reran la, reran loi, reran la, reran loi. So I'm not going to sing the whole song, but this is a song. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to say this is a song that was actually taught to me by a Sami singer called Mary Boyne. And the reason I wanted to sing this today is because I was very glad to hear this week that the Finnish government was actually starting a Truth and Reconciliation Commission with the Sami people, which is also going to happen in Norway and other countries. And the reason I'm talking about the Sami people and these nomadic people is because these populations, like many other indigenous populations, really lived in a very interconnected way with nature and with ecology. So for me, this kind of reparation and reconciliation with these indigenous peoples, these nomadic peoples, I think are very important also for the way we will live together in the future. And so, as you can see, this is a territory of the Sami. This map shows, of course, the natural resources and the nomadic territories. And of course, it's these resources which also started to create these conflicts. And we drew the boundaries. And I know this happened also in the Gulf region, where I lived for many years, with the Bedouins and the discovery of oil and gas and the fixing of borders and all these nomadic people living very close to ecology and very in symbiosis with nature, were marginalized. So I was very glad to hear about that, and I think that's a very positive way forward. I remember, when I was small, we always just say waste not, want not. And so I just wanted to sort of be provocative and say want not, waste not. When we're talking about walking lightly, maybe it's also that we shouldn't sort of want as much so that we don't waste as much. So it's about systems and societies. Another reference that I used to talk to with my students is also from indigenous cultures, called the 7 generations. And the Iroquois used to say that any decision made should result in a sustainable world 7 generations in the future. So that's very challenging, 7 generations. But I think that these kind of visions are very important. And as an urbanist and urban planner, we do really have to look very far ahead. It's also about going from the ego to the eco, and we're going, beyond the Anthropocene, where we are at the top of the pyramid and where we're dominating nature, but where we really are integrated into nature, and where we will also go from human-centric laws to more earth-centric laws. As we can see today, we're giving rights to rivers and to mountains, so the earth, the Mother Earth, these entities are starting to also have their rights and reclaim these rights. So I'm also working in the demilitarized zone. So the idea, this is my work on borders, and here you can see all these endangered species who are living there, and it's about looking at the rights of this landscape, the rights of all the inhabitants. I'm sorry, I don't want to go so quickly. This is E.O. Wilson, who I had the privilege to meet. And he talked about biophilia. And I think this is interesting because it's really this very, very intimate connection that we have with nature. And maybe this is really important so that we are more caring about different species and about our earth. And this is an artist who I was very blessed to know as a child, because he was a friend of my father and my grandfather. We would visit his workshop in Geneva, and he was kind of a forerunner in the ecological movement. He spent hours out in nature drawing animals. And so I would say, in a way, I was lucky to have this also as part of my growing up. Now, I've also started thinking about this idea of the circular systems, circular economies, but also thinking maybe we all should also think about the spiral, because if we want to minimize our footprints and we want to get lighter, when we think of a spiral, it's an evolution. When we're evolving, we're not just going round and round, but we're going sort of higher up, or maybe we're getting lighter. So I started to look this up, and I saw that it's actually being sort of talked about, the circular bioeconomy and this idea of degrowth, because we're always talking about, of course, sustainable development and growth, and we have to grow, but is that still really relevant? So I found a few different papers around this, and this is also about how design and circular economy is working, but the idea of not going round and round, but sort of going up and lightening our load and lightening our footprint. And this is Daniel Christowal, who also talks about the regeneration, how we design for regenerative cultures. And he really makes reference also to the past, where how we managed the household and the ecology was very, very, very linked, and the sort of bioregional approaches we had, because we always talk about citizens, even habitat, they say, well, we're all going to live in cities in the future. But I think maybe we need to think more about bioregions, not going back to the rural, but, to rethink also our relationship to the territory. Symbiosis, it's also about this real, as an architect urbanist, is really creating and building in symbiosis with nature, so that that they're beneficial to each other. A building can actually create resources for nature, and nature can help this, help the building. So the sort of renewal system. And also one thing that we mustn't forget is the soil. The soil is very, very important, because it's really lost a lot of its vitality, even everything we eat, because we don't really care for the soil enough. And here we can see, especially with this pandemic, we've been talking a lot about our healthy ecosystems, and we can see that the soil biome and the gut biome, there's been research, and so they're very closely linked. So the health of our soil and the health of our gut, which means our immune system, are also very closely linked. So the soil as an organic matter needs to be really well taken care of and considered in our actions. So the way my teaching and this new course I'm working on is regenerative urbanism. So it's also about not that we need to continue building, expanding, etc., but really repair what we already have. It's about nature-based urbanism, co-creative urbanism, which we've just seen in the presentation just previously. And thank you very much. That was a really very inspiring presentation on the tactical urbanism and the sort of co-creative urbanism. And then my special interest, which is border urbanism. So it's also about this idea of having a much more nimble footprint in this kind of regenerative system. And we can see, and I know you've had a whole presentation on circular systems. So it's about this waste becoming a resource, and we see, for example, the composting is very important, especially for the soil and the organic matter and for food. And it's also in the way we create our landscapes. This is James Corder and Stan Allen, but instead of just creating an artificial landscape, we can actually let it evolve naturally with different habitats, and then the different species will come in a very natural evolution. So the balanced symbiosis is really, in architecture, it's also that projects should integrate plant, animal and human communities in a respectful and balanced symbiosis that is agile and resilient to future threats and changes. Now, this was part of my work, my research, and what was really interesting in the confinement, because we've all been in confinement recently, is that when Berlin was confined with a wall, Herbert Zukop, who was actually the inventor of urban ecology, he found that he couldn't go out into the countryside any longer to do his research. So he started researching the wild lands and the wastelands in the city. And that's how the urban ecology kind of evolved. So that's sometimes interesting to see how these crises and, the confinements makes us look at our cities differently. And there's been a lot of evolutions and ways of, thinking that have emerged, I would say, even during the pandemic. One interesting thing is we saw these deer in Japan. This was during the pandemic, all these animals, sort of coming back down into the city. So we saw many of these pictures during the pandemic, this kind of idea of rewilding the urban, which kind of happened very naturally. And we also know about, when we talk, everybody knows about the 5 Bs, I think, when we talk about biodiversity. And so there's been now, as architects, we're really starting to design with these species. I was recently in Russia, in Tatarstan, and I realized that Tatarstan actually has a lot of oil, as you can see, but it's integrated into the countryside. It's not like, when I was in Qatar, it's all offshore and these big structures, but here you just have these little pumps dotted around. But then I saw these butterflies, and, they were all dying in my hands, and I thought, what's going on? And then I realized, in fact, that it was sort of intensive agriculture. So all of these butterflies were hatching, and then dying because of the pesticides. So we know, the work of Vandana Shiva, the dangers of monoculture, the loss of, biodiversity, and the importance of architects now. This is Terraform, actually integrating facades that, this is a facade for a monarch sanctuary. So it's an endangered species. So this idea that we're actually starting to think not just of humans, but of all these animals. So, and insects, of course. So we know that there is no planet B. So this idea of blueprints for sustainable urbanism, this arose because we know that the world is blue. This is Cynthia Earld. And everything we do on Earth, on land is also has its effects on the ocean. We've seen also all the movements on Earth. We've seen, the tsunamis, all these movements. And it's really this balance between urbanization on land and in the oceans. As I mentioned before, we know that our environmental health is really, all our systems are linked also to the ocean. So here we also see that the majority of cities are also built within 400 kilometers of the shoreline. And we also know that, the problems of rising seas. So this was a chapter that I wrote, Blue Design for Urban Resilience in Drylands. So this was my work in Qatar, looking at this idea of blue urbanism. It's also about socio-ecological approaches. So it's this co-creation, which we also heard about earlier in the tactical urbanism, and shifting towards more human-centered conservation practices with the inclusion and empowerment of human communities. So the approach that I use is also what we call landscape urbanism. And so it's not just landscape or urbanism, it's really integrating this as a foundation for urban design and architecture. And it includes productive landscapes, food, etc., water management, and biodiversity. So I worked a lot with wastewater in the Gulf, because actually most of the water is desalinated, and this has a very, very negative effect on the waters of the Gulf. So a lot of corals are dying, fish, etc. A lot of this, there's also an excess of wastewater which is not being used. And so with my students, we started to work to save a wetland. There was a wetland which was constructed using wastewater, which was going to be decommissioned. And so we created a Friends of Abu Nakhla, the name of the wetland, and we decided, to go to the authorities and to tell them how much wildlife had evolved naturally with this waste water. And we wanted to save the wetland from being decommissioned. So we also showed how it could become part of a green network. We actually redesigned it as an eco hotspot with the students. And we brought this to the public works and to the ministers with my students. This was a minister of planning. So it was also showing the students, the bottoms up approach, that we don't have to wait for the ministers and the authorities to come to us, but we must also bring the projects to the ministers. So we were also looking at food production. This is a project we did for the Corniche. We were redesigning the Doha Corniche with the food, water, energy, waste nexus. So it's this idea of waste, but waste being always integrated with food, water and energy, and redesigning it for climate change and rising seas. So this is work we did with our students. We were also looking at saline agriculture. Instead of, desalinating all the water, creating all this brine and waste, which is very negative, actually using salt water to plant food and also create landscapes. Now here we're also looking at the systems, and here we're looking at the wastewater system and using the wastewater and sewage treatment system to create the green belts and the green corridors. And we're really interconnecting all these systems and the wastewater systems as well. And we were talking about the blue urbanism. So this integrated coastal management plan has also become very important, also because of course we know that the rising seas, Qatar is very flat, so obviously it's going to be a threat. But also because everything that's done on the land, and as you can see, most of the urbanization is on the land, has an effect on the sea. So we also were working with this idea of the coastal integrated management plan. We were also working to save the species, these turtle species. As you can see, the turtles don't know any boundaries. They are swimming all around the Gulf. But they're also threatened because there's a lot of plastic waste, etc., which is really bad for these species. And so we really looked at creating these blue bridges, blue peace in the Gulf. So we were looking at ecology across boundaries and creating this protected area between Bahrain and Qatar, where there had been some conflicts in the past. So it's kind of peace building, environmental peace building and preserving species. So wastelands, so these are the borderlands. This was, here you can see the waste from a conflict. We know after a conflict, there's a lot of waste. So this was the Balkans conflict. And here we were hiking. So this is a very light, you know, we all have to carry our backpacks. We're being nomadic. We hiked across the Balkans, all these borders in this conflict area. And the idea was looking at how to build a peace park and looking at all these relics and waste and how they could become a sort of conflict archaeology. So we had these classrooms out in the open. And one of the references to this peace movement is also Wangari Maathai. It's the first environmental project that was given the Peace Prize. And it was actually for planting trees, women planting trees against erosion. So they were creating livelihoods for the women and also creating peace and improving the environment. So I'm also working on a project in the Korean demilitarized zone, so seeding an incubator for peace with women, peace and the environment. This was my work on Berlin, on the Berlin Wall. This was the wasteland or the no man's land between East and West. This became a park. And also the Iron Curtain Greenbelt, where there's all these endangered species, was actually conserved. And now you can cycle all the way through Germany, not yet all the way through Europe, but this way of how we can use these borders for environmental purposes and also for the commemoration and the conservation of these endangered species. So it was actually the greatest and longest biological inventory in the history of German nature conservation. And it was started also by bird watchers. So once again, one of these bottoms-up initiatives. It's also about landscapes of memory commemorating the conflict, but through landscape and nature and ecology. I've also worked on Cyprus. It's also this no man's land, this buffer zone. So how do we reprogram it in the future? And it's also, here you can see the wasteland between north and south. So it's also a co-creation between the inhabitants on both sides and also the species, the endangered species that we see on both sides. It's, as we said, it's memory and forgiving and forgetting. So here, this is a project about a garden of forgiveness based on Beirut, looking at water infrastructure, as a foundation for this green belt, remediating copper mines, restoring riparian areas. And here, this is the co-creation using a sort of online tool, the Global Action Atlas. We designed this tool to be able to collaborate across borders with communities. And this could also be applied in Korea because it's also very complicated to engage with North Koreans. I've also sort of published this in Social Ecology of Border Landscapes, and I was able to also take a project from Harvard into the Cyprus buffer zone to bring this idea into Cyprus. So here we see that we're working with very many different stakeholders. This was a workshop in Switzerland looking at the Cyprus prototype for community mapping. Another one in Marseille. So it's once again working with people on both sides of the border, Turkish Cypriots, Greek Cypriots, experts in environmental peacekeeping, experts from Korea, bringing us all together in this conversation of how to recreate these border zones. So here, this is once again the women in North and South Korea. So we also have the crane species. These are also migratory species which are crossing across the border and which stop in the border. These are, I think my screen is going a bit fast, but I think my time is also running out. How much time do I have, Colm?
I think take your time, Anna. Yeah, because this is very interesting. So you're doing okay.
Okay. I just don't want to be over time. I'm Swiss, so I don't want to be over time. Okay, so now this is a project that I worked on when I was in Boston. And Frederick Douglass was an abolitionist who had an office in Lower Roxbury, where I was living with my late husband. My late husband was a musician and writer. He was African American. And he knew the story of Frederick Douglass. So we created this peace garden in, this was a small wasteland, which was just below our window. So it was creating memory. It was so that the young you know, the young people in the neighborhood, the young African Americans, would know who Frederick Douglass was. And this was also a co-creation. This was Nataka, the community leader, below my husband Cheo. We were working with the Boston Architectural College, future architects. I was doing my PhD. So we were all working together to create this space, this peace garden in this, what was before, in fact, a wasteland. So then we had jazz concerts, and here you can see the two students actually creating the memorial for Frederick Douglass in the courtyard of this public space. So here you can see the view from our apartment, the inauguration where we had this jazz music band. So then we also extended it. There was a community center that was going to be privatized, so we managed to, with the community, to save the community center. There was also urban farming, food urbanism. So we kind of expanded the project. Here you can see the urban farming going on. And so to talk about the waste nexus here, I had already mentioned the wastewater projects. Here, this is a project where we created, I created this in Qatar University, as looking at the nexus food, water, energy, and of course waste on the community, on the Qatar University campus. So saying that the campus is like a microcosm of the city. And this is a research grant, international research grant that we had. So we were looking at universities as living labs for sustainable development. So it's a kind of a living laboratory where you can experiment with the communities, with the technologies. So there were some examples already in Saudi Arabia of similar kind of ecological universities. Here you can see all the partners. We were working with the Ministry of Environment, with the Public Works. So I was working with some farmers, ecological farmers, some technological farmers, the Swiss Embassy, etc. So it was really a multi-stakeholder engagement. You could see all the university campus communities. We were working also with the migrant workers. A lot of them are from Nepal, so they come from farming communities and they come there to be cleaners, but they actually have a lot of knowledge about growing food, for example. There's a lot of research going on about water, about waste, about energy. So the idea was how to bring all of this together onto the campus. Then we are also looking at the different stakeholders, the academic, the government, the private, and the NGOs, and bringing them all together in this project. So this was our first international conference. We had the president of our university, the architects. Here we have our international researchers as well. So it was really important to bring all of these people around the table. Here we are with the farmers. We brought these farmers to the university so they would help us kind of, we want to bring the farm to the university. Here we are actually working with some of the landscape architects of the university, some of the engineers, some of our students. This is a specialist in permaculture. We wanted to have an actual permaculture natural approach, natural systems approach, and a technological approach. So we're really combining these two approaches. Here we're visiting actually the wastewater works with our students. So really looking to see how the wastewater is treated and then also how the wastewater can be used. So here we are with our students and the engineers. And this is a specialist in composting that I brought from Chicago. And we actually built a composting heap on the campus. We had no composting, very little in Qatar and none on the campus. So we built this with the gardeners. We actually built a huge big pit. And these were the worms that we brought, and we were there with our students, with school children, with architects, with the migrant workers. So it was a very inclusive workshop. Here you can see afterwards we had a planting. This is a garden, a permaculture garden that we actually planted with my students. So the idea was, this was the permaculture farm and this is a university. So we were kind of saying, how do we bring this farm to the university instead of having all this water that's used for landscaping, wasting all this water? How do we bring this regenerative system, productive system to the university? Here we are actually visiting the farm. It's a young Qatari. He's actually able to grow food all year round in a very harsh climate because he's using micronutrients in soil. It's all ecological processes. So he's doing really amazing work. So the idea is, how do we bring that to the community? So it's also about looking at the biodiversity on the site, monitoring the biodiversity, the different plants. We're working here with the permaculture, as I mentioned. We're here with the gardeners, permaculture experts. And I'm sorry for talking so fast, but I will wind off here. Thank you so much for your attention. I apologize if I was a little bit too long.
Anna, that was so nice, and you spoke very fast like this, and it was like one big, long, beautiful song. Music to our ears. Anna, we're going to come back to you, of course, in the panel discussion, and lots of people have been really inspired by your talk, and you've left us with so many questions. But I might hit you with one or two just very quickly before we move on. You were saying about, for example, the work you do on the borders and divisions in country. I was in Cyprus recently, and we saw that border between the Turkish-controlled part of Cyprus and the Republic of Cyprus. So, kind of as a solid example, what would you have done in that border zone, that buffer zone?
Yes, actually, that's the whole presentation. That's what I did my PhD on. But for me, the idea of this buffer zone is to build on the sort of positive evolutions, because the project that I also brought there was saying that there's a lot of endangered species that have actually taken up their habitats because there's no development, you know. So there was a study with scientists from North and South Cyprus. These scientists I brought to the workshops. So one thing would be to say, how do we preserve these habitats? You know, so the buffer zone is very big. So in the city, it's obviously the spaces are very narrow, but my idea is not to just rebuild as before, but to keep this as a landscape of memory. One proposal I had actually for the old city in Nicosia is, if you look at the historic maps, you will see that before, when during the Lusinian times, the river used to run through the city. Then when the Ottomans, the Venetians were there, they were fearing the Ottoman invasion. So they created the Venetian walls, which you must have seen, those beautiful walls around the city. And they diverted the river. So the river then went as a moat around the city. So when I was staying there with a friend in the north, and there was heavy rain in the summer. And I saw actually the water would always flood the center of the city. So I was thinking, well, in fact, what's happening? The river is coming back to its bed, but the river's no longer there. So one of my ideas was saying, why don't we use this space for stormwater management? So, you know, actually when it rains, you know, to use a whole stormwater management, to make it like a landscape of memory, and to make it also a stormwater management, because that's where the river used to be. So it's kind of commemorating the new Green Line, but also the old river. And then you can create a whole landscape around that. And of course, there's a whole what you call archaeology of the conflict, you know. So there's even names which come from the British and the British soldiers, you know, if you look at the naming of that space. So what you want is, you really want to integrate all these layers of memories. I kind of call it a palimpsest of memories. Of course, I could give you a whole presentation on this, but I don't have time. It's my passion. But so anyway, these are just some of the ideas. Yeah.
It was fascinating. I know it's controlled by the UN now, the UN buffer zone, yes. So it's somewhat easy to get access. But then you look at somewhere else where you've worked, like the border, the DMZ between North and South Korea, and we've filmed there before for television, and that's a whole other story, trying to work there. So when you were doing work there, did you have to liaise with the North Korean authorities as well as the South Korean?
No, actually, the North Korean is the most difficult. I'm kind of trying now, because the Swiss, we do have relations with North Korea. The project we're working on now is we're trying to use, you know, the position of Switzerland as having relationships with North Korea as a way, you know, to engage with them. So that is quite complicated. I think of course, if you're Swiss, it is possible. If you're American, I think it's more difficult. I did visit, the Swiss are also, they have the neutral nations commissions. There's the Swiss and the Swedish military are still stationed in the DMZ. It's called the neutral nation. So I was able to visit them once, and I actually made the presentation of the ideas in the DMZ. So I was able, as a Swiss citizen, to visit them. But yes, that's one of the things we're really looking at, is how are we able to engage with them. Now, the Women's Federation for World Peace, who I'm working with, they've been able to have a rally with women where they've crossed the border and they've met with North Korean women. So, so there have been some cases and examples, so what we're trying to do is really to build on these different, different initiatives, to build up these projects.
And it was very interesting when you were saying how, completely sustainable and circular economy. We can't be selfish and greedy. We have to have empathy. And I'm living here in Rome at the Vatican, and that was one of Pope Francis's first big encyclicals I mentioned earlier, Laudato Si, about looking after the care of the environment and our responsibility. And a fun fact, your country, Switzerland, has just opened a brand new embassy just to the Holy See and to the Vatican. So there you go.
Okay,
We'll come back to you, Dr. Anna, in a moment, because people have many questions. If you have a question for Anna, put it in the comments section below. And at the moment, we're going to head from Switzerland to Estonia. And next, we're talking to Külliki Kesa. And Külliki is a graduate of interactive design from the Estonian Academy of Art. She holds a Master's of Business Administration from Estonian Business School. And now currently she works as a service designer for the city of Tallinn and a process designer for Green Tiger. And there she is. How do you pronounce your name so I get it right?
Külliki.
Külliki.
Perfect.
Külliki, it's over to you.
Thank you so much.
Great, and we can see your screen now, your slides. Fantastic.
And off we go. Hello, everyone. I'm Külliki. And as said, I'm a service designer at City of Tallinn and process designer of packaging design grade at Green Tiger. And Green Tiger is a cross-sectoral cooperation platform, which has the aim to create a green economic model for Estonia. And if things go well, the concept will be introduced to the rest of the world sometime soon. First, let's discuss reality related to packaging. So packaging is everywhere, and COVID has made it even worse. So the more we use online shopping and order meal kits for convenience and safety, the more we are faced with the packaging waste problem. And unfortunately, the most of this packaging has limited sustainable benefits. We can say that packaging is the most tangible form of the linear economy principles, which is take, make, and waste. Having performed its primary functions, packaging inevitably becomes waste. Sometimes we use the packaging for a couple of minutes only and off it goes. But this has been intentional, related to the development of hyperconsumerism in 1950s and 60s. Design for disposability was purposely designed as a driver to facilitate rapid economic growth. Brooks Stevens, an American industrial designer, made a speech in 1954 where he called upon advertisers and designers to use the concept of planned obsolescence, which means instilling in the buyer the desire to own something a little newer, a little better, a little sooner than is necessary. So the initial role of the packaging to provide protection and logistics has changed, and the focus is now mainly on convenience and profit. And here we are.
We're having a little problem with your slides. We see it's still on the first slide, Külliki. We have it. It was on your first slide. I just wanted to make sure you knew that or were aware.
I've been moving along the slides.
Okay.
Let me find another presentation. Maybe I will use Keynote.
How's everything in Tallinn today?
It's getting stormy, so
snowing or no snow?
Stormy. So the wind is blowing, and it's getting colder. Let me have a couple of minutes. Maybe I will use another program, and I can use my slides a bit better. So just a minute.
So while you do that, I will entertain the crowd. I will sing an Estonian song. Let me think. Come on, everybody, let's sing along and be da 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 da. Come on, everybody, let's sing. It's a Eurovision Estonian song that won in 2001. Now we are waiting, and we'll see. I've had the pleasure of going to Estonia on the Baltic Sea a number of times. One of the most beautiful countries I've ever been to. Tallinn, a gorgeous medieval city. there on the Baltic Sea. Speaking of the Pope went to visit a number of years ago. I'm sorry I keep talking about the Pope, but it's just because I live next door to him. Now we can see that full screen.
And now, next screen? Is it getting
Yes,
better
we can
now?
see that. Yes, perfect. It's moving now.
Yeah, so I went through that. So if we had packaging problem, we had to make waste issue. And we reached design for disposability with all the necessary insights from here, and we are here. So we are having this problem, global problem with a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it keeps growing every year, and mostly fueled by emerging markets. Yeah, but it's obvious that we cannot continue like that, and we cannot have endless growth on this planet. And we need to have a transition to a circular economy, where the packaging materials are in circulation. So food packages are used as food packages again. Then they enter non-food cycle, and only then the materials can be used for producing some other products. So everything is changing, as we know. As typical to transitions, there is a discrepancy between the ideal and real, what companies say and what they do, how consumers have sustainable aspirations, but they are unwilling to compromise on price, convenience, or quality. So we should ask, who should solve this problem? Robert von Orbe has said that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. Over the next few years, we can expect multiple new standards to come into place as governments take more action against packaging pollution. The European Union has set regulations to help to set the framework for us, for the member countries. And as well as the other countries are changing the regulations. So producers are made responsible for the full cost of designing, producing, and discarding the packaging they place on the markets. But what if we all would consider products as precious materials which need to be handled with care? We all have an important role to play here, starting with the producers, retailers, and ending with the waste management companies. So in order to keep the packages in circulation, it is important that the packages are designed so that they can be reused, or the materials it is made from can be recycled or composted. It's important that there's a collection system in place that is easy to use for the consumers. And at the end of the life, packages are efficiently sorted by materials and recycled. It is said that 80% of a product's environmental impact is decided in the design phase. Enabling the recycling of packaging doesn't start at the end of its life, but right at the beginning. The design phase is the most essential moment to take recycling into account. Now we are talking about design for circularity and not what design for disposability any longer. So intentions has changed and the designer's roles as well. We can say that sustainability is the biggest design challenge of humankind. David Crossman has said that if something is not designed in accordance with circular economy principles, it is not professional, responsible design, it is malpractice. But it is not going to be a quick fix. And packaging design guide can be a good starting point for practical steps. Many countries have already packaging design guide in place, which function as voluntary agreement among the value chain stakeholders. Estonia doesn't have a packaging design guide, and I just will walk you through the process we've gone through. Where to start? An easiest step to start with is talking to all the stakeholders in the value chain, starting with the material producers, production companies, retailers, and ending with the waste management companies and material reprocessing companies. Because this is the way to learn how the system works, and what are the pains and gains of the stakeholders, and what needs to be changed and explained better. This is how you can learn, for example, how much hassle the low quality recyclates can have for packaging producers, since the metal particles can destroy the whole production. or how the recycling plants function, or how the packaging is collected. Is it collected separately? And how much packaging is still sitting in the mixed waste, and what could we do about it? Or how the waste management process is functioning. Is it automated? Is it hand-picked? What is becoming of the materials picked out? What is picked out, and etc. And also, what are the technological developments waiting for us around the corner? In Europe, a lot has been discussed about digital watermark, for example. This is invisible for the human eye, can be automatically detected, and can be printed with different modes. So talking and involving different stakeholders, it is easier to realize that the designing for circularity, you have to consider the full cycle of packaging, and packaging design guide can be necessary, because it increases awareness and gives confidence to the packaging designers and companies, helps to harmonize the material streams, and enables cooperation among the stakeholders. So it is aimed at packaging companies and packaging designers foremost, but all the other interested parties can also go and look it through. So important to set the focus. And consider the whole cycle, as I said earlier, starting from the production, distribution, usage phase, and ending with the collection and recycling. What is sustainable package? We can say that sustainable packaging incorporates maximum functionality and the highest possible protection of products while keeping its ecological footprint minimum and enabling maximum circularity. The design guides follow the waste hierarchy pyramid or zero waste pyramid, where the first question should be asked about reducing the packaging where possible. Is the packaging necessary? How could we minimize the quantities without jeopardizing the food safety? How can we avoid over-packaging? Then we can continue with the question, can we replace the single-use packaging with the reusable ones? Do we have reusable services in place in a country? And only then we can continue with the materials circularity and to see how to reach high-quality material recovery from separate collected waste streams. When choosing the packaging material, it's important to consider what is the easiest to recycle. As we all know, glass, metal, and paper are the easiest ones, and plastics is notorious for not being a good material for recycling. But in fact, plastics materials can have many advantages over the other materials. And the negative impacts are usually related to improper end-of-life management. So how can we design for circularity for plastics? First, choose monomaterials, because it's easier to recycle and find usage for the recycled material. When choosing the monomaterials, it's important to keep in mind that plastics have different density and how to use different plastics together so that the materials can be recycled. Choose transparent or clear colors, because the transparent colors have a higher price in the secondary markets, and naturally you can produce more products out of that. What about labeling? Do you need so big labels? Can you reduce the size? Think before using ink. Choose water-soluble adhesives. Try to avoid any residues. And if you have to use different materials, how to make sure that the materials can be separated from each other. And in order to use reusable secondary packages, think about standard sizes where possible. I know that this is one of the most difficult tasks actually to solve. So what else needs to be done besides design guide and making decisions at the beginning of the circle? Naturally, waste collection system has to be in place and to function properly. Waste management system as well. But what about consumers? As said earlier, there is a discrepancy how consumers say they do and how they behave. According to the surveys, consumers' awareness is increasing, and many say that they actively take steps to reduce their packaging impact. But other surveys say that most of the consumers are proud of what they are currently doing for saving the planet, or they can't financially afford to make those efforts. So it's important to engage consumers in the transition. So common efforts are necessary. So government regulations, business innovations, and individual behavior change. So go upstream and start with the packaging design, starts at the very beginning and involve the whole stakeholders to make the change. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. I loved your quote. The greatest threat is that we think someone else will do it. Someone else will save the planet. That's the greatest threat to saving our blue planet. And as Anna said, there is no planet B. We're going to move on quickly because we're a little bit over time. We'll come back to you in a moment for our panel discussion. But next, we are going to Arno, a friend of ours here at the World Cleanup Day, Arno Meyer. And Arno is the team leader of World Cleanup Day in Germany. And his talk is called Accelerating Growth of the World Cleanup Day, a best practice example from Germany. So there he is in the house. Arno, it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, and yeah, we have seen a lot of presentations before, very inspiring presentations. And the question of this keynote is a waste-free world. Is it utopia or reality? So we have seen what has to be changed. And yeah, however, we still have 5 billion tons of plastic in our environment. And if we want to have a waste-free world, we have to pick it up. That's the boring part of it. So we have seen many inspiring things, but picking up litter might be quite boring. The good thing about this is everybody can do it. So you can just decide to pick it up and to do your contribution to a waste-free world. Yeah, let me go ahead. But yeah, we at Let's Do It Germany want to accelerate the World Cleanup Day by having local heroes supporting their region. And here you can see a map with the local heroes for the World Cleanup Day in Germany. So I'm not responsible for the World Cleanup Day in Germany. It's only a minor part. It's this tiny part of Germany called Saarland. Yeah, what are the benefits if we introduce local heroes? We know really the conditions, we know the people, how to communicate, we speak the same language, and it's much easier for us. You can see also some white spots here, and this is typically the case if a federal state is quite large, and here it's much more difficult to connect in general. So these are the team leaders. And one of the most important things is a team leader is somehow reliable for other people. And yeah, but let me first explain why it is quite easy to be a team leader in my area, in the area of Saarland. So you can see here, Saarland is quite small federal state. Only Berlin, Hamburg, and Bremen are smaller. However, these are cities. Saarland is not a city, it's a rural area with an old declining industry. And we only have less than 1 million people. So only 1 people out of 80 from Germany are located in Saarland. However, if we take the last World Cleanup Day in Germany as an example, more than 10% of the registered cleanups have been done in Saarland, actually. So we are much closer to get the 5% of people being active on the World Cleanup Day. However, it's also a long way to go for us. Yeah, so we have more than 100 cleanups here, but it's still a long way to have the 5% of the people being active. Okay, but we have established structures which might help here. And now I move to an old picture. You can see me here in the last millennium. And I've already started collecting litter in 1979. And now you can see me today. And for almost 5 years, I do cleanups on a daily basis. So I try to do cleanups every day as good as possible. And this makes me somehow reliable for all the other people. But however, if you are collecting litter alone, you are a fool. That's something I always hear. But if there are many people collecting litter, you are part of a movement. And that's also typically how you get treated by other people. So politics and whoever, they do not listen to fools, but they listen to a movement. That's a great differentiator. And 2 years back, I met Nicole Külliki, and she joined the movement and started the initiative Clean Up Saarland. It's a website, and we try now to help new local networks to emerge and then to support each other. And in the last year, we have already 24 local networks in Saarland established, collected more than 36 tons of litter. This is about 230,000 liters, and we have done more than 1.2 thousand cleanups just in this small area just in the last year. So this is one way how to accelerate cleanups and how to scale this. Here you can see a list of the local initiatives we have started within the last 2 years. And this gives you an impression what we are doing actually. So even in times of COVID, where you cannot do activities with a lot of people, we still have done some activities, I would say, eye-openers. So here you can see us on a tourist spot. The tourist spot is full of trash because young people do parties here and they throw away drinking beer and throw away the bottles down the slope. And the funny thing is, this area actually is the place where the biggest brewery in Saarland takes the water from. So we have a saying in German, das ist nicht mein Bier, meaning it's not my beer. And you can say it's like, I don't care, it's not one of my businesses. And we called our cleanup collecting trash is also our beer. This was the answer, and some members of the brewery helped us out doing this cleanup. So the message come through that, literally spoken, if people letting their trash here, it's like spit in their own beer. Yeah, that's the message behind it. And here you can see a picture of another activity. We have celebrated the 50th anniversary of McDonald's in Germany by collecting the trash of McDonald's at 3 different places. And we returned it to the McDonald's restaurants and hand it over to the branch management here, together with birthday cards, and we even tried to sing a bit. This was very interesting because we found a lot of litter, and having done this at three different places was a huge activity and a strong message. You can see other things like we are also doing the Shark of Shame or this stencil work. It's also German, saying cigarette butts are made from plastic. You can see other things like mass collecting. We have many workshops with students, with at schools, whatever. And we have some other very special things. We have a virtual trash museum on our website. For sure, the language is German, but trash at its own has its international language, we can say. So what else? We by the way have some members of our network. They are like detectives, like Sherlock Holmes, and they really find out how long is the litter in the ground. So how old is this piece of trash? And a similar work, so also a detective work, is contribute to the brand audit. With our network, we have been able to collect litter at 15 different places in the Saarland. And if you do this at many places, you get more reliable data. And in Germany, it's really the case that we do not have a very strong databases of who's the producer of the litter around, especially the plastic things. And we have done this, and now we have database. We have contributed to the global database of Break Free from Plastic, and the result was the Ferrero Group with many products is the #1, but McDonald's is the #2, and this was also one of the statements we could use for our trash bag birthday party at McDonald's. So a brand audit is really something which I can emphasize for all the cleanup groups to be to have data at the end, and with data you can talk to people. We also have increased with this network the relationship to the media, so we can easily have access to media. We have posted many articles and articles in magazines, newspapers, in the local television, and so on. And you can see here, this is a radio broadcast just for this week, and we have this article about collecting masks. This is actually from yesterday. So we have a very good contact to the local media landscape. And there was even a special radio show for the last World Cleanup Day. It's a local radio station, and they have done some hours for presenting the World Cleanup Day with information, with live interviews, and they have asked us, all the participants, to say what is the favorite song, and this was a very good program at this World Cleanup Day. So it was really a celebration of the World Cleanup Day. But very important is also how to establish a good relationship to the local government. And here you can see us at the Ministry of Ecology, and they have supported us with litter pickers. It's very important to get started. And we have designed these pocket cleanup sets. And I have one here. I hope you can see it. In the previous sessions yesterday, we have seen a starter kit from Sweden, and Holger Holland presented the school kits. And here, this is a very easy solution. We have here a clove and a little bag. And we even have a trash bingo. So to have gamification of collecting litter. And this actually is done by workspace for disabled people organized by the ministry. We also have these stickers. The stickers are important to put on the bags for the collected litter. And with these stickers, we can easily identify this is litter we have collected and not someone else putting his own garbage aside of what we have collected. And it's also a message every community, every village, city in this area already knows. And here you can see the minister. He has participated for the World Cleanup Day as well. And you can see here, we also get access to the rooms. So this is one of the rooms in the ministry where we have been conducted a workshop with young students. So we have a very good relationship established on this level. And I also want to highlight that the mayor of the capital city, Saarbrücken, is also a strong advocate of the World Cleanup Day. He participated in many activities around cleanups, and World Cleanup Day is highlighted on the homepage of the capital city, Saarbrücken. So there's a lot of support also from the utilities there, and there's a strong endorsement of the mayor of Saarbrücken. So we have a good relationship on all levels to support World Cleanup Day here. And this is the president of Saarland, and he has also done a YouTube video about the previous World Cleanup Day, and I'm very confident that we get more minister presidents all over the federal states in Germany highlighting and doing an endorsement for the World Cleanup Day. Yeah, but at the end, it's really the people who take care for the collected litter. And this is also working very good in our area, as we have close collaboration with all the different villages, cities, and it's just, we can use an app. This app is, by the way, also mentioned on our cleanup pocket set, and we can just inform the municipality about the collected litter, and they take care to take it away. So that's one example how you can scale with cleanups. It's a long way we still have to go, for sure, but we're getting stronger each and every day, doing more and more things. And I'm pretty sure we can manage it in a couple of years to have more than 5% engaged in the World Cleanup Day. But this is only a KPI. At the end, we want to have, to save our planet. And we can do this on a daily basis. And now coming back to my area, sometimes people are saying, oh, Saarland is really too small and unimportant federal state. And therefore, I want to make this statement. Small is not always beautiful, but small makes things possible. So let's do it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Arno, for that wonderful presentation. And it's great to see the passion that you have. You started when you were 7 years old. Is that right? You picked up your first piece of litter when you were 7.
Yes, that's the time when I started collecting litter regularly. But unfortunately, someone told me later that when I was a child, that adults will take care for this issue. And it took a while before I understood, no, that's not the case. I have to take care. So since 5 years, I do collecting litter every day.
Wow, every single day. Well, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. We are way over time, but we're going to have our panel discussion for just a little bit. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments section below and we can put them to our 4 wonderful speakers. And since, Arno, we have you on the floor, you can stop sharing your presentation so we can see you again. And we'll ask you a simple question, if you could give a short answer. The question of this keynote session: waste-free world, is it a utopia or could it be a reality? What do you think, realistically?
Realistically, we will get a waste-free world. The question is, with humans or without? Yeah, and we have to pick it up. We have to change. We have seen it in the previous presentations that we have to change a lot, but we also have to take care. We have to pick it up. Then we will get a waste-free world with humans. Otherwise, we will get somehow a waste-free world without humans.
Well, the opposite sounds pretty bleak, doesn't it, without us humans? So let's hope we can get it with humans. So thank you so much, Arno. And we'll go back to Külliki, who's in Estonia. Külliki, what do you think? Is it a reality? Is it just a mere utopia? Pie in the sky? I don't know, Külliki, if you're still with us or you can hear me.
Yeah, now we are. Yeah, I also agree that this is possible, but it's not going to be a quick fix. So it's going to take time. But I believe that with common efforts, it's still possible. But it takes time.
You think that we have enough time left? We were speaking about that yesterday. That since God knows when, the last few decades, we've been saying that the global crisis is imminent and needs immediate action. And then decades and decades later, we're saying the same thing, politicians and lawmakers.
Yeah, but we are here with the consumer behaviors and endless growth. So this is realistic approach now that it takes time. Unfortunately, I would love to have it fixed tomorrow, but it takes time.
Okay, let's move back as well to Javier. Next, Javier gave a speech a while ago, how to design waste out of urban environment. So Javier, what do you think? You're in Chile, in South America. Do you think that it is realistic that we'll see a waste-free future? And do you think we'll see it in our lifetimes?
That's a good question, not only for Chile, but in our context, there's a lot of hope because of the political changes that we have been seeing lately. I mean, of course, like these big decisions pass, they have a lot of responsibility on our decision makers, right? There's a big change on generational change in the, I don't know if you saw, but the next president of Chile, it's like 35 years old, and it was like leader of like student movements, educational movements, trying to like bring environmental issues like on the forefront, and that's very, I would say, exciting to see like that our leaders are like younger than like the common image that we have of our politician, because there's a whole new vision. And as Külliki was saying, like these things take time. Like changing the vision of a society is not from one day to the other. But as I said, like from here in Chile, we've seen a lot of hope because of this like shift on the leaders that we're like electing, and that's a way of how we can like push these changes through institutional changes. Because the citizen movement, it's a way of creating that kind of like reaction on society, on politicians. When Arno was like showing these actions, cleaning, and he was, I love the quote that he said, like Maybe if you clean alone, you might be seen like a fool, but if you are like with other people, you build a movement. I think we as a society have the role of like creating the movement, because like if we have good leaders, they will hear, they will see that. Otherwise, they will like, confront like the society or the communities that are pushing those things. And in Chile, we had that. Like 3 years ago, there was a big social crisis. 2 years ago, sorry, in 2019, big social crisis, because like politicians were not hearing the demands of the community and the people and grassroots movements. So it could be for good or for bad, but I think everyone has a part to play there. And as I said, Colm, from this like remote part of the planet, we're seeing a lot of hope in new leaders that are coming to like make changes through the policies. But that's together with the action that people are putting on the ground. Yeah.
And that's a good point. Maybe with a new wave of young political leaders that are popping up around the world. Like I know you say your new leader in Chile is 34, 35?
He's 35. He is elected because we still have the other president, but in March he will be 36. Well, anyways, it's like a full millennial president, right? And the whole cabinet, the cabinet, like the environmental minister, is like also super young, like 39, and very, very like aligned on climate action, like leading the conversations on the COP26 and COP25 when Chile was hosting the COP. So there's like I would say, yeah, we don't have to like lose the faith. I think like it's very easy to do it because like the more media and the more information we see, the more depressing it gets. So of course it's like, okay, I don't want to be part of this. And there's a lot of depression in our generation. Like people are really like looking for hope somewhere. So I think these spaces are like really exciting, like, spaces of like inspiration. And yeah, the more we spread the word and spread the word, I said, it's better for everybody.
Yeah, and that's good as well. We see as well in Finland, they now have the youngest, I think, prime minister in the world, who's just a year younger than yours at 35 years of age, or 34. And staying in your neck of the woods in South America, someone here on the comments said, greetings from Mexico. Good day to everyone, and thanks for sharing your excellent actions, efforts and information and platforms for local and global changes. Human education and employment rehabilitation, ecosystems rehabilitation. We work since 2009 for sustainable actions and projects. In 2021, with students, civil society organizations, we made cleanups in ecosystems rehab during 36 weekends in 14 different locations in Mexico. And then in 2022, this year, we are ready to keep working with academia, companies, civil society, government, and get closer with Let's Do It Mexico. So there is still hope and people who are motivated, clearly. So thank you very much, Javier in Chile. And finally, because I know we are way over time, let's go back to Dr. Anna Grichting in Switzerland. Dr. Anna, there was a lot of questions coming in for you. Where is one that I spotted I wanted to read to you? It was about Africa. Let me paraphrase it because I can't see it here on my screen. But it was basically saying, how could they implement the changes in Africa when cities are growing so rapidly and often without much planning or thought?
Well, I'm not a specialist of Africa, but I think Africa is very important. I think Africa is also the future. And I think there's some great people, great thinking going on there. I know actually the next curator of the Venice Architecture Biennale, Leslie Loco, is from Africa, and she has Africa Futures Institute around architecture and design. So I know there's a lot of really young talent there, and I know there's also a lot of challenges. So I think I don't have any quick, answers, but I think that one thing, as I mentioned before, this idea that we're all going to be in cities and everything, the city is, the urban. So I think is really, we have to rethink that. And I think, we've seen with the pandemic and, the development of the, digital, etc., that we don't all have to live in cities. It's probably not the most sustainable. So I think having a look at really integrated development, bioregional development, looking at all of these things, I think are really important. And of course, engaging in participative design, engaging young people, etc. So I think that's extremely important.
And the question of this was, is it realistic or is it utopia that we would have a waste-free future? And somebody, Francesco, said, we humans created this chaos scenario, so we have the responsibility to change ourselves as individuals and therefore change our communities, which I think is a nice note to leave it on. But finally, Anna, as we have, I think, maybe 2 minutes left or 60 seconds, you mentioned your late husband a few times throughout the talk. How many years ago, do you mind me asking, did he pass away?
Cheo, yeah. So this is my dear Cheo. This was in 2018. But I think he's always with me and always inspiring me. And I'm very happy we built the Frederick Douglass Peace Garden together and created Desert Bridges, and inspiring me to, always be creative and be an artist, a musician, and integrate all of this into my work. So thank you so much for asking. I think that's very, very kind of you.
Well, I was going to suggest, since we have a minute left and you opened with that beautiful piece of singing, that you might close with a nice short piece as well, and a memory of him.
Oh, wow. That's, I'd have to, it's kind of, I wasn't prepared. So I'd have to think about, I just don't know what to sing right now.
I just thought that opening piece was so beautiful, or even something similar to that to close with. It was just so so different and so unique.
Yo soy del sol d'ambre yo He said, my pretty fair maid, I am glad to meet you here, 'cause it's on this lowly mountain your beauty shines so clear.
Wow, beautiful. Anna, thank you so much for closing this session with that wonderful piece of singing. That was beautiful, so wonderful. And thank you to all of our speakers. And there must be something in the air, because it brought us up to time absolutely perfectly. And so we appreciate all of your time and all of your knowledge and expertise. And most importantly, your passion with a capital P. A quick 10-minute break to take, and then we're back with our next keynote session, cooperating for the waste-free world that we all need. Thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you in 10 minutes for the next session. Conference brought to you by Let's Do It World, who are headquartered in Tallinn in Estonia, and then also, of course, to Let's Do It Indonesia, the host country this year, who are doing an outstanding job behind the scenes of putting this all together, not to mention the technical aspect as well. Before we get into the next talk, I just want to say a few words of housekeeping, conscious that there are people joining us all the time. The first thing is that this session is being recorded and it's being live streamed on Facebook and YouTube. So if you're going to ask questions and get involved, just know that it will be broadcast on social media and recorded as well, and make sure that you're happy with that. The second thing is that if you'd like to ask a question to one of our fantastic speakers or leave a comment, you can use the comment section just below. So you can open that, type in your comments, and they will see that, we'll see it, and we'll put it to them in the panel discussion. The third thing for the speakers is that when you are talking, try and keep the speakers' chat open in front of you so that the organisers can get in touch with you privately if they have to. So let's get underway. The title of this is Cooperating for a Waste-Free World. How do we work together and cooperate for a waste-free world? Our first speaker is a woman who needs no introduction. She's behind all of this wonderful stuff that happens every year at the World Cleanup Day, and all year round, working hard, dedicated, passionate, and putting her mind, heart and soul into this. I'm talking about Heidi Solba. Heidi, we hand over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I have few cameras, so thank you first for gathering to this conference. We in Let's Do It World, we are really, really grateful. And you have been witness so many different kind of best practices around the world to introduce what we are doing, but also our partners and our guests. So the session is about the cooperation. And before I'm going to the cooperation, which I think is a key word in nowadays life, I'm very shortly talk about the Let's Do It World. The Let's Do It World is a huge organization which is in 164 countries. And you can see the teams from Let's Do It Indonesia, from Let's Do It Germany, from many, many countries around the world. And the reason why we have this kind of teams around the world is simply that we want to have the huge global family who does have the one face, which is a face of the human who does know that we have to change the world. And we can do it by acting together. So the togetherness, I think, is the most important key word in nobody's life. By working with this network in 164 countries, we are able to do a lot of things. It's not just about the World Cleanup Day, which is our flagship campaign, but multiple other things and actions. If we are bringing people together in each country, and our dream is to bring 5% of the Earth's population. I know it's big, I know it's maybe naive, but I think it's doable because a lot of things have been done in the world already, even if we first thought that it's not doable. If we're bringing in each country 5% of the population together, then we are gauging a critical mass of the humans in the world who do realize and understand what is a change which is needed. And the change is inside the people. We have been working in Let's Do It World with this network already like 6-7 years, and even before that, many years as well, is with many countries. And we have been witnessed huge transformations in societies when we can see that we are bringing 5% of the population together. We have even measured it. This 5% of population is really important because it's catalyzing the process of cross-sectoral cooperation. We know that we can bring also to the actions a lot of corporates, a lot of local municipalities, city governments, mayors and presidents, and decision makers. And this kind of change we do need in the world. It's not possible to work in silos. Picking up the waste only is not the solution, and we know that. We have to have bigger transformations. We have to think more bolder, more outside of the scope. And sometimes it's not easy. Even it's unpleasant sometimes because you have to work outside your each daily life safety borders, right? So for us, for Let's Do It World, is a key idea 5%. Key idea is to bring the people into cooperation, especially if we talk about stakeholders and decision makers. Then we can achieve a lot. For us, the partnership is the most important key value. And if you talk about the values, organizational values, believe that we can change the world with the humans and through the humans. And we can do it only with positive collaborations. And yes, if it's needed to go with the collaborations with corporates and with the governments, of course, we have to do it. Only is a question how, because we have to have the impact in the world. So then you can talk about the technology. All the fantastic conferences have been full of different kinds of solutions that we have in the world. It's like a buffet of solutions. And it's making me think when I'm looking at that and knowing the world and working with 164 countries, all the solutions are not working everywhere, but yet we have the same problem. I've been just visited also with Javier, our Cameroon to have the UN Habitat Award for all the Let's Do It World. I have been witnessing rivers which is so full of plastic that you cannot see any water. And it's like a sort of like opening the eyes. And the cleanups are not the solution, of course. But we have to bring the people to the cleanups in order to change the mindsets and to bring the stakeholders together, as I said already. For these countries where the technology is lacking for many reasons, or there is no internet connections, there is a human connections, and human connections is absolutely everywhere. And I think that the Let's Do It World as an organization, I'm sorry, is really great, like a model showing and showcasing what is their humanity, because we're working outside the borders, we're working outside of their nationalities, and we are able to come together and have huge projects. So it's like a really great model to show to the world we can do it. And if you talk about the partners, we have really great partners and working with Let's Do It World. We have to mention definitely Earth Day, really huge movement, have been more than 50 years in the world. And we have Good Deeds Day, for example, really beautiful movement as well. If you talk about this kind of civic movement, we are working with many of them during the work cleanup and supporting with their initiatives as well. But just imagine if we have this kind of huge working together all for the common aim, because we are in the urgency. So why are we working in silos? So why we are looking for solutions which is already existing? Does it actually serving the humanity? Does it change the humanity and all the world and the waste around us? Like 2 years ago, I said that we have to work more this kind of NGOs in the world. We have to keep our work together. We have to support each other through the media, through the communications, through the marketing, by going into actions And in this way, we have the bigger visibility. We have to work all the NGOs together more, because otherwise everybody are doing something. But imagine if we are doing all one thing or few things or several things all together, then we can change and achieve a lot. So togetherness is really important. In the end of the day, it's really important that we are working also with the governments, with local municipalities. They are really huge change makers as well. And we have been witnessed huge changes in Let's Do It world in those countries where we have been engaged more than 3 or 2% of the population. In this moment, when we are working more than by engaging 2 or 3% of the population, we can see and witness a drastic change in communication and cooperation with the municipalities. It does really huge dispute in societies, and we need local municipalities in order to have proper resource management, waste management, and help all together. I really love the way how Javier today show what they have done with so many cities around the world. And I really love everything what is doing and presenting the Let's Do It world on any kind of NGO who is working with huge groups of the humans. And actually it means that we engaging people, we're changing their mindsets, the understanding who I am in the world and what I want to create and what I giving to the world. And in the moment where when we are bonding, actually, huge shift will be happening. So the answer is, when we are bonding more through the cooperation, through our great partners, then we are achieving all. This is the most important. And it doesn't have to be hard work. It's supposed to be really this kind of nice, joyful, lovely understanding that we are all humans and we have the one home, which is our earth. So not working with silos, in silos, and working all together around the world, in Let's Do It world, with multiple of our partners who will be here today, with all these really great people who have been part of this conference. And let's act as one, because we have one home, this is our world. Thank you.
Heidi, thank you so much for those beautiful words that you spoke to us there from the heart, from Tallinn in Estonia. And I believe now I've been told that we are going to show a video. So Richard, you're going to share a video with the screen, and we're now going to watch it before we move on to our next speaker. And we're still looking at Heidi, which isn't always a bad thing. But I know they're going to show a video. There's Heidi, yeah, she's still on. She knows that. Heidi, sorry, until we show the video, we're just going to keep the camera pointed at you. But you know what? We've put you out of it now. We're going to show the video. Here it is.
2021 was a record year for World Cleanup Day. People from 191 countries turned up to clean nature and communities. Millions of people from all walks of life said, enough of environmental doom. We collected cigarette butts, plastic litter, engaged in digital and physical cleanups, collected and counted, sorted, composted, and recycled waste. Change for the better happens through the people, and the people showed up. From the beaches of Brazil to the mountain ranges of Nepal, from the streets of Paris to the parks in Hong Kong, from the bottom of the sea in Mauritius to the streets in Georgia, we are committed to the waste-free future of our planet. Do not miss out on World Cleanup Day in 2022. Join us on the 17th of September.
And that was a wonderful video showing and promoting the World Cleanup Day of 2022, which I know is going to be bigger and better than in previous years, because we were up against it with the global pandemic. The amount of people who were able to get out and get mobilized was less in previous years, just because of the scale of the pandemic that the world was facing. So Heidi, thank you very much for that beautiful speech, and we'll hear more from you in the panel discussion at the end of this session. And next we're moving to Nicolo Tog Narini. And Nicolo is a communications officer at DG Mayor of the European Commission. His portfolio includes the external dimension of the EU Common Fisheries Policy, the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. And the title of his talk now is called EU Beach Cleanup. So to tell us more, we now hand over to Nicolo.
Hello, thank you very much. Thank you, Colm, for your super cool moderation, and thank you, Heidi, for having shared your magnificent vision. And I think we see it very much eye to eye in the perspectives that you have expressed so clearly. And thanks to Let's Do It Wood for having invited me to speak today. Let me share my screen so that I can explain you what we are about from my side. Yes, I am Niccolò Tognerini from DG Mare, that is the Directorate of the European Commission taking care of maritime affairs. And from our side, we contributed to the general cause of fighting global pollution in our remit that is related to the ocean with the EU Beach Cleanup Campaign. What is EU Beach Cleanup Campaign? It's an ocean activism and awareness raising campaign aimed at protecting marine biodiversity and fighting pollution. We work mostly on two levels. From one side, we want to introduce environmentally aware behaviors in the individual citizen everyday life. And on the other level, we want to introduce a collective change so that we push policy and societal objectives towards the protection of the ocean. Our campaign is a well-established and global brand. We are now at our 5th edition, the one of 2020-21, and our campaign is based on the collaboration between some core promoters, which are the European Commission as DG Mare, the European External Action Service, the United Nations, and the SMAFs, and a vast group of partners, of which Let's Do It award has been one since a few years. How does the EU Beach Cleanup campaign works? Well, every summer we organize a cleanup and awareness action in coastal and landlocked countries. Now, the definition of EU beach cleanup, it's a little bit deceptive because it seems to imply that we operate on the seafront only. We used to joke about the fact that, and is a joke, but it's not a joke at all. It's the sad reality that all the litter ends up in the ocean at one point or the other. It finds its way to the ocean. And therefore, cleanup and awareness action are equally meaningful on coastal countries as much as landlocked countries. In those countries, we organize cleanups supported by the local EU delegations and representation and United Nations offices and the local partners. The campaign takes place through the summer. It's a typically summer campaign, but again, being a global campaign, it takes in account the differences of climate. So while it starts, generally speaking, in August, peaks around the World Cleanup Day on the last year was 18th of September, is the third Saturday of September. Sometimes it lasts into October or November. We adopt for the campaign a grassroots approach. We want to encourage mobilization at local level so that regional, national, and local authorities, NGOs, civil society, educational institutions take the initiative and organize their action, taking in account the local realities. As Heidi was telling correctly, not all the solution work for all the countries, and our answer is to go local, to go bottom up, and to find the local responses to specific circumstances. The main characteristic about U-Beach cleanup is that it's all about teaming up. For the campaign to have a global reach, we need to do it at global level and with the widest public participation. The EU is in the forefront of the fight against pollution, but the reach of the EU is mostly, for obvious reason, the EU itself. To go beyond the borders of the Union, we need to mobilize an alliance of ocean lovers. At global level, we do it by working with our partners, of which Let's Do It is one, with whom we share common objectives. At the local level, we operate with the civil society and all the local networks that I mentioned before. Now that I've explained you what the campaign is about, let me showcase you a little bit of the results of our latest campaign, the 2021 campaign, of which Let's Do It has been a partner. And then I would like to mention briefly how we see the 2022 campaign. For 2021 campaign, the main theme was the protection of the biodiversity. This year as well, as in 2020, we managed to organize events in all continents, in 60 countries, in all continents, Antarctica excluded, but we are not giving up our ambition to get there as well at one point. And in those 60 countries, we have organized 2,077 cleanups, which showed the participation of roughly 15,000 people, a little bit more than that, and the data, in fact, are still coming in. It has been successful in terms of litter removed, and it has been successful in terms of awareness building and getting people together to cooperate on this broad objective. What we found as an important result of this campaign was that this year we saw an even stronger shift towards the organization of the cleanup initiatives from the bottom up, where groups of individuals or organizations have reached out to us to receive support for initiatives that were organized locally. We have facilitated this operation by the use of an app, the Act Now app, which was part of the Act Now campaign, which allows the individuals to set up events, to invite participants, to share the results also on social media of the campaign and of the initiatives itself. So it was a tool that we made available so that everybody could have is an individual or collective action. Sorry, the screen is on moving. I'll share this presentation, or we'll make it available to our friends of Let's Do It, so everybody can see in more detail the results. But you can see here more or less the global impact of our campaign, and we have collected a few relevant stories and posts of our campaign. There are significant cases. One that I always like to mention is the 174 cleanup initiatives organized in a single country in Portugal, thanks to the mobilization together with our partner Oceano Azul and the UN. So quite amazing result. So for what concerns instead the future, and looking into 2022, well, 2022 is the European Year of Youth, so it's focusing on the role of the youth in building a better and greener future. So we decided to make this theme, the youth, the core theme of the U Beach Cleanup. There are also other important events along the way to the summer. The UN conference on the ocean in June-July 2022, and the World Ocean Day, all oriented towards the protection of the ocean and the biodiversity. So we'll build up the campaign and we'll align messages and find synergies also with those events. And based on the concept of youth, we would like to reach out to this community through multiple channels. One would be the direct engagement of schools and universities, and the other one is to exploit the network and the forum of Youth for Ocean to reach out to younger section of the population. And not only that, but to keep this engagement starting from pretty much now through the campaign and through the whole year. For instance, with initiatives of ocean literacy and knowledge of the ocean environment and the main issues, to give a strong awareness and educational perspective to our campaign. In practical terms, as now we are preparing a free to share and free to use package on basically how to organize a cleanup and who to ask for support in order to do so. And all our partners and all individual interested citizens can use it. And in fact, in this process of reaching out to the youth, we would be glad of collaborating and furthering our collaboration with Let's Do It. One particular element that we would like to develop as compared to the last year campaigns, and with this I am indirectly quoting the point that Arno has made in the previous panel about the source of litter. We would like to attempt a little bit of popular science together with the higher educational institutions, researchers, and universities, so that these cleanup initiatives have also a popular science value. For instance, evaluating how much litter we find in a specific stretch of beach, what type of litter, what are the sources, and so on and so forth. These, in our opinion, will go a long way to build up the educational dimension of the campaign, and in general to build up awareness. And generally speaking, we want to continue for 2022 on two main tracks. We would like to push further for the spontaneous engagement of citizens into the campaign, to reinforce this bottom-up approach, and as we say, keep the wave of change rolling. We would like to help the wave to build, but then we would like to let it roll autonomously and freely. And then to do so, to consolidate our existing partnerships at global level and extend our network further. And this is a call also to let's do it, to renew our existing partnership and to work together in the course of the whole year in various initiatives aimed mainly at the youth, but not necessarily at the youth, to support each other with our shared goal. So this is pretty much all that I wanted to say. Now it's time for question and for your observations. And thank you again for having invited me to speak here today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolo, for that wonderful presentation. Very insightful, and thank you.
My pleasure.
And we will come back to you at the end with the panel discussion. If anyone has a question for Nicolo, please put it in the comment section down below, and we will put it to him at the end. We'll move on now to our next speaker, and we're heading across the Atlantic Ocean, across the pond to Washington, D.C., I believe. That is where Kathleen Rogers is based, and Kathleen Rogers is the president of Earth Day. And under her leadership, Earth Day has grown into a global year-round policy and activist organization with an international professional staff. And they have cooperated and they have been working with Let's Do It and the World Cleanup Day over the last number of years. And it's a cooperation that we are glad to have. So Kathleen, without further ado, we hand over to you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thanks, Colm. I'll give you all a couple of minutes history about Earth Day. The Industrial Revolution had left its mark worldwide. And
Kathleen, if you could turn on your camera as well, because as beautiful as your voice is, we'd love to see your face too.
My gosh, and
there you are.
I combed my hair, so it's incredibly important that I put my camera on.
Well, I tell you what, Kathleen, your hair is looking fab.
Fabulous. Okay, sorry. So I'll start over. The history of Earth Day is really interesting. We had 150 years of industrial development. You couldn't see across the street in LA or in many cities around the world. And so Earth Day was born out of that concern for the environment generally. 20 million people came out on the street in one day of activism. Pretty extraordinary. And so it remains the largest activist day in human history. And it resulted in, of course, because it was associated with activism, it's what brought the fear into the halls of legislatures in the US and around the world. And many laws grew out of that first Earth Day almost immediately after that day in April 22nd, 1970. And that continued. So most of our landmark laws in the United States and around the world can be tied back to that moment of activism when legislators, senators, heads of states really sat up and took notice of what the people were saying about the situation. And it remains an historic day. And as we grew year after year, and now 1 billion people are educated, or they launch advocacy efforts, or they hold rallies, or any number of activities, create general pressure on governments, the movement continues to grow. But the true backbone of Earth Day is volunteerism. And whether it's planting trees or teach-ins in schools or taking your kids into nature, perhaps most important, doing cleanups and other neighborhood projects, volunteerism is now central to what Earth Day is all about. And Earth Day isn't just a day, it's a month. We coined the expression Earth Day every day. And of course, that's true. And people do Earth Day events in December. But volunteerism remains really the centerpiece of generally what the greatest number of people who are active in Earth Day are doing. And cleanups show off the best of human nature, in my view. Without any financial incentives, hundreds of millions of people decide to do something to help their neighbors, their favorite park or protected area, to help less fortunate people than themselves to clean up their communities. And while I'm a lawyer and most of my work until I came to Earth Day was focused on creating environmental laws and regulations, and we know that saving biodiversity and landscapes require governments and corporations to get their collective act together and do something. And all of that takes a really long time. Sometimes I'll work on an issue as a lawyer. It could take from idea to regulation, could take 10 or 15 years or longer in the case of climate change. And it causes great satisfaction and relief when a law or regulation is put in place with real teeth to move all of humanity forward. There's no question about that. But perhaps all of the work that I do, I feel the most profound sense of accomplishment when I've gone to a cleanup in a blighted area and looked at the enormous task in front of me and my group, but knowing at the end of the day, we'll all be standing there admiring our work, seeing nature or our community restored, at least in terms of plastic or other waste, and all the other things we find left behind. But even more than the satisfaction of a restored landscape, I look around at all my friends and the strangers who were there, and I think that we're good people, and people are good. And that's what cleanups mean to me, and I'm sure to you. And despite our 50 years of cleanup and all the work we do, Earth Day's jumped into the chance to be part of something bigger. And that's why I'm so grateful to Haiti and Let's Do It World, which has the same goals and objectives that we do. And the reason I'm so interested in the staff of Earth Day and all the other cleanups in the world that suddenly realized they had 2 times a year to do this, September and Earth Day, is because we believe that together we're bigger, stronger, and of course are now creating really big cleanup efforts 2 times a year. 2 great times of the year when people are working hard as seasons change, 2 times of the year when hundreds of millions of people are working in unison around the world. If you could do a time lapse, it'd be extraordinary to watch all the cleanups and all the landscapes change at once. Our event that is now coupled with Let's Do It World, the Great Global Cleanup, was created just a few years ago in advance of our 50th anniversary. And it was, of course, we'd always done cleanups, but the Great Global Cleanup was supposed to really mark that sense of volunteerism and how critical it was to moving the planet forward. But of course it hit and got going just as COVID began to terrorize the planet. But even in the midst of that, people continued to clean up. So our goal is to use that selfless act of volunteering as a stepping stone down the pathway of environmentalism generally. It's a terrible feeling, a disappointment. We've all shared it over and over, to go back to a site or event month after month and seeing the same desecration back again on our trails, our forests, our streets, our community. So our ultimate goal, like everybody else who spoke today, and by the way, they were great sessions. They're really all day long, they were great. Our ultimate goal is thankfully to begin to see this issue of plastics, waste, chemicals, cigarettes, and everything else rising to the level of global concern that all of us have tried to tell our leaders for decades. And when we did it, it went unanswered. Now the crisis of this pollution, of these plastics, of the cigarettes has become so frightful that our leaders are grudgingly starting to hear it. Plastic and pollution is everywhere. We know that, as far away as the Arctic and as close to us as inside our bodies and inside the bodies of our children. And we know from science, study after study after study, it creates cancer, endocrine disruption. It's reducing sperm counts in boys around the world, not just in highly developed places, but in other places where they use plastic. And the list, unfortunately, goes on and on. So what makes this partnership of Let's Do It World and our own national cleanups folks back in the US so powerful is that where we once were 50 million or so collectively, now together we're hundreds of millions of people. The Global Cleanup Alliance is one of the most powerful coalitions in the world. That's how we have to think of ourselves, as the most powerful coalition on the planet, because no other coalition can turn out the number of people that we can turn out. Nobody comes close. So when we look to the future, we know that together we can both clean up what was on the ground, what is on the ground now, and we can stop it from happening ever again. I can't think of a more important sentiment in this scary world we find ourselves in right now, that instead of greed, instead of wars that are cropping up all over the planet and close to many of you, that we look around at each other and see the inherent good in all of us, reflected in those cleanups, reflected in the fact that we get out there and do this all the time. And when we do that, and what governments try to do, and what corporations try to do, won't turn us against each other, because I'll say it again, we are the largest coalition of do-gooders in the world, and we won't let them. As some of you know, the UN Environment Assembly in Nairobi is coming up, and 53 countries are together now, announcing the beginning of an international treaty on plastics. It's an astonishing moment, one that we all must support, all of us. It was created by Rwanda and Chile, and tied to the EU circular economy concepts that came up a little bit earlier. Earth Day put all of these leaders, some of you may have seen it, together on a webinar, including a really important person representing a really important segment of our world, which was an inventor of a substitute for plastics. In his case, it was mushrooms, biodegradable, perfectly useful, and may actually do the trick. And also the US State Department. And there was a level of excitement I felt about the beginning of this long journey. And we don't have any illusions that it won't be a long journey, but it's a start. Innovators, good companies, governments with courage, and us. That's what was on the webinar. That's what's represented by this treaty that will be announced in a couple of weeks. And we are the same, those same three elements, innovators, companies, governments, and us, are the three components that we need to save the planet. We can do all the government pressure that we want. We can do all of our cleanups. We can be incredibly activist, but we need companies, we need inventors, we need innovators, we need entrepreneurs. And so actually that's the theme for Earth Day 2022 is invest in our planet, because we all have to get excited about the opportunity for a fair green economy and to treat everybody equally, including our poorest communities. And a treaty is part of that effort. And so is what Let's Do It World, what Earth Day are doing separately and together. I am really proud to be a partner of Let's Do It World, and I want to salute Haiti and all the staff and volunteers for this event. Next year, I hope we'll see each other in person. I actually want you to do it in Estonia because I think it's the most beautiful place I've been in a long time. In the meantime, we'll continue to build our own army of volunteers, the best kind of army, the best people in the world to take on this awesome responsibility of keeping our planet clean. So thank you all. Thank you, Haiti. I really appreciate the chance to be here.
Kathleen Rogers, it was worth getting the camera on for that hair and for those beautiful words of passion and encouragement as well. And what a great partnership between Earth Day and Let's Do It and World Cleanup Day. So hang on there for a second, Kathleen. We'll come back to you for the panel discussion. But next, we're going to the country that I am sitting in now, the country of the bella pasta, the pizza, the vino, Papa Francesco, the belladonna, and whatever you're having yourself. I'm talking about Italy, of course. I'm in Rome, but let's go north to near Milan. Enzo, are you there? Buongiorno. After that introduction, I hope he is there. Enzo, can you hear me? Oh, you need to be unmuted by the hosts. So we're going to unmute you now, Enzo.
You better not trust Italians too much. That's right. That's right. So with no further ado, let me show my screen. Let me share my screen, because we are running short.
And Enzo, because you are a passionate Italian man, of course, I have to give you a proper introduction. So let me give you the title of the talk you're about to give. And the title of this is Roles and Responsibilities in Zero Waste Programs. Cooperation for a Waste-Free World. Enzo!
Thanks, Colin. I was waiting a few words about my hairdo, just as you did with Kathleen, but anyway. Okay.
Your hair looks good too, Enzo. It looks beautiful.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay, so just a little bit my background, because I'm here to represent Zero Waste Europe, which is a partner organization with Let's Do It, but I'm a long friend of Let's Do It, and we have cooperated on many issues, above all defining the so-called Keep It Clean plan, which is our roadmap towards a waste-free world based on a zero waste vision, basically. I've been working for more than 30 years on separate collection, recycling, composting, and zero waste programs, but just because I started very young, I was only 5. If you want to calculate my current age, it's quite easy for you to do that. However, we are progressively shifting from linear economy, take, make, waste, towards circular economy. In circular economy, we want to keep all the materials and resources in the loop in their highest status for as long as possible. Therefore, we want to minimize the leakages, and leakages are the losses of materials and resources. This includes landfilling, incineration, and mismanagement. And mismanagement is what we try to mend, litter, through the cleanups, of course. And this perfectly meets what is the vision of Zero Waste Europe, vision and mission. We want to empower communities to rethink their relationships with resources. To do that, we established this network of networks. We currently have 32 local, regional, and national networks connected with Zero Waste Europe. Zero Waste Europe itself is the European chapter of Gaia, the Global Alliance for Incineration Alternatives. And so you understand that there's a first type of cooperation, which is horizontal cooperation, so that the front runners may help those lagging behind, but also the other way around, that those lagging behind, maybe they have got smart solutions for the front runners, because the front runners take so many things for granted, and we maybe become lazy sometimes. So whenever we stumble upon a certain problem, a certain type of material, a certain situation, a certain context, we don't know how to deal with. Maybe those lagging behind, they are smarter than us, and they help us to say, hey, we can do it like this and like that. So horizontal cooperation first. By the way, incidentally, you may go to the Zero Waste Europe website and download free of charge our case histories on communities that did it, businesses that did it, institutions that are doing that. And so you can get a far-reaching inspiration on what to do in next few years in order to fill up your agenda, your roadmap, and keep walking towards zero waste. Now, what we work on is influencing the European policy on waste and resources. So it is a top-down approach, but we also promote zero waste municipalities, commitments by communities, bottom-up. We promote new business models, and we also work on the so-called zero waste lifestyles with the zero waste families programs in order to show how far may individuals go when they commit to zero waste, and how wasteful we are, actually how far we may be from perfection, from optimization of our behavior, of our purchases, our daily choices in what we do, what we purchase, and the way we deal with our end-of-life materials. However, let me draw your attention to the fact that we work both ways, top-down and bottom-up. And this is incredibly important because while with top-down, we make it possible. Basically, we try to promote what we call the enabling policies. With the bottom-up approach, we make it happen. And it's at least as important as working on the framing policies. Enough so that when the European Union was trying to set the bar of ambition in the circular economy package, the past commissioner on the environment, Carmenu Vella, he was mentioning our zero waste communities as the living example of those working in an effective way on a circular economy agenda. So basically, zero waste is the perfect toolkit to turn the vision of circular economy into operational reality. And if we do have many communities adopting a zero waste charter, a zero waste program, and showing the way, then we have got evidence that this may be done, this may be done. Okay, let me go back on our operational agenda. As you can see through this bullet list, this is a cross-cutting program which involves the responsibilities of the institutions, national institutions, regional institutions, local institutions, of the local communities, the municipalities, the businesses, innovators. I love when we say circular economy is the ground for optimists and innovators. We need innovation, we need innovators, and we need to keep optimistic in this respect. We want to promote new business models in order to deliver those types of shops, businesses, services that are minimizing the amount of waste. We have to become less wasteful. but also the individuals, zero waste lifestyles and zero waste families. So besides horizontal cooperation, as we already named it, across different NGOs, we have got vertical cooperation across the different actors in the system, and that's extremely important. Let me talk by example, just one, very short and sweet. Much as we are zero wasters, we are totally in love with waste audits. And above all, residual waste audits, because in residual waste, we collect what are the mistakes in the current scheme, in the current system. What is not recyclable, what is not compostable, what is not reusable, we find it in residual waste. So we perform from time to time waste audits on residual waste. And what we found is an increasing amount of certain materials, for instance, nappies, single-use nappies. This is why we work so committedly on promoting the cloth nappies and maybe some service schemes in order to provide households with centralized washing services, because the behavioral change may be a barrier sometimes, lack of time, lack of will, lack of conditions in order to wash the nappies themselves. But also the coffee capsules. Of course, do not tell an Italian how good it is to brew the coffee with a mocha, the old way of brewing coffee. But we have got the challenges of modern life. Above all, offices. Brewing the coffee with a mocha in an office may be a problem. So there are the coffee capsules. In a coffee capsule, 99% of the weight is an organic residue, which is the coffee grounds. But then we have got the packaging, the capsule itself, which is plastics. So what we did, we sent a letter to the coffee makers, the largest ones, their association, and we told them, hey guys, we represent a community which is already at 85% separate collection and recycling, but we want to go beyond because we want to achieve zero waste. And the next big barrier in this respect is what you produce. So why don't you make your coffee capsules compostable? And this is what they did. So this is a very sweet example of how the area of community responsibility with a local zero waste program feeds into industrial responsibility and redesign for better management of resources. So now let me go to the end of my presentation. Is it worth the effort? Yes, indeed it is. Does it deliver results? Yes, it does. Let me talk by numbers. The European average production of municipal solid waste is roughly around half a ton, 500 kilograms per inhabitant and year. This means 5 to 10 times the average weight of a person. We are a very wasteful economy, a very wasteful world. In our zero waste municipalities, actually, most of them achieve between 50 and 100 kilograms residual waste, still needing disposal. Still too much, in my opinion, but remarkably less than the European average waste production. In our zero waste families programs, we go down to 3 kilograms per inhabitant and year, but we do have our zero waste champions, Dia Johnson in the United States, Linda Maggiore in Italy. Yesterday, we heard from Miranda from Indonesia, and they produce less than 1 kilogram per inhabitant per person and year. So this means how wasteful we are currently, but also how far we may go with our zero waste efforts. So also putting some icing on the cake, this is even so more worthwhile because we create jobs. After adopting a zero waste program, a province capital like Treviso, totaling a population of 80,000 people, went from 58 employees to 84 employees in the waste management services. But also this did not imply an increase in the total waste management cost transferred to the taxpayers, rather the contrary. There was a cut in the total cost because in typical European conditions, disposal of mixed garbage is hell expensive, and so it is becoming in other parts of the world. So thanks for listening, keep working, and always remember, always keep happy, but never satisfied, because we want to rejoice, we want to celebrate what we already achieved. But we have got 122 municipalities in Italy already at 90% separate collection. We only celebrate one day, and the following day we go to the mayor and we say, hey guy, we have got 10 more holy steps towards perfection, so what's next? So always happy and never satisfied. Thanks for listening.
Enzo, thank you so much. And I think that is a fantastic motto. Always happy, but never fully satisfied. So from the north of Italy back down here to mid-Italy in Rome. Thank you, Enzo. We'll talk to you in a moment in the panel discussion. But now we move quickly on to our final speaker in this keynote session. The title of the keynote session, don't forget, is Cooperation for a Waste-Free World. Let's get an African perspective on this. And who better to talk to than Botsang Tisyengo. And Botsang is actually on the African Olympic Committee. So let me know if you can hear me, Botsang.
Yes, I can hear you, Colm.
And we can see you as well and hear you loud and clear. So we're looking forward to your presentation. And I will hand over to you now, my friend.
Thank you. What?
And I can confirm that we can see your presentation now as well.
Okay, I hope it's on. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good evening. I know the participants are in different time zones, but thank you very much, Colm and team at the studio, for giving me the opportunity to talk to the rest of you. My name is Kenneth Sinyaho. As introduced, I'm basically from Gaborone, Botswana, the president of Botswana National Olympic Committee. But today I'm wearing my African hat. I volunteer for the Association of African Olympic Committees, ANOCA. And the aim of my presentation today is to highlight the importance of partnerships or cooperation from the viewpoint of the sport movement in Africa, basically the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa. And I think I must say from the get-go that as the sport movement today, or this conference is a testimony for why we need cooperation, why we need partnerships. Like Madam Heidi said very articulate in her speech, on the intent or strategy of Let's Do It World, and the plethora of resources available and solutions across the spectrum of partners is just amazing. And it is just for us to reach out and ensure that we make some headway in terms of our attempt to make a waste-free world. For the purpose of my presentation, as I said, or the terms of our scope in the partnership is typically amongst those three you can see on the slide, basically your non-governmental organizations that include sport, your public institutions, right from the hierarchy of government to all the different municipalities that are almost autonomous. And then, of course, for the purpose of delivery and other aspects of the efficiency, the communities are very important also to bring into the mix. And of course, the importance of partnerships is very important to increase the list of your knowledge and expertise amongst the two or more cooperating partners. And today, like I said earlier, is just a testimony of that particular facet. And partnerships through resource sharing make it easier for two or more organizations to reach a common goal more effectively and efficiently. Partnerships also allow us easier reach to jurisdictions that you'd otherwise not have reached, and therefore it broadens your audience. It allows for more inclusivity. And of course, partnerships aid diversity that is necessary for us to improve the quality of our programs. Last but not least, shared ideas also lead to improved delivery or execution or implementation of programs, and in this case, the capacity to tackle the threat of unmanaged waste. Back to the partnership between ANOCA and Let's Do World. We signed a partnership in 2020, August, between Let's Do It World and the Association of National Olympic Committees of Africa. And the aim was to jointly spread the call to action to participate in community cleanups and on the World Cleanup Day. The outcome, of course, was for National Olympic Committees, which make up the main members of the Association of National Olympic Committees, 54 NOCs. That's a big constituency for Let's Do It World and for ANOCA, with their potential to be engaged in activities ranging from waste collection, cleaning of gutters, to cleaning of cities and beaches. And then, of course, the resultant partnerships is for the NOCs to join forces with various governments and civil society partners to make the event a memorable one, mobilizing the committees. One of the flagship programs that arose from this partnership with Let's Do It World is one of a football team called Palape All Stars that is based in one of the villages, major villages in Botswana in the Central District, where they are quite active in this campaign. In 2022, arising from the partnership that we had with the Let's Do It World, they had a target of mobilizing 200 participants, which is quite a big target, an ambitious target for a village club. And within that 200 targets, they made sure that 100 of them were students from a community school there. And obviously, like the title is saying, catching them young is one of their philosophies. It's very important that they involve the grassroots. And within that program, they made sure that 50 of them were athletes or players from the club. And then they made sure that they groom and grow ambassadors, at least 10 from that cohort, from that very program of 2020. Of course, ANOCA also lives by one of the values of the Olympic movement, which is excellence. They were able to galvanize and motivate for the 2020 World Cleanup Day for the participants, basically the NOCs, 54 of them, to incentivize excellence by giving prize money. As you can see on the slide there, one of the awarded NOCs was Cape Verde, which got the third prize. Cape Verde, by the way, is one of our NOCs that are very active in this campaign, I'm sure even before the signing of this partnership. Of course, the first prize was Tunisia. Congratulations to Tunisia. The second prize was Sao Tome and Principe. Congratulations. And of course, now we are looking forward to more winners, and we are looking for big and better World Cleanup Day in September 17, 2022. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the partnerships basically provides for the following. You'll be aware that NGOs or non-governmental organizations thrive on partnerships. So it is the lifeblood of NGOs. They bring the capacity and the expertise and the technical support and the human resources that are required to mobilize and achieve the respective mandates of NGOs. And of course, partnerships are force multipliers. A force multiplier is basically what you would term in other terms in management science as synergy. Synergy is basically getting more than the sum of the two parties that are cooperating in a partnership. And of course, they create that impact that you'd be desiring as per your program. I was rifling through because I was told I had only 5 minutes. That would include questions. Otherwise, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to take this opportunity once again to thank the leadership of ANOCA, to thank the leadership of Let's Do It World for this initiative. And we look forward to growing this partnership to be able to deliver a waste-free world. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the courtesy of your attention. Thank you, guys at the studio. Thank you, Colm.
Thank you very much, Colonel Botsang Tesenyo, to give you your full military title as well, and all the great work you do there with Let's Do It and also with the Olympic Committee. And since we're now opening it up to the panel discussion, we're going to bring in all the speakers again. We might as well start with you, Botsang, since we have you here on the line. When we're talking about this keynote session, the title is Cooperation for the Waste-Free World. When you're looking at the continent of Africa, you were dealing with cooperation through the Olympic Committee between the various member countries in Africa, and also when we're talking about cleanup work. What's the biggest challenge to cooperation between countries in Africa?
Well, I think for Africa, the biggest impediment could be the cultural differences. We have language differences. We have, of course, language differences lead to cultural differences. We need to get across those barriers to be able to communicate effectively for the achievement of any common goal. But then, of course, communication also is not all that easy in the African space.
When you say it's not always that easy, what do you mean by that?
Well, communication, obviously, nowadays we use a lot of your social media, and a lot of our communities obviously don't have access to the best technology, to the best connectivity, which gives us a little bit of a drawback in terms of what other people in other jurisdictions would have immediately as a platform to reach out to all the audiences.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so do you think, Botsang, that in certain African countries where they don't have the infrastructure for widespread, 3G, 4G social media, or people don't have access to the devices, maybe that for organizing local cleanups and national cleanups, there's more of a focus on using like radio, local national radio and television and things like that?
Yes, those are some of the platforms. Perhaps I just omitted to say that all those targeted 50 athletes and students within that flagship program I was talking about, they all went on radio to try and promote the World Cleanup Day and any other benefits of the programs.
Yeah, because in Europe and in the West, social media has such a big reach now. But I know from times I've been to Botswana or to Angola or to other parts of Africa, radio and those more traditional forms of media still have a very powerful reach to get into communities. So that's worth remembering. And thank you very much, Botswana. We're going to come back to you in a moment. If anyone has a question, they must send them in the comments section below. We'll jump back to Haiti. Why not? Who started the conversation there in Tallinn in Estonia on the Baltic Sea. Haiti, how do you find from, running the World Cleanup Day over the last number of years, running the Let's Do It network? What do you find are the biggest challenges that blocks in your way when it comes to cooperation and working together?
There are so many challenges, actually. I think first thing, actually, I have to say that the network itself is so valuable because to have the people around the world who are working on the common aim, but the question how to hold them together in synergy, not just energy, but synergy. In the times of isolation, which is currently happening in the world, and in times when it's not possible to come together. So I think that this is the biggest challenge if you talk about holding the network and working for the World Cleanup Day. And then there are different types of challenges if you talk about the regions or countries. Each country does have their own challenge. And the countries are so diverse that it's unbelievable. In some countries, we have to make the change, for example, only through the governments, if it's possible. There are countries in the world that you cannot actually go out with huge crowds because it's working sort of like against of their government. And we have to be really, clever and think out of the scope how it's possible, but our leaders are doing it. It's phenomenal things what they are able to do. In some countries, we can make the change from bottomed up, and this is absolutely logical. In some countries, we don't have internet connections. Like Colonel Botsang just said, in Africa, there are so many challenges. In Africa, it's the fastest growing region in the world. It has a lot of the most intense population by the youth. It's a lot of young people in Africa. It's growing fast. There will be already 12 huge megacities will be built. And the people are coming from rural areas to urban areas, and there are a lot of challenges. We talk about waste management. So I do believe that we have to help each other in no matter where we are standing, no matter what country we are, because as we already spoke so many times here, the waste itself doesn't have any borders. And if you talk about other countries or what are the other challenges, I think we have to work more with their governments. We have to work more with the local municipalities, because cleanup is not the solution, but the solution is working together in cross-sectoral way by finding with all the partners what is different kind of solutions for that country, because countries are different. And of course, huge corporates. The corporates question is always have been really huge topic among all the NGOs around the world, and about the greenwash and many topics. I have been working in all sectors, and I have to say that to change corporate world is really hard, because there are a lot of legislations, lot of things. But if we are working all together, also with the government who is changing legislation, which is changing the corporates and so on, then it's possible. But the problem is that we're working still in silos. Yes, and NGOs can come together, business can come together, but we have to work together over cross-sectoral level over the same problems. And there are so many different kind of solutions for that. So one thing, but let's do it well, is doing, firstly, yes, creating the awareness, changing the behavior, bringing 5% with all the different kind of organizations. We're also working with the youth. The next session is about the youth, and you can see a lot of things, but let's do it well, is doing with the schools and education. And I think, especially in Africa, it's really important. If you talk about the population, 70% really young. And we have to address this question. We have to change the awareness. And yeah, we have to do it together. So sorry, I get passionate again.
That's okay. Let your passion flow, Haiti. That's what we love. And you made a great point yesterday, and you're so right. You know, everyone working together is good results, but for maximum impact and results, everyone working together, then you do get that maximum impact and results. But you're talking about the corporations, how it's very hard to change corporations because of legislation, because of the way they do business. They can have such a very hierarchical structure, a very busy structure. But you said yesterday, during which I thought was fascinating, during one of the conversations, that we shouldn't focus on corporate responsibility. We should always focus on individual responsibility, even dealing with a corporation, because the CEO of a company, sometimes we look at Coca-Cola and these companies and they seem like faceless, massive machines. But at the top of them, there's a CEO or there's a board of directors, and there are people. So if you can get through to the people and they have individual responsibility, they have a sense of that, they will put that into action, and then it becomes kind of the company policy. And it's as easy as that.
Yeah, I want to address that. Of course, we have to push the corporates because we are consumers. And if we are seeing the waste, the waste there is from the consumers, but the production is from the corporates. So it means that it's actually a mutual problem. And we have to push the companies. And if there is no change because somebody is, I don't know, eco-driven, or they don't have enough incomes, or, you know, then for corporates, definitely we can just, I don't know, think that we are not drinking a Coca-Cola 1 week. All these 21 million volunteers around the world who have been part of the Let's Do It World campaign, World Cleanup Day. I said it already 2 years back in our conference, but this is also a solution, because consumer is the most important stakeholder for the company. Think about that.
That's a good point. And let's jump over to Kathleen Rogers in Washington, DC, who is the CEO of Earth Day, and who I know deals with top-level people in companies and corporations all the time, raising awareness. How do you find it, Kathleen, when you're dealing with them? You know, companies and corporations, their main concern is to make money. Their main responsibility is to their bottom line, for their shareholders and for the people who've invested money in them. So why should they, if they say, why should we spend money on cleanups when we're not doing the littering, we're just making the product, it's people who are littering, we don't want people to litter. How do you convince them, if it's not going to make them money, that they really have to make a difference? Now we can get Kathleen unmuted. And look at that hair, ladies and gentlemen.
So I'm on my cell phone now because my computer shut down. So I'll keep moving this around. Sorry about that. Well, you know, I think it goes back to this sort of combination of things that I mentioned before, political action, and at the same time, you know, well, let me just say, consumers do have a responsibility to take care of the planet. Individuals do. But I have a slightly different view, which is I'm kind of tired of individuals being blamed for the ills of the world. And I hear it all the time for Earth Day. If we would just do more of what we're doing, that the planet would be in much better shape. But companies are making so much money on the backs of consumers that I agree with Haiti completely, that while we have to take action ourselves and we can't be litterers and all of that. And we've had campaigns in many countries. Many countries are not litter free, but they're doing much better than others. But I do believe that bringing consumer action, political action is the key to this, because I feel like, you know, I'm an uneven environmentalist myself. I do some things really well. Like I'm a big recycler and I clean up and do that kind of thing. But other things I'm like below average as an environmentalist. I just can't get a grip. But I do feel that the one thing we all can do is put pressure on governments and corporations, and they are feeling it. You know, right now, I think Pepsi's coming up with a plastic alternative. Unilever's looking at it. But on the other hand, all of those companies got together and said, we're not going to do anything about plastics. We're just going to increase recycling, which, as you know, in many, many, many countries is not economically viable. And it doesn't work at all. The United States is one of those where some communities can recycle, but almost nothing gets recycled here. So compared to the amount of trash. So I guess I come down in the middle, but I'm leaning more and more these days, and maybe I'm just going through an interesting period of my life where I really want to blame, and I really want to the corporations and governments for not getting their act together, principally because there's just so much extraordinary money drenching the world that none of us are the beneficiaries of, or very, very few of us. And the companies just have to take a cut in profits and come up with an alternative for plastic, or pay for it. In the US, in many countries, whether it's pollution, any kind of pollution, the polluter pays. And in this case, whether it's cigarettes or whatever, they're the polluters. And so they have to take responsibility for it. And I think you're going to see that trend continue to the point where there's absolute liability for all the big plastic bottle manufacturers pretty soon. And for countries that just refuse to give it up. So, but maybe it'll be a decade, but I'm hoping sooner.
I have to ask you, Kathleen, what you thought of the recent climate conference in Glasgow, COP26. I know that we were watching Joe Biden, your president, arrive in his entourage of like 80 vehicles or gas guzzling vehicles and something like that. I mean, when you think of the optics, but that aside, the outcome of that, something solid and hopeful, or just a lot of hot air?
Well, I'm an eternal optimist, sort of almost, irrational optimist in many ways, but I was colossally disappointed in Glasgow. I think you saw a little bit of movement on methane, but you saw completely crazy they were patting themselves on the back saying we will end deforestation or slow deforestation by 2030. But in the meantime, we're going to deforest the entire planet for the next 9 years. And there were so many loopholes in that commitment that most agribusiness, like most of the big foresters, don't have to participate in all. They can go about their business. And it's really reached critical concern that we're deforesting the planet. So there was that. And then on the equity side, nobody stepped up to the plate to give the developing world what they deserve, what they are owed, which is money, in order to cope with climate change. And so, honestly, the U.S. government probably spends what the entire world wants in a month. So between us and the rest of the developed, well, I hate that word, but the rest of industrialized world, we owe it to countries that can't cope with it. And I think we need to reorient ourselves so that China and India are both considered developed countries, because they are, and add them into that mix, and then come up with the money to protect people, because the poor countries and poor people in general are going to suffer from this at a much higher rate than wealthy countries or wealthy people. Many people think they can buy their way out of it, but they can't. But in any event, we got to put up the money. We owe it. We've got it, and we have to really deal with the issue of anything related to fossil fuels, including plastics.
And before we go on to our next speakers who were talking to us and ask them for some of their opinions on this, just while I have you there, Kathleen, one last question, because you have the unique perspective on the United States. We were talking yesterday about the responsibility of companies who produce so much in terms of plastic bottles or whatever it may be, that they have an obligation with the cleanup. When we look at now the pandemic and the amount of masks that have been produced, hundreds of millions of masks all over the world, and now the self-testing kits, the small plastic self-testing kits, we see so many of them littered. Is there any talk in the United States of a responsibility for those manufacturers to clean up some of that mess, or is it just because the pandemic has been developing so fast they haven't had a chance to deal with that?
Well, it's a different set of people that have to deal with it. I don't expect our scientists or NIH or the CDC, these are the big health organizations in the United States, to be dealing with plastic waste or mask waste. It's not their job. It's the job of Environmental Protection Agency or other agencies in the US to deal with it, and they're not. I mean, there is some discussion. Everybody's well aware, because it's not all over the street. People have been okay, but most parking lots have one or two in them. And the test kits, of course, add enormous burdens to an already overburdened municipal government. But I haven't seen any universal action on it at all. None. Again, pockets of interest, pockets of activity, but nothing that amounts to dealing with the situation or even seeming to understand the scope of it. So there are those problems. It's just not making the news in most parts of the US.
It's always kind of down the line. Yeah. Kathleen, thank you. We'll jump over now to Nicolo, and who was talking to us about the beach cleanups. And Nicolo, are you still with us here in the conversation? I want to ask
definitely
you on everything that's been said. And while we're on it, and you're talking about the beach cleanups, have you been seeing washed up masks and things as a result of the pandemic, or it hasn't hit the shores yet?
It has hit ashore. This is a quite interesting point, because the amounts and the type of litter varies a great deal between country and country. When we were talking about the local context before, and Heidi was mentioning the difficulty of organizing very often these kind of events, for instance, in some specific continents like Africa. Well, we don't have much difficulties in organizing events there. Adopting this sort of bottom-up approach, it still works all right, even in face of technical difficulties. But what is relevant is that the apparent success of those cleanup actions, where hundreds or thousands of people are collecting tons of litter, it's at the same time a worrisome signal, because, well, if they collect so much people collect so much litter, it means that the litter is there, and it gets back there year after year. And this is one of the main points of our EU Beach Cleanup campaign, that is cleaning litter. It's a great fundamental moment of getting together, actually doing something good for the environment as much as possible, and building awareness. But this is only a first step, and it doesn't address the main issue. That is to say that there is a great deal of litter floating in our oceans, and the only way of dealing with it is policy changes and societal changes. Now, we are the EU, so we have some policy tools to do so. And as I said before, we do as much as it's possible. One simple, just one tool from the top of my mind is the single-use plastic directive of last July. We reach only as far as the EU borders, and we cannot, to go global, we have to build a wave, a movement, and that's the way it is. So
is it difficult, Nicolo? Because Haiti mentioned everyone is stronger working together, and you mentioned that single plastic use directive. But you're with the European Commission, which is the executive branch, if I'm not mistaken, of the European Union. So that's correct. Implement something like that, you need to get a buy-in from member states. That's a lot of countries having to buy in on something, and bureaucracy. It takes time. They might not all agree on all the details. So something like that, the single-use plastic. How long was that in the works? Like, how long did it take for that to come to completion?
Quite a while, but generally speaking, this type of environmental measures are less difficult than other forms of agreement. I won't enter into political comments here. It's probably not appropriate, but let's say that there are more complex things that we deal with in negotiation at the Council rather than at the Commission. But
come on, Nicola, let's get into the nitty-gritty political details, and let's name some people here. And I'm only joking.
I'd better not.
We want you to have a job to go to on Monday.
Exactly. I would like to have a job to go to tomorrow. But let me say that we are trying our best at DG Mare to be the good guys, and we are sharing very much of the views that Heidi has raised, and we really try to work in that direction. And indeed, on those two parallel tracks, the policy side and the awareness and building and movement creation side.
Well, that's a very good point, that even if it does take a while to get policies implemented across the European member states, you can in the meantime be raising awareness and look to put your money where your mouth is. Look what you're doing right now, taking part in this. So thank you very much, Nicola. And let's move, speaking of tricky politics and political situations and things taking a while, bureaucracy getting in the way, let's come back to Italy. And Enzo is here. Enzo, are those things that sound familiar to you?
Of course, and if you want me, I can do the name and shame on Nicolo's behalf.
Please, go ahead.
But let me say something, because this is so incredibly important at this discussion we are having right now. Let me mention a top-level officer who was representing the European Union at the last Environmental Assembly of the United Nations in Nairobi 3 years ago. In the last plenary, in all the previous environmental assemblies, they were mostly discussing climate change, which is important, we know. But in the last one, they were mostly discussing plastics. And in the last plenary session, he said, well, we know that the industry and the business area, they are ready to take on the challenges, but they need a nudge every so often. Well, he wanted to say a kick in the ass instead of a nudge. And the nudge is basically represented by directives and regulatory frameworks. Because what we need is alignment across all the different sectors. And if we do not have a common roadmap, which is represented by a new regulatory framework, nobody will make the first move. we do have the voluntary pledges, but the voluntary pledges, in 3-5 years' time, somebody comes up saying, I did all what was in my possibilities, but, minimum recycled content, it is not possible to get recycled polymers in order to fill it into our plastic bottles or something like that. We need alignment, we need common targets so that everybody works towards the same direction. This is what makes me particularly proud and makes my chest as well with pride of being European in this respect. Far from being perfect European environmental policy, but definitely it is, showing the way to other parts of the world. We do have the circular economy package, we have got the plastic strategy, and we have got the single-use plastics directive. And for the first time ever, we said, if something is not recyclable, and we most often find it in the cleanups, full citizen science, it was the cleanups feeding into the dirty list of the materials to be banned, then we have to phase it out from production. And of course, this is only Europe, but for instance, Canada carbon copied the European Single-Use Plastics Directive with the Federal Strategy on Plastics. So it is showing the way. And now it is inspiring, for instance, the Plastic Pact in the United States, because they also came up with the list of the so-called useless and harmful products to be phased out from production in the next few years. So this is what we need: alignment, directives, roadmaps, regulatory frameworks.
Now, something like the Single-Use Plastics Directive, do we know how successful it has been in its implication? Because, of course, having directives and laws are one thing, but if they're not implemented and policed and enforced, they're not worth the paper they're printed on, really.
Yeah, for the moment, we are in the enforcement stage. So it is all the 27 different member countries which are transposing the Single-Use Plastics Directive into domestic regulatory frameworks. Some of them went much beyond that. For instance, Austria, France, they have got reusable quotas right now. So they took a chance to set the bar of ambition much higher than the Single-Use Plastics Directive. So the nudge is working. It is working.
I get you.
Others, basically, they are falling short. Not only of ambition, but also of the very requirements of the Single-Use Plastics Directive itself. And among those countries, Italy itself, because Italy had a transposition of the Single-Use Plastics Directive, which included some relaxations from the bans, for instance, for the compostable plastics, which is not possible under the Single-Use Plastics Directive. And so this is at the risk of an infringement procedure. Already there was an informed opinion by the European Commission to Italy to say, if you transpose it like that, it is not aligned with the requirements of the Single-Use Plastics Directive. So it's very diversified across Europe, but we are very, very confident that this is what is causing the alignment, among the governmental institutions, industry, business, innovators, designers, and so on and so forth. Because we do have a common roadmap.
Some going above and beyond, some meeting their targets, some falling short because they were too ambitious, and some just not meeting the commitments that they made. So, Enzo, thank you for that. I heard someone else, before we go back to Colonel Botsang, I have one more question to ask him about the situation in Africa, but I think someone was trying to cut in there across me, so please take it away. Was that Nicolo?
Sorry?
Were you trying to interrupt there and make a point a minute ago? No?
No. I was just sharing the point of view expounded before. So yes, indeed, alignment does the trick. We tried, and the other point was the directive is quite recent, so transposition takes time and implementation takes time. And as I was saying, democracy is a slow business. But there's no escape to that. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time.
I know. And it's funny how they say, things in government move in decades and decades sometimes. And I live here in Rome, as I've mentioned a few times, right next door to the Vatican. And when I first moved here, we were talking about different strategies and things that the Pope was trying to implement, but not being very successful. And the person told me, well, in the Vatican, things don't move in decades, they move in centuries. So don't hold your breath. But let's go back to Africa very quickly to Colonel Botsang. Colonel, an interesting question. Haiti was speaking about the huge young population across many African countries. And we know that in the United States, in many parts of Europe, it's a very hot topic, particularly among young people. We look at idols like Greta Thunberg, and the youth are very inspired and they're riled up about environmental issues. Are the young people in Africa as motivated about environmental issues, or is it as sexy a topic, I suppose, is the question?
Well, I think that goes with the level of exposure, and of course a lot of issues related to community and the spread of knowledge and information have an impact, and of course the disparities in our various economic situations, education levels make priorities very different from country to country, from community to community. Therefore, sometimes you may find you've got the right level of interest in a certain area and a certain sector of society, but then you might find that the majority rural population have their own priorities of survival, and also very limited access to knowledge and information, which makes it much easier or much less attractive for them to participate.
I understand, and as we keep hearing, education and access to information is really, really key. So I think we're just about to wrap up our panel discussion after that, I thought, great keynote session from all the speakers. If any of our speakers would like to cut in with something now, a point they would like to make, something that hasn't been asked, please just unmute yourself and cut across me now. If anyone would like to add anything. No? Are we good? That is fantastic. One more time, go back to Kathleen Rogers. Kathleen, I just want to ask you, are you in Washington, D.C.? Are you in Virginia? I think the last time we spoke, I want to see you on the screen there. You'll need to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
I couldn't unmute myself. Yes, I'm in D.C. We have a little bit of snow, but not like Boston. They're getting completely walloped right now. A lot of people without power. But yes, I'm in D.C.
Kathleen, it was just an excuse one more time for all of us to see that hair, and that was it. So thank you very much. There you are in all your glory. Thank you, Kathleen.
Yeah.
And thank you to all of our speakers who took part in that.
I'm going to kill you, Colm, by the way, but that'll have to happen later.
And later on then. Kathy, thank you so much. And thank you to Haiti. Thank you to everyone who took part in that talk, to Colonel Botsang as well, to Enzo here, and to Nicolo as well. Really passionate speakers, really informed, and it made for a great discussion. So what we're going to do now, guys, because we have around 20 minutes until our next keynote session, we are going to do some speed networking. And for that, we are going to hand you over now to Abby, who is going to take it over and introduce the speed networking. So enjoy it, and I will see you in 20 minutes for the next keynote session. And now I think Abby is going to take over any second now. And while we wait for Abby to take over, I see Julia there, who's grooving to the beat in Ukraine. And an interesting point we never spoke about was when we talk about challenges to cooperating and working together, we look at what's happening in Ukraine now. We look at Kazakhstan. We spoke to people from Let's Do It Kazakhstan yesterday who are trying to still organize their cleanups and getting people together in the face of civil unrest. In previous years, we spoke to people from Iran. And Haiti touched on this, where the amounts of people who can go out and clean are limited because they don't like public gatherings over a certain number. So we really take our hat off to the people who are working under those conditions. Now, Abby, We can hear you.
Hi,
Yeah,
I'm back.
You're back.
Sorry.
Great. We'll hand over to you for the speed networking.
Sorry, guys. I was in the room too, and people like, hey, wait, people call you, and then I jump back into the room. Okay, so guys, hello, hi, I'm back. So we will do a very quick 3 sessions of speed networking while the team preparing for the next keynote session again. So yeah. So I hope all you guys prepared for our next session of the speed networking, and maybe some of you are still new. So we only
Let's Do It World Conference for 2022, brought to you by Let's Do It World, who are headquartered in Tallinn, Estonia. And this year, the host country is Indonesia. So Let's Do It Indonesia have been running this magnificent show. We've been having great keynote sessions across the day. And now we're going to continue with yet again another one. The title of this, Best Practices of Environmental Education. And we have some great speakers who are going to talk to us. But first, as I have to start off every session, because I know some people are joining us who may not have been here before, some little rules and housekeeping. The first thing is that we are recording what you are watching now, and we are broadcasting it on Facebook and on YouTube. So if you're going to get involved and ask questions and participate, just be aware that it's been broadcast and it's been recorded, and just make sure that you're okay with that. And then the second thing is, for the speakers who are going to be talking, please keep an eye on the speaker chat, so that the moderators and the technical people, the organizers, can talk to you directly if they need to during your presentation. And finally, if you would like to ask a question or leave a comment for any of our speakers, well, then the comment section is just down there, okay? So you can put a question there and we'll get to it in the panel discussion at the very end. So we're ready to go. The Let's Do It World Conference, the second last day, and we have got a fantastic speaker. You just heard his voice on there for a moment. It's Tanswell, and he's in Namibia. He's going to be talking about best practices from Namibia. And Tanswell is the country leader of Let's Do It Namibia. We tried to speak to him yesterday, but he was having internet problems. But he's a very, very technical man. He turned off the Wi-Fi router, turned it on again, and everything is working. Tanswell, it's over to you.
Wow, thank you so much, Colm. Can everyone hear me and see me?
We can see you. We can hear you.
Perfect. No, thank you so much, Colm. I would like to apologize. Yesterday, I was experiencing some technical issues, as you rightfully said it. I'm going to share my screen now and then present the topic for today. Not that one. Here we go. All right, prima. So everyone, Let's Do It World. Thank you so much for the speakers that previously spoke before me. My name is Tanswell, and I joined Let's Do It World in 2017. And ever since, I fell in love with the spirit of togetherness, which is why ever since 2017, I've been with Let's Do It. And we are a family of doers. This is just a brief background of who I am. So you will always find me on social media, Instagram or Facebook. I want to talk to you about SEEP. Colm. Hi, Colm.
Yes, you called me. Sorry, Tanswell. What did you ask me?
Yes, no. I want to make this an interactive session. Colm.
Yes.
If I say SEEP, what would you think SEEP is?
The sea elephant evaporation plutonium.
All right. You're very close. You're warm. However, SEEP stands for the Sustainable Environmental Educational Program. And as yesterday, Colm, what does a pilot do? A pilot is responsible for transporting peoples or goods from one destination to the next over very far distances, which is what SEEP is all about. Now, the Sustainable Environmental Educational Program will transform school educational systems by adding environmental knowledge to it. Basically, what we are going to do, Let's Do It World, is after the World Cleanup Day, we are going to ensure that we keep it clean. How are we going to do that? through SEEP. Colm,
Yes,
are you with me?
I'm with you.
All right. So just read me the top line.
Why do we need to implement SEEP?
Why do we need to implement the Sustainable Environmental Educational Program? Like in Namibia or anywhere else in any other country, there is a waste problem, which is why this family of doers has been brought together. We are seen as one of the cleanest countries on Africa. However, we amount to 0.03% of the world's population. Namibia is very big geographically, but our population is so small. But still, we are a linear economic mindset, meaning that we buy and we throw away. We do not valuate. Key word, valuate. The potential for SEEP is that Namibia implemented the environmental education and environmental sustainable development, which is EEESD policy in 2019. EE and ESD is seen as one of the main strategies for addressing sustainable development challenges. And I believe that we should not just implement it here in Namibia or Africa, but it should be a norm throughout our planet. We have already begun talks to have the Sustainable Environmental Educational Program enrolled into school curricula. Colm, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Now, please ask me a question. What is school curricula? What is NIED?
Hey, Tanzil, what is school curriculum? What's it all about?
All right, so NIED stands for the National Institute for Educational Development. They are responsible for developing school curricula. So Let's Do It Namibia has been in strong negotiations, high-level negotiations with them to ensure that SEEP gets implemented within school curricula. We will get to a step where we will dissect what SEEP actually is. Just to give you a brief background of how vast Namibia is. This is how vast Namibia is. We have 14 regions in Namibia. And SEEP, the Sustainable Environmental Educational Program, will be implemented in all 14 regions of Namibia. The regions are the names which you see on the map currently. It's all about location, location, location. And as I said, all 14 regions, we are going to work hand in hand with 50 Namibian schools. That boils down to 3 schools per region, except for 2 regions. The capital region, where I am, Khomas, and then Erongo region, which are the most traveled 2 regions in Namibia, both nationally and internationally. Colm, we are going to leave no stone unturned. And if you see the picture to your right, that's inclusivity of all races and all people.
Beautiful
That is how
photograph.
beautiful Namibia is. All right. Colm, what's
Yes.
the next one? What does it say?
Tanzil, it's funny because it says how SEEP will change NAM youth.
Okay, so NAM, I just abbreviated. NAM stands for Namibia, Namibian youth. They will
Tanzil, is there
have-
a quiz at the end of this? Are you going to ask me questions at the end? Is there like a test?
No. I just wanted to make this interactive in terms of with the moderator. However, the students, the youth of Namibia will have digital experience as well as the hands-on experience. So digitally, they will improve their competencies. More people, more youth in Namibia will get an opportunity to work on a digital program. Don't worry, I will show you, and Let's Do It World, how the digital program actually is. Because we have a strong, very strong local project partner, which will give to each and every school a technological device plus internet connectivity. So that what I experienced over the 2 days previously doesn't happen to them. And working with their hands, they will know what a cleanup is. Look, Colm, how did we meet in Tallinn? It was because I was picking up trash here locally.
Yes,
And
that's right.
and then I went to Tallinn, and then that's how I met you. So they will know how to conduct a cleanup, recycling, composting, gardening. Did you know that, Colm, Namibia, our country, relies heavily on its agricultural sector to feed our GDP? Yeah.
Wow.
So composting and gardening actually feeds into adding a surplus towards a sector which is one of our major contributors towards the GDP. We have the 5 R's. You know, of course, what they are. I'll ask you later.
You can quiz me at the end, yeah.
All right. So, like any project, Colm, we need a kickoff and an end date. But I feel this is very vital to share this with the world. Let's do it world community, the community of doers. We kicked off in August 2021. However, me and Heidi, we were in consultation for much of 2021, deliberating on how we should do SEEP. I will get to that later on. Do not worry. So we kicked off officially in August 2021, but we were deliberating way before that. And then we have mentors here in Namibia, 5 officially. However, because we have strong project partnerships, we have in each region 1 mentor. We have the teachers, which are the contact persons. The mentors are the go-to person to find out how the schools are doing in terms of implementing their project. Then we have the teachers. The schools will start next week, Tuesday, on the 1st of February. That's when we will do the training with them. However, my mentors, and Colm, as you know me, I like things well done, way in advance.
Yes, I can confirm.
Yeah. The schools will end this project on the 10th of June, the year 2022. Then there will be an evaluation process where we will choose, if you can just think back to the slide of all the regions, Namibian map. Out of each region, we will have 1 winner. And then from the 14 winners, we will choose the top 3, which means from the toolbox, which is here on the right-hand side, what they did the best. Of course, closure and then auditing. Colm, all
Yes,
of
sir.
this would not have been possible if we did not come together. And I'd like to give a special thanks to the Estonian Development Corporation, because this is a pilot project which first and foremost, is being implemented here in Namibia. However, will transcend from Africa into the world. In terms of Colm, wouldn't it be great? What I always thought was I was doing cleanups and I would clean up a spot. The next week, it's even dirtier than before. And then I thought, but how can we actually keep it clean? And that's when I learned, let's do it. So, education. And where will you find people which you can educate? At school. So that is why we are working with schools. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture of Namibia for giving us an endorsement letter, because they have vetted the toolbox of SEEP and they are on board. The Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, our main project partner, one of our main project partners, the city of Windhoek, which currently I am in, Windhoek, which is the capital city of Namibia, Future Media, great company, MTN Namibia, the University of Namibia, Development Workshop, and Let's Do It. I would currently just like to show everyone where we are. So this is SEEP Namibia. So SEEP Namibia, as you can see over here, left-hand corner. Colm, where are you from? Scotland.
No, I'm from Ireland, but my mom and dad are from Scotland.
Oh, Dublin. So this can be Ireland. SEEP Ireland. Should be. Can be. Will be. So there are some pretty cool features and functions of the SEEP platform. First and foremost, we have this, which anybody can access, right? This is so cool because you as an individual or organization can access this. You just type in seep.education. You will get it. So home.
Yes.
Here's where you will find everything about what we're doing. Oh, Colm, would you like to join now? Would you like to join?
I'm joining right now. Clickety click, 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 clickety click.
Okay, let's join and then see what does it do. You know the band, the Script?
Yeah, the Script. They're an Irish band.
Yeah. They're from Dublin.
That's right. They're great guys.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm joining as Tanzo Renasi.
Do you know the band ABBA?
ABBA, yep.
Yeah, they're from Sweden. They're a good band too.
You know, it's actually weird. For 1 year of my life, I only had 2 jobs, as a music salesman and then as a banker.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a variety. You have your creativity and you have your admin day job there as well. So that sounds like a good fusion of the two.
Yep. So now I've registered, or I'm in. You have very welcomingly. Hello, Tanzo Renasi. Review your applications. So over here, it shows me who I am. So I'm Let's Do It Namibia member. I'm admin. I'm jury, because I have to oversee, basically. Here it's telling me that I have 2 projects to review and I have 3 project overviews. Very, very nice. And now I will stop sharing. I hope that everybody could hear me.
Tanswell.
Yes, sir.
That was a good talk. Tanswell.
Yes, Colm.
You informed us very much so, and we really enjoyed it.
I would like Julia to ask me a question. I'm
Yes,
seeing that she's just waiting to ask a question.
Who is waiting to ask a question?
Julia. Julia Marco
Julia,
from Ukraine.
Forget Julia. We'll come back to Julia in a second. But Tanswell, thank you for involving me in that. And we'll come back to you in the panel discussion. And I'm glad that you're a fan of The Script, the Great Irish Band. And I'm glad that you're a fan of ABBA as well. That was really nice. Thank you,
Colm,
Tanswell. Yes?
Yeah, Colm, just one last time. I need to emphasize this, that together as Let's Do It, our ultimate aim should be driven towards education and empowering people. And the people that we need to empower are young people, the people that are at schools too. And I can't thank the Estonian government through the Development Corporation enough for seeing the potential to invest in Namibia, first and foremost, for this pilot to trust us. And Heidi, of course, for working so diligently with me, being patient most of the times. And yes, the passion.
That is great. Tanswell, thank you so much, because we have to go on to our next speaker, but we'll come back to you in the panel discussion. And every time when I was enjoying your presentation there, I have these beautiful crisps, we call them, like chips. And every time I was going to eat one, you'd go, Colm, and I go, yes, and I'd put it down. But you know what? I'll have them later, because I was fully focused. So thank you so much, Tanswell, there in Namibia. And let's stay on the African continent, because next we're going to Carlos Saura. And he is the country leader of Let's Do It Mozambique. And he's going, there he is. Hey, Carlos, we're going to be talking about the best practices for Mozambique. So, Carlos, it's right over to you, buddy. We need you to unmute your microphone, or someone will unmute the microphone for you. Now, we still cannot hear you, but we can see you. Otherwise, we'll go back to Tanswell and we'll sing some ABBA together. Waterloo, wouldn't I did if I wanted to. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. No, you can't get your microphone unmuted. Carlos in Mozambique. No. How about you? Do you know sign language? Can you do it through interpretive dance? Now, we hear you. No, we don't hear you. Mic is on. They're asking us. No. Try again. Give us a 1, 2, 3. No, we do not see you. You know what? We might skip on to the next speaker, and then we'll come back to you in a second, Carlos, so we can get the technical problem sorted. Yeah, hang tight there in Mozambique. So let's go to Yulia now, who we just mentioned in Ukraine. Yulia, and you're joined by Oleksandra, I believe. And Yulia, you're going to be talking about measures and programs sorting in schools to reduce the negative impact on the environment. There's Yulia in front of. She's in her sauna. She's in her wooden sauna. Yulia, it's over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So today I am founder school recycling world movement, and in one day it will the biggest platform for school child around the world. So I believe for that. And what is idea? Garbage is resource, because when I was child, we always have problem. When I'm back from school, I'm always asking my father, about money for books, money for everything, for radio system, for microphone for school. And that was big problem, because when family have 2, 3, 4 child, it's big money. But now we have a school recycling world program and organization, and we teach school children using materials, secondary raw materials, collect, recycle, sell, and have what they want. So if you need a radio system in your school, please recycle, sell, and have. That's idea. And in our project, we have many activities. And today I want to invite here Oleksandra. She is school recycling world in Ukraine, and we show to you short video, and after that back to presentation. Oleksandra, are you ready?
Yeah, hey guys, may I please have an access to show the presentation?
Okay, now we're going to give Oleksandra access to show her presentation.
Yeah, got it now, thanks. First of all, we will watch a short video about the school recycling world in general. Do you hear the sound?
No.
Nope.
No.
We do not hear any sound yet coming from the video.
Okay.
Perhaps you need to share. Maybe the video isn't playing. I see it's.
Yeah.
Board of the International.
Is it
Yes,
better right now?
Yeah, we hear audio coming from that. Perfect. And thank you guys for all the effort you're putting in with this.
Welcome on board of the International Project School Recycling. We're going to have a long trip, so prepare for eco-adventures. The main goal of the project is to maintain a system of sorting and recycling of different types of waste at schools. This idea will unite students, their families, teachers, and administrations likewise. We will develop a socially and environmentally responsible community. That spreads ideas of sustainability to the masses and improves the lives of both the present and future generations. Furthermore, we've prepared competitions and other projects to make the participation in this project more fun and to increase the motivation of all of our team members. For instance, an eco-patrol project is the best practice. The competition of social advertisement among students, waste management, school recycling, and the most important eco-event of the year, the rating Eco School of the Year. In this online course, you'll find out how to maintain the system of waste sorting and recycling at your school. You'll learn about the zero waste principles, and we will form a team of agents for positive change. I'll tell you about project management. That means that I'll show you from my own example how to create your first project from scratch. I'll share with you what I have used, what you can use, and what is most important, what can help you to create your first project that you will implement during your course. Just my own experience and applicable methods. School recycling is a nice example of a sustainable project because it changes people's mentality and their attitude towards the environment. The important purpose of this project is to teach the younger generation how to deal with waste.
I really hope it was informative. I'll be sharing my presentation right now. Just a second. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it. Oleksandra, perfect.
Awesome. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. So as Julia introduced me, I'm the CEO of the nonprofit organization School Recycling World in Ukraine. And today I will be talking about projects we have already implemented and which are currently in the process. So if you feel like you would like to join or cooperate with us, feel free to DM me or text me via email. I'll be sharing it in the Zoom chat after I give the presentation, and we would love to cooperate with you and create more sustainable future together. So the first project I will be talking about is called Mishechik, and translated into English, it means handmade eco bag. So basically what are we aiming for is to encourage students to sew those kind of eco bags in order to decrease the usage of polyethylene. Like, for example, when you go to the store, you always bring your eco bag with you and you become more conscious, more eco-conscious. So we have launched already a couple times this project and the results were impressive. For example, in 2020, the number of bags was over 18,000. And this year we broke, like last year, we broke the record and we sewed around 47,269 eco bags, and around 21,000 students has joined the project. And we are aiming to break the record this year. We are aiming for 1 million eco bags. So I think we can only achieve if we cooperate with other countries. So yeah, everything you have to do is just to make this kind of a bag from old clothes or any other reusable materials. Take a picture and post it on Instagram or any other social media. Tag our page, School Recycling World, and our hashtag, so we can sort of track a number of bags which are sewed, and simply use your eco bag every day and yeah, enjoy the process. The second project I will, so now you can see the pictures. These are our younger participants. So cute. There is going to be the next slide with pictures as well. So students, we let our participants with their imaginations go wild. So basically they can do whatever they want. They can be creative. They can use pretty like every possible reusable material they want. So before I jump into our next project, I want to state the fact that garbage is not only a waste, which pollutes our land and water and our world in general, but it's also a valuable resource, which can be recycled and reused. And moreover, we can make a profit out of it. So basically, that's what we're trying to teach everyone who goes on our website, basically on online course, which is called School Recycling. We learn people and students how to become more eco-conscious, how to work with the documentation during the project, how to create a dream team, how to learn about responsible consumption and certain waste management in general. And we even help to create their own environmental projects. We are sort of like mentors, and we lead students in this process from the beginning to implement certain waste management in school to the actual results. And they also have the opportunity to visit online tours like different factories of recycling, sorting stations, and recycling centers. The next one is called School Marathon of Waste Sorting, and it's basically a competition among schools. We conduct this project annually. So basically students participate in this project and they have the opportunity to compete and win a prize. Like, for example, this year there was a 3D printer and like more than 50 schools have joined our project, and it was extremely wonderful experience for everyone. Okay, so the next one is called Waste Management School Recycling. And this is the National Festival of Social Advertising among students. It's also an annual event, and we try to support youth and engage them into informational and educational work in environmental protection and waste management. Our goal is actually to draw public attention to existing environmental problems and educate people to become more eco-conscious. So basically students, they have to film videos and post them on social media. So we kind of try to spread the awareness of ecological problems in students' local communities. And in this way, we can draw their attention. Like, for example, 2 years ago, when there was no COVID restrictions, there were no COVID restrictions. We had this project conducted offline, and we even like rented a cinema in order to show the best of the best videos like to the audience. So we find it as a really motivational and encouraging event among schools. And we hope to break our records next year as well. So our team presents innovative ideas on how to tackle environmental issues in their communities and compete for the award and the title of Eco School of the Year, because this is our next project, which we are also doing every single year. So basically, it's also like sort of a competition between the schools. They have an opportunity to present their best practices and share their experiences of how they tackle their environmental problems in their local communities. And we also do like, except for the judges, we have. Let me think a second how to explain. Yeah, we let actually the viewers, the people who are not judges in our project, to write comments, to share their videos and their own social media pages, and define which school is the best for them personally. Yeah, on this slide, you can see the results of the World Cleanup Day among the higher institutions. For example, this year, like more than 41,000 school children and students joined from 343 educational institutions, and results were just impressive. We have collected over 140 kilograms of trash, 21,000 of which were recycled. The next project is quite interesting one, because we have created this project alongside the team of Let's Do It Ukraine, and it's called National Map of Recycling Points. So basically, what does this project do? You have to go on the website, and it gives an opportunity to find the nearest recycling point near the area you live in. And in this way, we are sort of trying to ease this process of finding the places where you can recycle the trash. Plus, you can make a profit out of it, because, for example, when you recycle plastic bottles, you can get a cash, and in this way, you sort of get motivated to recycle. So the project's official website serves as a platform for Ukrainian citizens to organize the logistics of secondary raw materials. And this interactive map features a wide network of reception points, like specialized points, certain tanks, small stations in organizations. And a great point, a great feature of this map is that you can not only use it, you can also add your personal recycling points to it. So in this way, we sort of spread this this huge network, and we really hope that the national map will be not only popular in Ukraine, but literally all over the world. Here you can see the way it looks on our website. And in 2021, there were 402 recycling points, which were marked on the map. And over 60 volunteers from all over Ukraine took part in informational gathering campaign. And by 2023, we plan on creating a network of recycling points that will be in every Ukrainian city and village. We plan to make this national map available and accessible to everyone, no matter where the person comes from. Also, I would like to mention that we get a support from so many Ukrainian organizations, private and public, and also the support of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, and also the Ukrainian State Center of Extracurricular Educational, and the National Ecological and Naturalistic Center. Also, we have many private partners, like, for example, PepsiCo Ukraine, which gives us the financial support to our projects. Here you can find the contact information of me and Julia. And if you are interested in any of our projects and you would like to join and collaborate with us, feel free to contact us. There is pretty much it. If you have any questions, I would love to answer.
So, and of course, school recycling world, we built a circular economy for eco life, and let's do it together in the world. So let's do it, our programs together. We are open, and thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Colm.
You're welcome, Julia, and thank you to you and to Alexandra there. We'll come back to you in a moment for the panel discussion. And if you have a question for Alexandra, I should say, and for Julia, then put the question in the comment section and we can put it to them when we get back to the panel discussion. So now I've been told we can go back to the African continent and to Mozambique because we have fixed our technical issues with Carlos. So let's see if Carlos can now hear me. Carlos Serra, can you hear me? Can we hear you?
Yes,
we can hear you now, Carlos.
I'm so sorry. I'm using my cell phone now. Okay, I just decided to leave my laptop.
No problem, Carlos. These things, technical things happen. We are live. And the great thing is that when it happens, we work through them, we sort them out, and we come back to you. And we're happy to be back to you because we're looking forward to your presentation. So I'll hand it over to you now, my friend.
Thank you very much. I will talk a little bit about children, youth, and environmental education in Mozambique. Well, I was intending to present a PowerPoint, but I just decided to give up the idea and opted to speak directly. I'm speaking actually inside a glass house made this year in Macaneta Beach in South region, Mozambique, all made using glass bottles. I will show a little bit later. I was invited to share good practice on environmental education in Mozambique, and I believe that I can contribute by sharing what has been our history in recent years. I started working in the environmental field in 2000, and for many years, I had the opportunity to travel all over the country, carrying out professional training activities, principal in environmental law. I'm a lawyer, actually. Sometimes I forget, but I'm a lawyer. I come into contact with some environmental problems, including waste pollution. A bit in every city and town, the same scenario. A lot of rubbish being burned, buried, and thrown away. In 2003, I came across a plastic sea for the first time. I remember perfectly that day, that afternoon, on the beautiful beach in the province of Inhambane, south of Mozambique. Thousands and thousands of pieces of plastic of all colors along the high tide line. But it took until 2013 to become aware of the severity of the problem of waste pollution and the huge need to work on environmental education of children in particular and society in general. We visited a mangrove region located between the city of Maputo and Matola, where a big river flows between the two cities. I went there to observe birds, the place is very beautiful and there are hundreds and hundreds of birds there, actually very rich in terms of avifauna. But we were shocked by the amount of rubbish of all kinds in the mangroves, on the beach, and even in the salt ponds there. In some places, it reached a meter of height, and we could see that the majority of that rubbish came from our cities, because it was our rubbish, not coming from the sea, but our. Then we started to see the rubbish. It's very important. We started to see and never been indifferent to it since then. And I must confess to everybody, a part of my happiness was gone forever. Short time later, we started to look more closely at the state of the beaches in Maputo City, and the same scenario, rubbish, large quantities of it, even in the most famous beach and a very important tourist place the Costa do Sol beach, which marked my childhood. We saw large amounts of glass, principally coming from bottles, and that showed our behavior. The majority of our people just have a lack in terms of environmental education. Environmental education remains a challenge. Many bottles were intentionally broken, making the beach a very dangerous place, and this destination, of course. And we decided to organize and carry out the first major cleanup action covering about 6.5 kilometers of beach, focus on glass. And of course, we launched a social media campaign. It was very important, that campaign, actually. The result was that we got about 1,200 volunteers cleaning the beach. And you cannot imagine the quantities of rubbish collected. I just counted more than 10 trucks that day. A lot of glass, of course, were collected. The action was the first of many, but what made that action so special? Well, first of all, we had hundreds of young volunteers happy to take part in environmental action. Secondly, because we created a brand, cleanup becomes something special, something important, and many other organizations go to several places to clean and replicate it all over the country. A movement was created, and Let's Do It Mozambican was born in 2017, actually. Thirdly, because it became clear that one of the main causes of the most diverse environmental problems is the lack of investment in environmental education at the level of the education sector, but also in terms of society as a whole. How to speed up the process, very important question. How to influence change, how to make environmental education a national and a global priority. Well, in our case, just to give an example, we were creating and organizing, we created an organization called Environmental Education Cooperative, and gradually invited some of young volunteers who had been participating since the beginning in our campaigns to be part of this cooperative, and of course to participate in several of our programs and projects. But first of all, it's very important. We created a program in 10 different schools, primary schools, and of course we need to train our volunteers and put 2 in each of the schools. After here, the results were very encouraging. We were able to influence the lives of children and many of their parents, and as well significantly improve the school environment. The future works every day through the school here, because any change requires time. Time is very important. It is not enough to hold an event on for talk about environmental. The focus on children has shown that should be the way if we want to change the current scenario. But how to reach more schools with limited means? We have around 13,000 schools in Mozambique. Can we imagine how to influence environmental education in so many schools across the country? So we decided that the next step would be to train the teachers and train the new teachers in environmental issues through a very practical course using a new manual and other materials. We are precisely at this stage, at these moments. In the coming months, we will carry out the first actions based on the experience gained in 4 years of direct intervention in schools. Well, going back a bit, with the campaign launch on social networks based in simple and objective message, we were able to identify many young volunteers. Part of them came to join in our programs and projects. And it's important to say the cooperative actually hosts the Let's Do It movements, and we are organizing the World Cleanup Day in Mozambique. Several of these young people then join in other environmental education projects, actually with the focus on society at general. They are doing that in our beaches, for example, and even in the village and the cities. Every day they carry out actions of education, both in direct contact, but also using the social networks. And today we live in the work of technology. People, especially the young people, spend much more time on their mobile phones than watching television. The importance of reaching them and keeping up with the technology, that's we can use technology not only to identify young leaders, but mainly to involve them in concrete actions of environmental education. It belongs to the I belong to the generation that grew up only with television, whose parents still using typewriters, and that as adults have seen the birth of the internet, the massification of computers, and the emergence of mobile phones. Access to technology as allowed as to reach those who before did not have a voice or the opportunity to participate in a global event such the World Cleanup Day. I believe that the key is to focus on the correct use of technology, on identify, training and investing in young people and using them in environmental education campaigns, principal in the schools. Time is against us. We have to act now and quickly. So it's essential to use our creative skills to reach out many people as possible with a focus on children and young people. More recently, we launched the project of building a glass house made of at least 150,000 glass bottles. This house is totally oriented to the environmental education of a region, with the involvement of young people who were once volunteers in the cleaning actions. The main idea of this house is to make each person who visits it lives different from the one who entered the house. In other words, educate quickly through a concrete example. The house has solar energy. I'm using solar energy at this moment. Natural ventilation, a rainwater collection system, a tree as part of the project, and we are also doing conservation and restoration of the ecosystems. And that's it. Thank you very much, Colm.
Carlos, thank you so much, and thank you for powering through that despite some technical challenges and in a house made of glass. Make sure you don't throw anything ever. Never throw anything, no matter how much you want to throw something, because you live in a house made of glass. But that was fantastic. Carlos is just one of those guys who is, when he talks to you, he inspires you. It's contagious, his energy and his outlook on life. And I know people are saying that in the comments, that Carlos is an influencer to be noticed worldwide. And I second that, and lots of other people do as well. So Arno says, I followed how the house came about on Facebook. Great. Oh, wow. So there's a story on Facebook too. Well, we're going to have our panel discussion in just a moment, our final panel discussion of the day. It's going to be fantastic. And thank you everyone for sticking with us here on the Let's Do It World Conference. But let's move on now, and we have to just keep it a little bit shorter, our speakers, because we're running over time. Holger Holland in Germany from Let's Do It Deutschland. And the title of his talk is Best Practices from Germany. And as we know, in Germany, they do everything very efficiently, so this is going to be good.
We will see, yes. Okay, thank you for introduction. I will share my screen and the presentation. Do you see the presentation? Yes.
We look at you there. You're looking like a model in that photograph.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I will talk next minutes, really short, trust me. I will talk about best practices of environmental education and what we did in Germany in the last years, and also especially last year. So next slide. Yeah, the agenda for today. First, actual situation in Germany. Second, why schools are so important to activate. Part 3, how to activate schools. That's the idea. And everything is surrounding or surrounding our goal to activate 5% of the population to take part on World Cleanup Day. The school project in Germany called World Cleanup Day macht Schule, a little bit more English. Cleanup Kids is another name for that. Some figures I know some of you hear about, but last year we had around about 200,000 participants in Germany in over 800 municipalities. And we had more than 3,000 cleanups, and also we start a school project. Why we go deeper in this topic? Because we figured out in the last year a correlation between municipality activation, school activation, and the cleanup, in the cleanups on World Cleanup Day. And also we see we have 10.5% of the German population are school kids. So it's really important to reach our main aim of Let's Do It World, to activate 5% on the population on World Cleanup Day. How we did it and what was the plan? First, we activate ambassadors. We had some TV moderators. We had also some patrons in this topic. Short hint. Also today in the morning we talked about Greenwash or partnership, and this is a part of the new ethical funding policy. And in this topic we talked today morning about the columns of collaboration. It's too much for now, but if you want to go deeper in this topic and why we did it, you find more information on worldcleanupday.org. And why we did it, this is the trust. And what is better than to have ambassadors? They are kids. And so I will show a German short video, what was done by kids, by self, without introduction. They hear about the World Cleanup Day, they want to be part. They organized in the area, in the country. They talked with the mayor, they talked with sports clubs. They activate more than around about 5,000 people. They activate with a school project without lead from our side. They did it. And the motivational video, they start in April last year. I will show now. It's a little bit German, but I think the core idea is to see for everybody.
Hey Leute, schaut euch mal das Video an, was Alicia gerade in die Gruppe gestellt hat. Lasst uns mitmachen an World Cleanup Day und in 2 Stunden die Umwelt vom Müll befreien. Wir sind dabei, jetzt brauchen wir euch. GLS, seid ihr dabei? Dieses Teil, bist du dabei? Landkreis Kassel, bist du dabei? sprecht uns an und kreiert euer eigenes Event am World Cleanup Day 2021. Vergesst nicht, eure Aktion auf der Homepage des World Cleanup Day Deutschland einzutragen und schreibt uns eine Mail an wls@worldcleanupday2021@gmx.de, wenn ihr dabei seid. Folgt uns auf Instagram und markiert eure Aktion mit dem Hashtag Nordhessen. Wir sind dabei, World Cleanup Day 2021. Wir sehen uns beim Aktionstag. Let's talk about plastic and recycling. Zum World Cleanup Day 2021. Alle WLS in diese Tal am 18. Dezember 2021.
Okay. Perfect. The kids did it by self, and it was the start. We go deeper afterwards. After this promo video was sent to us, and we also talked with the radio, with RTL, with the radio television. And by the end, the kids with the production of NTV and RTL were on a TV in Germany on World Cleanup Day. It was the main school or the main kids session what was shown in TV. So it shows how, yeah, from bottom to the top, it can work. And we support this idea of self-making video or self-creating ambassadorship. And we support it with one beta project. We support more than 100 schools, around about 4,000 kids with our cleanup kits. Also this school we support. And in this kit, there is a security vest because several times the kids make cleanups in the near of the streets or from crossroad, and so it's a little bit dangerous. We have to support it because we know the most littering is in the area of streets. Also in the cleanup kit is a wooden picker and also some gloves and educational stuff for the teachers to educate the topic trash, plastic, and other stuff. It was really important to have the help from the Federal School Administrative Office because we have more than 32,000 schools in Germany. And with the help of, in this case, the government, it was possible to roll out the project in the whole area or in several test areas in Germany. We will go in this year, we will make it much bigger, 3 times, 4 times bigger as last year because it was really great success. Also in the media. So also sharing this, as we shared also the stuff on our website, we created a toolbox because it's a separate kind of communication to communicate with schools, with teachers, with the kids, and also with the offices. And this is everything located in our website, and it shows how easy and participation will be. Together, we develop PR with the partner. In this case, from the video, we go on radio as an RTL TV session and station. And what is really important, such cooperation needs time, trust, and experience. And so, yes, we are hopeful to develop this project this year much bigger. And we have the support from the radio station or TV station, also from the schools. And so everything is growing up. Here we see some pictures. Some of the pics are from the school, in this case from Hessen. We also see some pictures from the school project from Middle Germany, from Cologne. We also, yes, what is the cost? Because everything is cost, has a budget, you need a budget for that. And we have several supporters and funders, lotteries and something like that. Supports, in this case, we see a picture with postcode. They spent 30,000 euro for the kids. And so our organization, so Germany, was able to roll out and to support the school kids. Here are some other pictures. This is a picture from the school in Hessen. Also here some school cleanups. This was the day we created a day in, yes, it was August, by the beginning of August last year, we make a pre-cleanup for the World Cleanup Day. On this day, we make the videos and all the stuff for the RTL, and also for NTV. What was a pre-production, and the TV station must only roll out this production on World Cleanup Day. Yeah, what was the lesson learned in this project? First, you need to activate ambassadors and patrons from educational level. Yes, e.g. education ministers, something like that. Make partner and funding ships. You have to finance on the other hand, and you need also PR and media partners. And for that, you need a strong partner and funding ship. Here, the topic is much more deeper. Also today morning, Greenwash or partnership, how to make a difference. This is a part of our new World Cleanup Day ethical funding policy. Details in the columns of collaboration, how it works and how you can name these partners, and what is the process, what are the guidelines to activate such people, and and to find the right people, not the wrong people. We talked about this topic also today, and details here you can find on worldcleanupday.org. Third part or important part is the communication. You have to communicate with the we communicate with the administrative offices. This is much easier to have a bigger reach because Germany has more than 40,000 schools. You have to communicate, you have to handle that. And so you need, in this case, also the umbrella organization. And this is a different kind of communication than to talk with the kids. This is also situated on our website in the topic of toolboxes. We will work this year much deeper in this topic, and also we will start more content for the teachers to bring more quality in this project. The kids, by the way, stay in the school, and so from school class to school class, the kids will be there in the school. This is the kind how we can bring in the idea of sustainability, because we want not to create trash, or we want to make sustainable ideas and bring the idea of a trash-free world into the schools. So far, thank you. That's it.
Dankeschön. Mr. Holland, thank you so much for that great presentation there. Just real practical examples. I love the video of the kids throwing the bottles from one frame to the next. And just these creative, nice ideas that get people involved and gets the people in the videos excited about sharing them so they can spread organically online and spread awareness and spread the message. And the kits, I know they're a bit of an expense. They set you back some money, but I think they're well worth it because they look very professional. And again, branding awareness, and it looks pretty cool. You give the kid the uniform and they get excited about it. We're almost ready to get into our short panel discussion where we'll go through things very quickly with some of our speakers. And if you have questions, put them in the chat. But for just now, we are going to our last speaker in this keynote session. And she is French. And she is going to give us the perspective of the French. She is the country leader of Let's Do It France. It is Virginie Delugard-Guérin. So, Virginie, the title of your talk is The Best Practices from France. How about that? There you are! Sacre bleu, I see you on my screen.
Bonsoir. Hello,
Bonsoir.
everyone. A bit of French for everyone.
Why not? So, in your own time, you can share your screen if you have a presentation, or otherwise just speak from the mind, from the heart.
No, that's okay. Thank you. I would just share something to you, and I got a question to everybody that you can answer in the chat. I will share my screen and I will ask you if you know the guy that would go on the screen. Do you know him? So you can answer in the chat. You have seen this face, maybe? It's a French guy. Do you know him? No. I will stop my... So is there any answer? You know him? Okay.
We have one answer there, if you can see it, from Luther.
No.
That's incorrect.
Do you know him?
I don't know. No.
Okay, so that's a French astronaut. It just came back from a international station.
Wow.
And he was sending us a message
last week in France, we had a full week about Olympics and Paralympics, because maybe you know that in France we will have Olympic Games in 2024 in Paris. And he was asking people to do 30 minutes sport each day. And especially this program is dedicated to youth and to schools. So that's why I'm talking to you about this program, because as Walking Up Day, we were asked by the organization of Paris 2024, sorry, to be part of this program and to help them in cleaning and also doing sports. So we were lucky to participate to that challenge. And the challenge was to help people everywhere in lots of schools in France to do 30 minutes of sports, so that we can add all the minutes. And at the end, to have like one way and return from the Earth to the moon. And we were counting the minutes by doing sports. And doing this, we are saying to people, you can take care of your environment, but also take care of you, because sustainable development is not only taking care of the planet, it's also taking care of the people that are alive in the planet. So in Walking Up Day France, we are trying to mix the sports, the waste, and also to be inclusive by having a program with people around the disability. I will share you my screen again at the moment to show you what we built as a tool, to give it to all the schools, and also to arrange different programs, so we can go from the very small age until students. So the kids are supposed to become like a superhero or witch or whatever. We give the teachers like a practical tips so that they can organize their own activity. And after that, we give some security things, of course. And we also propose them to participate to a challenge, so that they can just crush a can. They can do it all together as a team. And from this, we recycle this cane so that it can give some money for the little children that have some disease or are disabled. And so it makes like a circle. It's also like solidarity, I would say. And that's a way to have fun. So our motto here in France to go to school is having fun together, is doing sports. And moreover, as we had a digital cleanup day program, we offered the school to have a full program around the year, because they can do digital cleanup in March, and in September they can do also cleanups, real cleanups in life. So that's how we do it here. And we will work more with Olympic Games, Paris 2024, because they are working on a program to be almost zero waste Olympic Games. So we are committed in this program, and to go to school and to all the youth on all the age. It's very important, and we're especially in secondary school and to the students. And that's all for me. And I would offer you, maybe in case you would like to do some sports, maybe 2-minute sports. So you can go up. We were also working, looking at our screen. So
okay, I'll give you some beats for the dancing. Come on, everybody.
So it's not 30 minutes. Thank you, Colm. It's not 30 minutes, but at least 2 minutes. Woo, I'm not here and I'm here again. I'm not here and I'm here again. That's how we do those things here in France. Woo! Thank you, everyone. And please tell to the kids that they have to pick up trash, but doing sports at the same time. It's better for the life.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Here we go. That's fantastic. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for getting us all up and moving, Virginie, there in France. Now I can justify having a big bowl of creamy pasta after this because I did 20 seconds of a workout there. Woo! I'm out of breath. I need to get a new gym membership. Thank you to our great speakers. We're going to get quickly into the panel discussion now here on the Let's Do It World Conference. We've been spinning all around the world. It's been a lot of work, but a lot of fun. And by the way, thank you everyone who is still here participating for your patience. I know in Indonesia it is 2:20 in the morning, so hats off to you guys who are up late and who are still following along. You're like this, matchsticks in your eyes. You're like, we are concentrating on everything and we are learning. So quickly, we've been talking about how to get the youth engaged. Let's go back straight away to... we'll start with Tanswell, where we started off at the beginning in Namibia. Tanswell, are you still there with us? Perhaps Tanswell is gone. Tanswell, are you there, my friend? Unmute your microphone if so, and give us a shout out. While we wait for Tanswell, let's go to Julia. Julia, we want to ask a question. This came from Haiti. Is Let's Do It World, are they doing enough in different countries to engage the youth? Do you think yes or no, and why?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Repeat,
it looks
please.
like you're in a sauna.
Repeat, please.
My question was, it was actually from Haiti in the comments section, and she was asking, do you think Let's Do It World, the network, is it doing enough to engage young people around the world? What do you think?
Yeah, I think yes, but we must do more.
Thank you for that short answer. And we'll hand over to your friend as well, Alexandra, who is there with you. Alexandra, people were very impressed by all the work you were doing and to see someone so young leading the way. What age are you, Alexandra, can I ask you?
19.
You're 19 and you were running this massive initiative in schools with really impressive results. It looks like, did you just fall out of your bed?
No, not at all.
It just looked like you took a tumble and fell out of the bed.
No, I'm just sitting here.
What part of Ukraine are you in?
Currently, I'm from northwestern part of Ukraine, the city which is called Zhytomyr. It's not so far from Kiev.
Perfect. And tell me, so you're 19 now, very impressive what you were doing. You must have built it up over a while because, as they say, Rome was not built in a day. So when did you start becoming socially engaged and active?
Well, I remember myself getting swept up in various eco-organization and initiatives while being in school from a young age. But after I graduated school, I joined the Let's Do It Ukraine, and I got the position of regional coordinator. I organized the World Cleanup in my region, and that has led me to get to know Julia, and then she has introduced me to the School Recycling World organization, and I got interviewed, and then I got this position of the CEO. So it was just like quite a long process.
Julia is the best, isn't she?
Right.
Is it hard to, this question to both of you, kind of on a serious note, with what is happening in Ukraine at the moment and everyone around the world is watching, waiting, and of course we're all hoping the conflict doesn't come about. We'll wait and see, but please God, it will not. Is it difficult to keep the momentum behind the movement? I'll ask that to both of you, with kind of the focus is so much on the threat, the looming threat.
Well, of course, the political situation has such a big influence on each of us, but we try to stay positive and keep our hope. And we really hope that it's not going to influence the future of Ukraine, and including the ecological situation, like our movement in general.
Yeah, and after everyone's situation will be positive life, ecological life. So we're preparing for a period after.
Good answers. Yeah, thank you. And again, we wish everyone in Ukraine the best, and we hope that it won't come to that. So guys, thank you so much. You were so impressive and so inspiring. And I want to just jump back very quickly to Tanswell in Namibia, very quickly if we can, because I had a question for him about the youth of Namibia. It's kind of along the same lines as what I was asking the two young ladies there, which is with them. You know, I was asking people a while ago, are environmental issues kind of priority for people in Africa? I know we can't speak generally about Africa. There are some very developed parts of Africa, some that are not so developed. But when, you know, the priority for, I'm sure, a lot of people who are young in Namibia is getting an education, trying to get a good job, kind of going up the next step in the ladder, the economic ladder. So do they have as much time as people in the West do, young people, to concentrate on environmental issues?
Colm, I'm not going to lie to you. Here in Namibia, it's eat or be eaten. And let's do it Namibia along with very strong project partners. What we've been doing for the past 4 years is try to get to the root cause. The root cause actually is that we want to create jobs. But how do we create jobs? Namibia is a very scenic place. So how do you make a place scenic? You remove the trash. And more and more, as the years has come by, what I've seen and experienced is that more and more young people, within the discussions that they're having, they're talking about very touching issues, factual issues such as global warming, plastic pollution. And I mean, my nephew is 15 years old, and what he was asking me was, Uncle, did you know that in 2050, there will be more plastics in the ocean than fish? And we are striving towards trying to create a platform for change. And of course, there is resistance because change, us as human beings, we are most afraid of change than anything else. And I'm an avid reader, and currently the book that I'm reading is The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Habit number 1, begin with the end in sight, which is basically already envisage or envision a clean world. Begin with that, and then the rest, you'll deal with it.
Well, Tanswell, with leaders like you there, the youth are in safe hands, and I'm sure we have nothing to worry about. And you know what, you're right, it's all symbiotic. Everything is linked together. When I, in my naivety, saying, well, they're concentrating on getting jobs and stuff, and you're saying, well, why can't they be connected? Why can't the part of the work be environmental work? And if the place is tidier, more tourism, and that helps the local economy. Everything is circular. So thank you so much, Tanswell.
Before you go, before you hand over, just a quick short one. So my team, Let's Do It Namibia, we were invited late last year, 2021, to go clean up at the the second largest canyon on the planet, the Fish River Canyon. Colm, it was, for me as a leader, it was the hardest experience that I've ever done. Out of everything that I've ever done, that was the hardest that I've ever done. And imagine this, we weren't just there hiking. We had to pick up trash and carry the trash with us, camping in the canyon for 3 nights. The Let's Do It Namibia team. And I went with youth. And that's how I know that the youth that I inspire, they inspire me so that we can aspire for a greater planet. Thank you.
Wow, that is amazing. I just see people clapping and they're waving their hands. I know you can't hear them, but I can see them there. Carlos, very quickly, in Mozambique, I see you're sitting in front of one of the glass walls behind you. How many glass bottles do you think are in your glass house?
150,000 bottles. Actually,
wow, 150,000.
There are more coming because we are going to build an eco center, including, for example, rooms for train the kids, and for recycle activities. And we are going to use a lot of glass bottles in the next months, actually.
Carlos,
and
that's a lot of wine you're going to have to drink to get those empty glass bottles, but I'm sure you'll be able to do it. We will help you with it. If you want us to help you, we
are
will.
we are buying the glass bottles, actually, giving some opportunities to the local community that lives here in Macaneta Beach region. Do you know? That's circular economy. That's it. It's very important to combine education with cleanups and also with solutions. Yeah, actually creating a circular economic system here.
Circular economy. Carlos, thank you so much, and thank you for bearing with us when we had the technical issues earlier on. So thank you in Mozambique. Very quickly, two more voices I just want to get in before we go. Holger Holland back in Germany. Guten Tag, wie geht's du? Holger in the house. Let me unmute your microphone.
Okay, now. Ja, es geht gut. Und wie geht's dir?
Ich bin sehr gut, danke schön. Es ist eine bestes Tag. Let me ask you, you did great work. You mentioned RTL, one of the big broadcasters in Germany there. I know from working for BBC and for the networks, all of the time you get people getting in touch who are looking for airtime, that valuable airspace. How did you manage to convince them to give you a good chunk of that valuable real estate on the air?
Yeah, we had last year, not only on RTL, also on the local radio and TV stations, we had around about 2 hours. And this is a great success so far. And what we see, how was this possible? It's the trust. It's a trust in the society. It's a trust also in the media. And this is what we check by activation of ambassadors. We make news reporters to ambassadors. The school kids, you see it in the presentation. And also patrons like politics or also the mayors. And all this together, all these columns of collaboration. This together.
Was there a certain way you pitched it? Because most people send out a press release, a standard press release with text. Was there a more creative way that you got in touch with them to get their attention and get on the shows?
This is the basic, yes. You must roll out a press release. You must do that, yes, exactly. But this is not the solution or the reason why they take over the story. You need a really good story. You need a value of news. And the news value is not the World Cleanup Day. It's the story, it's the scene behind, it's the person, it's the people, it's the school kids, it's the sport club, the mayor who's going out and pick up trash. These stories, this is the news value, and this you must create. And for that you need trust, time, and a good team. And also thank you to my team in Germany and to the whole family worldwide. These days here on the conference, really cool. Happy to see you again, and maybe in the future also in real life.
You know what, Holger, that's a great point, and you're so right, because if you send in to your local radio station or national radio or TV network a show, we are picking up X amount of waste, and every year 40%, if it's all numbers and statistics, they will think, well, look, we're talking about the coronavirus and the Russia-Ukraine situation, and this is very heavy with more numbers and statistics. But if you send in a press release and say, did you know that all of the school kids in the local kindergarten are going to be off next Friday? Why are they off school? They're going around and they're going to make their town the tidiest town in their region, and they guarantee you should come and show these kids doing it. There's a story. There's something that people can grasp onto, and that's a very clever way of doing it. So Holger, thank you so much. And now we will go to our last speaker. It was Virginie back in beautiful France. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
What do you think for the people of France and the youth of France? Of course, they are your fiery nation. You're known for rising up and taking a stand. Is it easy for you to get the French youth involved? Is it in the DNA of the French?
I wouldn't say that it's easy, because I'm old. So no, it's
that's
true.
A lie.
It's true.
You're like
Pinocchio. It's true. I'm 42, and I think that the best people to talk to another people is someone that is really similar to you. So to engage more youth, you have to have youth on board. And maybe I got a proposal that we can have a youth ambassador as Sylviane is, but still we can have even younger ambassadors and in France and everywhere in the world, so that we have people part of the organization that are 15 or 18 or 20, so that they can be in and they know how to talk to youth. So that would be maybe my last comment.
But you know what, Virginia, you're so right. And you're 41, 42, you need to tell me what face cream you use, because it seems to be working. So can you put it in the chat, what kind of moisturizer you use? And we're all going to go out and buy that.
I'm almost a zero waste woman, so I only use natural oil. That's it. Nothing more.
Whatever you're doing, don't stop and don't change it, because that is not old, first of all, but you look even younger,
and
which is fantastic.
And smiling every day.
That's good. Stretch those muscles. But it's the last point, just to touch on that point as well, saying that, and then we'll go to Thomas, who I know wants to have an input. But you said that, the youth follow the youth. And I remember I used to work for a magazine for young people, for teenagers in Germany. I did it from Ireland, and it was for people in schools. So the audience was like 14, 15, 16-year-olds. And I was going out interviewing experts and different people. And my editor called me aside one day and said, Colm, do not interview people who are not in their age group. And don't even interview people their same age. And I thought this was so interesting. They said people who are 14, 15 and 16, they don't want to know what other 14 and 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds are saying. They want to know what the 18 and the 19 and the 20-year-olds are saying, because the ones who are a few years older, they're the ones they admire and they're the ones they look up to. And from then on, whenever I interviewed people for the magazine, it was just the target demographic plus a few years, because they're the ones they aspire to be in a few years. Virginia, thank you so much. That was beautiful. And we are going to talk now to Thomas. You want to come in on this very quickly in Iceland?
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for an inspiring session. In 2018, I invited two women from Iceland with me to Tallinn. And the main reason was they worked for the Icelandic Environmental Institute. And now one of them has made a video about plastics in the ocean and education around how to deal with plastics, circular economy around it, and all kinds of these things that everybody needs to know. And this program that they have created is now a mandatory school item that everybody has to view in all the schools in Iceland. So I'm just saying that all these small steps that we take along the way will eventually lead to something good. So in 2018, I brought in two girls from Iceland to Tallinn. They got inspired by the Let's Do It World family. One of them has created a curriculum in Icelandic schools for plastics and all that thing that plastic has in it. And now everybody in the schools of Iceland, they have to watch this program. And I think this is the greatest thing that can happen. One thing leads to another. So once again, let's be inspired and let's inspire. That's what we are all about. Thank you, guys.
And thank you so much, Thomas, for that great example and reminder that you can dream it into existence. What can start as an idea, in that case, can be implemented in schools across the entire nation of Iceland. So thank you so much. That brings to an end our great keynote discussion, best practices for environmental education. Where else would you get it? Only on the Let's Do It World Conference. We heard from Iceland, we heard from Ukraine, we heard from Germany, we heard from France, we heard from Namibia, and we heard from Mozambique. And of course, there are many other countries that are really key when it comes to education, and we will have them on future conferences and future talks. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking with it. I know in Indonesia, it's approaching 3 a.m. in the morning, so the Sandman is here. It's time to hit the hay, hit the pillow, and have a good sleep. And wherever else you are in the world watching, whatever time it is, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much. We have the award show tomorrow, which will be a lot of fun. Until then, take care, God bless, let's do it.
Thank you, Colm.